Is ek reg? Mag ek vir my seentjies op 'n cricket kyk? Een af ondertussen. Sorry my friend. How you doing?
We're not on one domain, so our artists are sold out. We're on Prime Media's platforms as well as Facebook.
Okay, because that's what's happening. I'm getting.
So I can see here. Okay, we're up on the website now.
Oh
Yes,
how
I
can you
can
tell?
see the three ticks are green. The middle one that has a 1 was off, and it told me that it was off. So he had to do the switch. That's why I sent it to you.
Just the most confusing thing, because what I was getting was on 1WSR, I was getting the microphone from my cell phone.
Oh, okay.
So anyway, I don't know. I mean, it was obviously
That's
just.
fine. But we're good. Everyone's good. Everyone's live. And someone's just done something.
Fellow wicketkeeper Ryan Rickleton, and doing the job of carrying the drinks today, Ryan Rickleton, along with the others that have been absent in the squad. So a prime opportunity here for South Africa to pull this game back. It's a much sharper pink kit than we're used to. We're used to a slightly more chalk type color. For those of you following at home, it's one of those games where there's a lot of fanfare around it and a lot of build-up in the way in which this game is broadcast out to the media. And we are excited that with Bangladesh having won the toss and they are going to bat, that they will be looking to see how they go in this game. Unchanged Bangladesh: Tamim Iqbal, Litton Das, Shakib Al Hasan, Mushfiqur Rahim, Yasir Ali, Mahmudullah Afif, Mehdi Hassan Maraz, as well as Taskin Awad, Shoriful Islam, and Mustafizur Rahman are the Bangladeshi. South Africa, it's the three changes. It's Peshwaquayo that misses out, it's Janssen that misses out, and it's Aiden Markram that misses out. In their place, Quinton de Kock and Wayne Parnell, as well as Tabrez Shamsi, are the changes for the South Africans. Don't forget, you can tweet us at @OneWorldSR. That's the number one World SR. We are waiting now with bated breath to see how the first ball goes. Change in umpiring today. Maria Rasmus is partnered by Adrian Holstock. Looking Giti for the first ball of this game. He goes right arm over, and it's a ball that's gone down the leg side, and he starts with a wide. That is not what you want. Maybe the ball slipped slightly out of the hand of Lungisani Ngiti.
He seems to be wanting to nip it back into the left-handed Tamim Iqbal. So a little bit disappointing there to start off with a wide. The South Africans have been struggling with extras. There were 17 extras in their last match, and not what you would expect from this world-class bowling lineup.
No, not at all. Ngiti with two slips in place. He goes again, and it's a straighter delivery again, but this time it's on the pads, and so nearly could have been caught by Calvarena at mid-wicket, and there's going to be overthrows. That is a shocker. Calvarena did well to get that ball stopped inside the circle, but the throw was there, and there was no communication between the two wicket keepers, Quinton de Kock and Calvarena, and so the man down at third man, Kagiso Rabata, had to do the fielding, and Bangladesh are on the board there.
A little bit disappointing. That ball was in the air for a little bit, so Calvarena thought there was a chance, but that throw, not what you would expect as well.
No, not at all. It's a difficult one when traditionally you're a wicket keeper and you're expecting that you would have been there in the case of that throw. Right, now left-right combination. Litton Das is going to face his first ball this morning. He's got Lungi Ngiti with two slips and a keeper, obviously. He's got backward point, a man in the covers by his lonesome, Calvarena, but off mid-on, mid-wicket, as well as third man and fine leg. Ngiti goes now to the right-handed Litton Das, who just defends this off the back foot. A much better line of length there from Ngiti. He was woeful in the last game, Sean, and really just the poorest stats of his career so far in one-day cricket.
Definitely was poor. He was almost nowhere when it came to his lines and his legs. Strayed a little bit too much, gave too many freebies, in my opinion, and allowed the Bangladesh batters to expand their game, almost get confidence when he was bowling. And that's not what you would expect from the typical Lungi Ngiti.
No, not at all. He goes right arm over now to Litton Das, and he just defends this off the back foot. No run. We're halfway through the first. It's taken an age for us to get to this point, Sean, because we had that wide first up and then the overthrows, and so the pace of the game is somewhat different. 0 for 75 in his previous game, Sean, and Lungi won't be happy with that. I mean, if you're his captain, Timber Perform, what are the words that you're sharing with him?
What's a head up? These things do happen, but you are better. You are better than this. Go back to the drawing board, work on your plans. You know what you can do. You've done it before, but this isn't it. And, pick yourself up. Everybody has a bad day. We're human. And just talk through the plans. What is the plans? What's going through your head?
A couple of errors with the South Africans in that first game, Sean. They bowled too short far too often. It's a good thing as a variety ball, but I think the South Africans tried to use the bounce of that wicket to their advantage, but it was overdone to some extent. And Ngiti goes in again to Litton Das, who just defends this, and Varane cleans it up just in front of point for 0 there, and it's still 2 without loss with 2 balls remaining in the first.
Yes, early on the Bangladesh batters looked uncomfortable with the shorter deliveries, but you can't expect every batter is going to do that.
No,
you will find batters. It doesn't matter, even though they're from the subcontinent, they do practice playing with shorter deliveries. They do have fast bowlers and the facilities to allow them to do this. So you can't bowl short to everyone.
Ngiti in again. And it's a shorter ball this time. And Litton Das gets on the top of that one. He just dabs this down to third man. They'll get through for one. So one ball remaining in the first, 3 without loss. And Sean, these Bangladesh sides of recent times have been doing really well, particularly against the short ball. Like you said, they were uncomfortable early, this opening partnership putting 50 together. And so they, whilst not convincing, were effective in terms of ticking the boxes. But a lot of that has to come through from the way that the coaching staff for Bangladesh is so heavily influenced by South Africans. Albi Morkel, Alan Donald, and Russell Domingo, with Ashwell Prince having played a role in their side in times gone past. This one is indeed just pulling out of that one. Tamim Iqbal not happy with something, the side screen. Perhaps somebody's just run behind it. And so he just wants to make sure that there's no movement there.
Yes, the coaching staff know the conditions. They have prepared the side. You can see that they are working on their processes. The players have spoken about their processes, ensuring they get as much as they can, or ticking the boxes for their individual processes and work for the team plan. So you can see that this is what they're trying to execute.
Absolutely. Ngidi now can finally finish this one. It's a ball that hits the pad of Tamim Iqbal, but no real question there of the leg before, because it pitched outside of the line of leg stump. So one gone, 3 without loss, and South Africa have it all to do here, Sean. When you come back from one down so early in the series, what kind of mental pressure does it put on you in terms of ensuring that you get the next win?
Well, knowing that it's Pink Day, and this is the 10th anniversary of Pink Day, there is a little bit of pressure here for the South Africans. They know that they need the points to climb up the table to ensure they get out of that World Cup qualifier contender stage. So a little bit of pressure, but they do know that they can fight back. And a reminder to everyone, you are listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by All Prime Media.
Absolutely. It's a wonderful day here. 2 slips in the well, not 2 slips in the gully. I was excited. I was thinking it was back to the old red ball and white clothing. But Milan and Bavuma on the slips, with Ngidi down at third man. It's the same field, really, from Kagiso Rabada. He goes from the golf course in now, right arm over passing Adrian Holstock, and there's a bit of a shorter one there. And Litton Das wasn't afraid to just maybe fend at that one, but not catching the edge, and a good take by the cock behind.
Unfortunately, not convincing. No foot movement there. He almost just like just prodding at it more than anything, and almost a nothing shot.
Wafting.
But, yeah. From this field set, they're looking to bowl a lot straighter.
Certainly. Rabada in once again. This is another shortish delivery and a little bit of width there, and an applause from Quinton de Kock, who's just supporting his fast bowler there. Again, Sean, it's an uncomfortable length. It's much better than the shorter length that they bowled. This is the back of the length to Lurika Rabada, and just feathering at that one was Litton Das. And that's, I think, why Themba Bavuma has got the slips in place. They're very compact, are these slips, so not expecting too much lateral movement. KG in again, and it's a very similar delivery. He nearly feathers that one through to the cock. No run, so a great start here from Kagiso Rabada.
Oh, fantastic bowling here. Lots of pressure. Litton Das not looking comfortable at all with the line and the length that is here. Very little foot movement, and just putting out his bat to almost just play at it. Kagiso Rabada is in again. It's a full length delivery. It's wider of the crease. Litton Das, no foot movement, but playing at that, but misses, and that brings it, that still leaves the total at 3 for no loss.
Sean, we spoke about the Bangladesh victory in the previous game, but a lot of it must be attributed to the number of caps. I mean, South Africa have in their top 5, it's 362 caps. Bangladesh 942. I mean, that is David versus Goliath. And Rabada in again. This is straight to the stumps, whipped away square of the wicket, and that is a boundary. It's the first one of the game. Kagiso Rabada just straying too straight at that time, and picked up a boundary there.
No, that is a very simple shot, especially, and given the pressure that he has put on Litton Das, half volley on middle and leg stump, very easy to whip away to that square leg boundary.
Yeah, it's a slightly wayward delivery from KG. We said he bowled well the first couple of overs, but not in this instance. He goes again to Litton Das, who just tucks this onto the onside where Calverin does the fielding and throws it accurately to his wicketkeeper this time. And that's the end of 2. So 7 without loss after 2. And boundary in that over means that the score moves along quite quickly here. Sean, you've played some cricket here at the Wanderers. What do you think is an ideal pass score? Is that what they will be looking at?
Well, given the talent in this team, if they can get through to first drinks, a minimum of 300 would be pass score for the Bangladesh team. It's a quick outfield. We do know the ball comes onto the bat, but it isn't easy to bat, especially if the fast bowlers are hitting their areas.
No, that's certainly not. Ngidi for the start of his second. He passes Mary Rasmus now, ball that spits up a little bit, and Tommy Mekbal can only just defend that into the wicket. Litton Das is the only Bangladesh player without 100 caps to his name, 51 caps coming into this game. And so, Sean, I mean, even with him being the most undercapped player in this top 6 for Bangladesh, I mean, surely that shows the chasm in experience between these two sides in one-day cricket.
Yes, he might be he might have the least experience, but you would never say that with the way he plays.
No, not at all. Ngidi in once again, and this is full and pops up high. There could be a catch here. It is. South Africa had their first breakthrough. It's a wicket early here in the 3rd. Ngidi gets the reward that he was looking for, and Sean, it was a nothing shot, but the pace maybe just deceived Tommy Mekbal there.
A wonderful bowling here from Lungi Ngidi. Didn't have the best of games in the first ODI, has come back and has struck in his second over. And what a wicket to get. Litton Das was an aggressor in the first ODI, and we know what he can do. So great start for the South Africans, great start for Pink Day. And the South African crowd they are getting happy. That has significantly quietened the Bangladesh fans.
Yeah, there's a cohort of Bangladesh fans on the grass embankments here at the Wanderers. Significantly fewer grass embankments or areas of grass where seating is available here at the Wanderers, but there are ample seats for the bucket type seats to feature prominently. The open east stand has been closed since the coronavirus pandemic kicked off, and so it will be lovely once everything is back to some sort of normality that South African fans can fit in here. They're going to have to wait till next year, Sean, because this South African men's side traveling to both the England, the British Isles, because they're also playing Ireland in England as well, and then they go to India, and then there's a World Cup in Australia, and then a tour to Australia as well. And so they'll they'll have to wait a little bit longer, will South African fans. But 221 games for Shakib Al Hasan as he comes to the wicket. Really destroyer in chief for Bangladesh in the previous fixture. And they'll be hoping that he can get a little bit more from how he goes about his innings here today. Best score of 134 not out and averaging 38, but in the last fixture, 77 from 64, but forced to come into Ngidi, who goes again, and he comes well across his stumps there, Sean. Interesting to start off there from Shakib Al Hasan, moving his feet a lot early.
Yes, wanting Ngidi to adjust his line and his length to something that Shakib is more comfortable with. Lungi Ngidi is bowling well, hitting his areas, and that ball going across the left-hander, and Lungi Ngidi wanting it to shape in a little bit, will put all the left-handed batters under pressure because you almost have to plant it.
That's why you've got those slips, eagerly anticipating an opportunity to take a catch. Ngidi in once again, and this one is a length delivery. Shakib just defends this into the soil, where Keshav Maharaj, the man who took the catch, is waiting and ready. Some thoughts early on here from some of the people listening to us. Well, Barbara Pool's asking, when are they playing on African soil? We're on African soil, Barbara. We are here live at the Imperial Wanderers for the 10th Pink One-Day International, and it is an absolute privilege to be able to bring you live cricket on the radio. You can tweet us at OneWorldSR. That's the number 1, WORLDSR, and that is world-class commentary brought to you by One World Sports Radio. In again, and this one is defended on the front foot by Lungi Ngidi, And that will wrap up the third. No, there's one more left. Everybody's staying in their place. Quinton de Kock maybe thinking that he was excited. Well, he was excited. He was slightly aggressive. He was jumping the gun, so to speak, in thinking that it was the end of the third over.
Yes, almost excited. Kagiso Rabada putting Littendas under pressure. Yes, gave him that 4 ball, but he was almost nowhere with the lines and the lengths that Kagiso Rabada was bowling.
Getty in once again to wrap up the third, and all that Shakib Al Hasan with the delivery on off stump is or can do is to defend, and there's no run there. Right, 3 gone, 7 for 1. Shakib Al Hasan on 0, Littendas on 5, and they're going at 2.3 to the over. So an early start here that is measured. They lost a wicket in this innings. Sean, in the previous game, that 50 partnership really set Bangladesh up to have a platform in order to succeed and accelerate towards the back end of the innings.
Yes, Shakib Al Hasan was the player of the match. He scored a fighting 70-odd, and he will want to continue this form. It's not an easier track, and the South Africans are bowling much better.
Absolutely. Rabada this one, and this is guided backward of point, and collection work there for Lungi Ngiti as they get through for 1, and Shakib now will have an opportunity to face Kagiso Rabada. Shakib Al Hasan, Sean, I know he's somebody that you enjoy watching play, but he's been around for an age, and that experience and his ability to tour the world and play in a variety of formats will certainly come in handy in his leading of this Bangladesh lineup with the bat.
He, for me, is the world-class player. He's able to turn a game. He's able to be the match winner, and because of his experience, he's able to score almost anywhere in the world.
Get in again. This is straight back onto the pads of Shakib, and you almost commentator cursed him there, Sean, because there was a half shout there from everybody behind the stumps. It was somewhat of a muted appeal from Quinton de Kock, who was leading it, but umpire Adrian Holstock, who recently made his test debut as an umpire in the South African home series, and so the home summer rather, and he'll be more than capable to handle this. Rabada in once again, and down the leg side there's a popped up opportunity, and South Africa have a second wicket. It's 2 here for the South Africans in the first 10. They struggled in the first game, and he's out caught is Shakib, but it's a delivery that had a leading edge. He tried to play around his pads there, and that means Bangladesh's talisman is gone for a duck. Bangladesh are 8 for 2.
Great bowling from Kagiso Rabada. Got the key wicket out. Shakib Al Hasan out for no runs, out for a duck. This is a dream start for the South Africans at Pink Day. The Bangladesh batters will now need to consolidate. Almost say there is nothing, can't allow Kagiso Rabada and Lungi Ngidi to take this game away from them. Get through 2 drinks.
Absolutely. And South Africa know with the number of caps that we spoke about earlier in this top 6 of Bangladesh, that if they pick up early wickets, they could so easily be in the ascendancy here. Right, now, new man at the wicket, Mushfiqur Rahim, the Bangladesh wicketkeeper, comes in. Another man with 200 one-day internationals under his belt, 6,686 runs and an average of 36.9. He's got 41 50s and 800s. And Sean, with an experienced man like that replacing another experienced man, Bangladesh won't be panicking just yet. Concerned, but not panicked.
Mushfiqur Rahim has come in for Bangladesh when there has been a top order collapse, and he has been the man to stick out, ride the wave, dig his heels in and say it stops here, and has been able to almost steer the ship back on track.
Yeah, it's a Bangladesh side that we spoke about in the first game, where they've been together since they were very young, and so they've built up a number of caps through the years in the way that they've been hammered by opposition over the years, and not just thrown away the baby out with the bathwater. And so they've persisted with this group. They recognized that there was a lot of good capability and potential in this Bangladesh group, and that's why they were able to persist with the guys that they have for so many years. Right, 2 slips and a gully that's close in. So I predicted the gully a little bit earlier than I should have. Run in again. It's into the body of Mushfiqur Rahim, who just defends that one. No run. Halfway through the third, and it's 8 for 2.
You'd almost feel that this later on in the innings, the way these bowlers are bowling, if you are not watching or tuning in, you are missing a fantastic game. 8 runs, 2 wickets, and we are only in the 4th over.
Absolutely. It's going to be a marvelous day here at the Pink ODI International. South Africa know that they need to win this game in order to continue their qualification journey. Rabada in again. And this is defended off the back foot. Mushfiqur Rahim loudly says no to his partner, Tamim Iqbal, who's really been sat at the other end while those 2 wickets have fallen. And there's nothing you can do. And what do you think the conversation, Sean? I mean, you're an opener. The openers will have struggled with their opposition, well, they would have struggled to get some consistency because their partners have lost their wickets so early. What is the conversation you have with the oncoming batsman? I'll give you those thoughts after this delivery and just defend it on the back foot from Shakib Al Hasan. And that's the end of the 4th. It's 8 for 2.
As an opening batter, I've been in a situation a few times where wickets are falling, tumbling on the other end, and you are there. You say to your batter, take your time. There is no rush for runs. Take your time. Trust the process. Then give some input. In my opinion, Shakib leaning over a little bit, played it too early, and got the leading edge. So so say, look, hold it. Don't rush. Right, play as straight as possible, and with Lytton Das
at the other end, yeah.
Yes, sorry, with Tamim's wicket, you say, look, it popped up, right? Get on top of the ball.
Rabada to begin a new over. Rather, Ngiti, my humblest apologies, defended, and there's nothing in it there for them. So a dot ball to begin, and Sean, it's so important when you are a batting side that you get on top of the opposition with the first ball of the over. And South Africa are on top here with how they've played early on here. 2 wickets inside the first 5. They'll be much happier between the 2 sides.
Yes. The plan would be get through this spell. Get through this spell. Almost say, look, it's okay. They're allowed to bowl well. They're bowling well. Let's get through this spell. They've already lost 2 wickets. Not the end of the world. Let them bowl through.
Ngiti in again, and this is just left alone through to Quinton de Kock for nothing at all. South Africa with the 3 changes, just a reminder, the 3 changes that are coming in. Quinton de Kock replacing Aiden Markram, and then the other 2 changes, Sean Parnell and Wayne Parnell and Tabraish Shamsi. So left and left coming into the side, but also a left armer left out in Marco Jansen. But I don't think he did really anything too bad in order to be omitted from the side, but maybe I'll ask your thoughts after this. And Ngiti in again and just beats the bat on the outside edge there of Lytton Das. No run. So, Marco Jansen did anything wrong?
I think he played really well. He put his hand up where he needed to, bowled according to the plan South Africa had or didn't have on the day. And the only logical explanation I can put or that comes to mind is they are racing him. They do have a busy schedule going into the winter. They are traveling abroad. He is a very lanky man, so you want to make sure that you are keeping your future prospect fit for as long as possible.
Yeah, I want to keep him fresh. This one is defended off the back foot. They immediately think about a single, but a sharp bit of fielding there at a backward point means that there's no opportunity for a single there. South Africa better in these past 2 games, Sean, in terms of fielding, and they've really stepped up their game. We've lamented on a number of occasions the skill of the South African fielding. It was poor in New Zealand, and in this instance back home, maybe they just felt like there's a bit of energy to be back once again in front of their home fans.
Yes, and fans, the crowd is coming in, and it is an exciting day here at the Pink ODI.
This one's left alone outside that off stump through to de Kock. And yes, the series was sold out very quickly, Sean, and that's what you want to see, cricket being supported live and in person, and cricket is back. You can tweet us at OneWorldSR, hashtag it Pledge Pink, PLEDG PINK, at OneWorldSR, the word world, and SR, and you'll be able to have a look at those tweets. And we want to hear your thoughts. Project Messi fan saying the first ODI, South African bowlers beat the bat many times, but luck wasn't with them. This time, Bangladeshi batters got some unplayable deliveries. Absolutely, Project Messi fan. Ngiti in once again. And just cut away. It's going over the top of Carverena. What a shot. Just using the pace of the ball there. And he's laced it through the coverage. And it's another boundary for Bangladesh. It's 12 for 2 after 5.
A bad ball is a bad ball. Even if a team is under pressure, bad ball must go. And that one went very quickly. No chance for Carverena. And luckily to the dugout end, he didn't have to run to the boundary.
We were talking about those Bangladesh fans early on in the encounter, and it's really them who have made the most noise. You can hear them if you come through and you have tickets to be able to hear them chant Bangladesh. Or on Friday, it was all Shakib. This time, he is out for a duck, and so Bangladesh having to rebuild here in the 5th over. Sean, it's just a funny old game is cricket, because you can be absolutely dominating your opposition, and then the next game, 2 days later, or a day later, really, there's only the Saturday in between. As Rabada comes now right on over the wicket to Mushfiqur, who just leaves this alone through to de Kock. It can be such a cruel game, because you can be thriving in one game and under pressure in the next.
Well, that's what separates the good teams and the great teams. Somebody, how can I say, batters, you're going to fail more times than you succeed. It's all about making sure that different batters succeed in every game to ensure that you are in a winning position for your team.
Short and wide from Rabada. It's cut over the top. It's a great bit of fielding from Lungi Ngidi to cut it off for third man. They'll just get 2. He worked hard for that one, did Lungi Ngidi. He had to scramble. He tucked it back and then bobbled it towards the boundary, and then with great skill tried to juggle it around his body as he lay on the ground. And so great work there from Ngiti to cut it off. But again, Sean, it's that gimme ball that you were talking about.
Yes, short, a little bit of room. The Bangladesh batters are not going to say no. They're going to climb into it every single time, which is what we saw in the first ODI.
Yeah, you can trust the bounce here at the Wanderers more often than not. There's a slight delay here for the game that is ongoing at the moment. Mushfiqur Rahim not happy with something, not quite sure what, but nevertheless, he's facing up to Rabarana, and he just defends this on the back foot, and it dribbles out to Carverena, who runs in from Gully to do the collection work there. Sean, are you happy with the changes for the South African side? I mean, it's left for left in terms of Parnell and Mark Janssen. Shamsi missing out in that first game. You might have thought that he was somebody that would have played on his home turf ahead of maybe Andile Peshakwara, but Rabada in again, right over the wicket pass Holstock, and this is just guarded in front of point where Maharaj cuts it off and they're not able to get a run. And then and Markram missing out as Quinton de Kock is once again fit.
Surprised? I am very surprised with the changes that have been made. Didn't think Marco Janssen deserved to be arrested in this game, but as I said, you want to ensure that your bowlers, especially your fast bowlers and your young fast bowlers, are taken care of.
Certainly, Rabada in once again, and this is tucked away off the hips of Mushfiqur Rahim, just bobbled up onto the onside where Quinton de Kock dispensed with his glove and threw the ball back into Carverena. So Carverena employing some sort of wicket-keeping skill there, as he took that one at the stumps on the bounce, and they get through for one. One ball remaining in the 6th. It's 15 for 2, and this game is an excellent one, Sean, because we didn't want one side to be dominating the other. When it comes to international cricket, you always want to see an even and fair contest. Rabada in once again, and this is a delivery which is short and on the line of the stumps. Mushfiqur try to sway out of the way there, rather Litton does try to sway out of the way there to just bobble it up over the wicket keeper and the slips that were waiting. He didn't get any bat on it, and that meant that the 6th over comes to a conclusion. It's 15 for 2 after 6, and you're listening to live ball coverage of the first one-day international between the second one international between South Africa and Bangladesh. It's brought to you by Eyewitness News.
Yes, I am Sean Maz, and this is David Midgley. Shamsi, I thought, was very unlucky to miss out in the first ODI, being one of the top spinners in the world. I thought that was very unlucky, but do you drop your vice captain? is always a question that comes to mind. And Wayne Parnell coming in for Andile Petruquayo. Andile Petruquayo didn't have the best of games in the first ODI, so maybe that is what it was. Give a chance, to Wayne Parnell and Andile Petruquayo not in form. Aiden Markram hasn't been scoring runs of late, so it is obvious when Quinton de Kock is available, he must play.
Sean, were you tempted with the opportunity for somebody like Wayne Parnell to come in, for maybe Lungi Ngidi to be left out? Based on the first game's performance, I know it's a difficult one, but they've persisted with Lungi Ngidi, and he's come right for them in the end here. He goes now right arm over the wicket to Mushfiqur Rahim, and it's a length ball that's just defended out to Carl Verena, who cleans that up inside the ring.
Lungi Ngidi has himself admitted that sometimes he tries something and he pulls that half tracker or that ball that's fallen wide, that half volley. So I would say really the first, maybe the first game of a series, he doesn't do as well as he had hoped, but he always comes back fighting.
Yeah, it's something that he'll want to improve upon, crucially with a World Cup in the 50-over format coming in once again. This is a length delivery that just held up and popped up off of Mushfiqur Rahim's gloves, and Rassie van der Dussen stealing in there to try and get on that or get to that delivery. Maybe he's thinking, Rassie van der Dussen, to say to Skipper Timber, come on, give us a helmet there, fella. I know I'm good under that helmet, and maybe an opportunity. An unconventional field placing it would certainly be.
I would, if I was Rassie van der Dussen, I would not do that against the side. Just purely self-preservation. To be like, yes, this is happening, but no, this is not happening. As Lungi Ngidi continues from the corner drum end.
Yeah, Tabrez Shamsi is the third highest South Africa one-day bowler, highest ranked South African one-day bowler at 25. The only two above him are Ngidi and Kagiso Rabare. And Ngidi now goes to Mushfiqur, and a nod of the head there from Mushfiqur, appreciating that delivery, beaten the bat, and Ngidi has his hands on his head there, Sean. It so nearly could have been a third wicket for South Africa.
The South Africans are much more consistent than they were against in the first ODI, and this is what's key. There were plenty of times in the first ODI where they did beat the bat, but they are a lot more consistent, stringing a lot more balls, placing them in the areas a lot more often. So wickets are bound to come.
Absolutely. Ngidi now makes his run up towards Mushfiqur Rahim. He goes in again. This is wide, and it's just dotted over the top of Carl Verena. A valiant dive from Carl. It was a half shot. He had to really stretch for that one in order to get his hand to that one. So nearly could have carried there, and they get through for 3 in the end now, and that means the score goes up to 18 for 2, and we've got 2 balls remaining in this one.
Yeah, it's a short, wide delivery. Almost want to say, why didn't you, fully have a go at it?
It's a half shot, really. It was like the ball didn't come onto the bat as much as he wanted. Maybe he's there on it.
But even still, he got into a good position very early and just stopped himself. Whereas if he had gone for it, definite boundary.
No, I agree with you. If you're going to play the shot, play the shot. Don't, half attempt it at all. Now we see Carl Verena is about 3 or 4 steps off the ring. He was much closer prior to that delivery. Ngidi in once again, and it's a ball that's short and pulled away. It's over the top of mid-wicket, and it'll run away to that mid-wicket boundary for 4. All that Rassie van der Dussen can do is collect it from the boundary holdings. 4 runs.
Yes, that is another gimme ball, 2 in a row. First one, Lungi Ngidi got away with it. This one, it's short, it's in the area, just has to help it over the top, and the quick outfield here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium helps it go to the boundary. Yeah,
absolutely. You're not going to miss out on an opportunity like that. Essentially a delivery that, like you said, the Bangladeshis would have struggled with in times gone by, but not in this instance. Lungi Ngidi to finish his over, passing Maria Rasmus over the wicket, and this is straight down on the pads, and a bit of work here for Kagiso Rabada to collect it deep square. He does so, and they'll only get 1 for it, and that is the conclusion of the 7th over. It's 23 for 2. They're going at 3.3 to the over in this partnership now with 15 after the early wickets. And if you want to support the Pledge Pink drive, you can send an SMS to 40374. 40374. Pledge Pink for a 20 Rand donation per SMS. And we've got your tweets as well on Twitter at OneWorldSR, and as well as if you hashtag it Pledge Pink, SMS Pledge Pink, hashtag Pledge Pink to 40374, and the donation will go to the Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital research towards fighting back and hopefully defeating breast cancer.
Yes, we have Kagiso Rabada continuing from the golf course end.
Slip dispense with surprise here, but Temba Bavuma himself is the man who will be at a close-in point. So maybe expecting that cut shot that doesn't quite carry all the way. Rabada in again. It's a short delivery, sways out the way. Looks like he's gloved it. And Adrian Holstock has given it out. It was a nothing shot there from the man at the wicket, Lytton Das. He swayed out of the way there, Sean, but it caught the gloves on its way through to Quinton de Kock, and South Africa have a third.
Couldn't drop his hands quickly enough, and he is caught wanting. A bit of a troublesome time for the Bangladesh bowlers. Almost 7 overs, 3 wickets down. Very unfortunate, but also you can credit some good bowling, but also some poor batting decisions are made here at the Wanderers.
Completely against the run of play here, Sean. We've lamented the South African poor performance and lauded the Bangladeshi performance, but today it seems that fortunes have been shifted. Right, new man at the wicket, Yasir Ali. He's only got 5 games under his belt with 150. He's averaging 17, and his highest score coming in the previous game where he scored 50 against South Africa. And he'll want to get more of that from the bat today, but he's under some serious pressure with Bangladesh. Less than 30 runs on the board, and they're 3 down. Sean, the 3 down for not much on the board actually reminds me of that World Cup game in which Jamin Vaz got a hat-trick from the first 3 deliveries of a World Cup game, and that not being the case today. But sometimes, Sean, that kind of memory just sticks with you if you're a Bangladesh player.
Yes, the Bangladesh players will be looking to want to steady the ship. They need to get to drinks. They need to stop losing wickets and keep working from here.
Absolutely. And now an opportunity for Bangladesh to, as you said, re-steady the ship. Yasir Ali on strike to Rabada, and it's a lovely delivery from KG. Welcome to the crease, sir, as he just sways out of the way of that one. He was able to get his gloves out the way in time there, and so there was no real danger for Yasir Ali.
The enforcer in action. He is here. This is his home ground, and the Pink Day is very special for everybody here that calls the Imperial Wanderers Stadium home.
Well, it's imperious that South Africa got off to a good start, and they did exactly that. And that one just shortened through to the wicketkeeper for no run. Halfway through the 8th, and it's 23 for 3.
Lots of questions to be asked here from the Bangladeshis. Was it the right decision to bat first? Will be the first question they ask. The next question: decision making at the crease.
Absolutely right on over the wicket, and he's drilling it. Oh, so nearly could have been taken at first slip. Yanaman Malan having to take it would have been a fantastic catch if it had been able to be grasped. Full on drive there from Yasir Ali, and just was in and out of the hands of the man at first slip, Yanaman Malan. God, so nearly could have been something.
If you're going to flash hard, and he went for it. But very little foot movement, rushed Yanaman Malan a little bit. So disappointing for him and for the South Africans, but hopefully it doesn't cost them too much.
Right home over the wicket, Kagiso Rabada from the golf course end, and it's another short delivery, and he just sways out of the way of that one. Does Mushfiqur Rahim, and an indication of wide from Adrian Holstock. So KG will have to bowl that one again.
I don't think Mushfiqur Rahim is very excited about another one being bowled at him from the enforcer Kagiso Rabada.
No, I don't think he will enjoy it at all. You know, they say the quicker you bowl, the quicker the ball goes to the boundary. But with vicious bowling like this, it's one that you'll struggle again. And it's a wide once again, this time outside the line of off stump. And so Kagiso Rabada has to bowl it once again. So the extra's up to 3 now, and 2 of them coming in this over.
Hopefully this isn't a sign of what is to come for the South Africans with regards to extras. They have given away too many in recent time. 17 in the first ODI. Hopefully that won't happen again.
Rabada in, and this is straight onto the body of Mushfiqur Rahim, and he just defends that. No run. Everybody seems to be excited to want to change hands, but Adrian Hallstock just reminding them, hold on, fellas, there's one more. There was 2 wides in that over, don't forget.
Yes, that short point, almost saying to Mushfiqur Rahim, you either if you're going to play there, you have to go over the top. You have to go over the top.
KG to finish this over, and it's a ball that's squared up Mushfiqur Rahim, but he's able to squeeze it away down to third man. They'll get 1 from it. It's 8 gone, 27 for 3 in this second Betway One Day International. It's Pink Day. Sean, you're wearing pink, I'm wearing pink. We look sharp, don't we?
As always. But David, you're always looking sharp.
Shameless flattery will get you everywhere. The South African kit, though, Sean, is a much more shocking pink than I think our somewhat muted palette is used to. The new kit sponsor decided to go with a much sharper, darker pink than the chalk and pale pink that we've become accustomed to with this South African squad on Pink Day.
David, I love it. I love it. This pink is bright. This new, the new sponsor has hit the nail on the head here.
Ngidi in to Mushfiqur Rahim, who just defends this on the front foot and loudly shouts to his opposition or opposite number at the other end, Yasir Ali, rather, that he will not be taking a run.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's brilliant, and almost as brilliant as the performances the South Africans are.
Certainly a motivator for all of you that are listening in with us at home. It's a South African performance that they'll be much happier with. Maybe just I'll describe this kit to you because you are listening via radio. Ngidi, right arm over the wicket, passing Murray Erasmus. It's on the hip of Mushfiqur Rahim and dawdles away down to the shortish backward square leg region. Rassi van der Dussen cutting things off. So, Sean, there's a green stripe, quite a thick green stripe down the outside of the pants leg. And then at the abdominal area, the stomach, there's almost like a blue that mixes in with the pink, or maybe it's green. It's difficult to see from the distance that we're at, but certainly a South African kit that we all want to get our hands on, and hopefully we'll be able to do so.
Yes, I think it's a fantastic kit that's, the beginning of a new era here for the South African team.
Absolutely. It's a new era as well in terms of South African cricket. This one is strained onto the pads and had been worked way down to fine leg. That'll probably be leg buys, and Murray Erasmus does their signal. So 1 for Mushfiqur Rahim, but it comes off the pads. So he won't be credited with the runs there. First leg buys of the game, Sean.
Yeah. Adds to the extras, but they won't be too disappointed by that. Ngidi is bowling to his plan. The plan is to bowl pretty straight, that off-stump line, shape it in, force the batters to play. That's why there are 2 slips backward point. Almost a single man in the covers, mid-on, mid-off, third man. Fine leg is coming back into the circle, and a deep square leg is going out. Probably for that ball that Ngidi bowls, that boundary ball.
Yeah, it's one that he didn't execute in the first game, and he so desperately would want to be able to do that again. And get in again. We were expecting the short ball for that man out of deep square, but it was a liner length delivery outside the off stump, and Yasir Ali is just far too comfortable to leave that one alone outside off. And good to see Mushfiqur Rahim is also supporting Pink Day. He's got pink on his pinky on the left hand and pink on the index finger on the right hand. He's got a pink glove and pink sticker. So the Bangladesh team also getting in the thick of things here at Pink Day, the 10th anniversary of Pink Day.
You can't help not get involved. It's a wonderful day here.
Wonderful effort as well. So Ngidi in again, and this is just defended on the front foot by Yasir Ali. There's one ball rather. We were ahead of the scorecard. 1 ball remaining in the 9th, and at the end of the 10th, we will be replaced by a wonderful pairing of Mpho Mutlane and Chris Tyndall Bisco. You can tweet us at OneWorldSR. We'll be able to read out your tweets and the lovely conversations going on Twitter, and we'll give you the latest tweet from Armchair Cricket Podcast after this over has been completed. Ngiti, unchanged in the field for the last one. So right arm over, 2 slips in place, and South Africa persisting with an attacking field. This has beaten the bat, and it's gone on the bounce to Quinton de Kock. It's wonderfully taken there. It can always be such a difficult one to collect comfortably, and that's where Quinton de Kock is sharp as nails behind the stumps. But Armchair Cricket Podcast saying at 23 for 3, Bangladesh were in a bit of trouble. The top order did so well at Centurion. That top order that turned up at Centurion didn't turn up today. Onus is on the less experienced Mamadullah and a plucky lower middle order that will have to fight back. It could have been 23 for 4 if Yanaman Malan had hung on to a tough one too. Sean was at that level that it was kind of on par with shoulder height, so you're not really sure if you want to go palms up or palms down. He decided to go palms down, and that's when it bubbled out. Rabada in for another over. It's short, and it will probably be signaled wide. There's an appeal from KG maybe to try and disappoint the umpire there. And I think they're going to go upstairs for this one, Sean. There was a feather on its way through to wicketkeeper Quinton de Kock, and they will review it. So, Sean, somewhat of a surprise. The South Africans didn't really seem convinced, but maybe to try and avoid the wide there, Sean.
Maybe to avoid the wide, but is it worth it with going with a review? Is the next question.
Well, certainly, if your opposition are 28 for 4 inside 10, and why not take the opportunity to be able to put them under further pressure?
But cricket is a funny game, and anything can happen. Lots of changes have happened. We've seen teams come and almost come back from these circumstances, but that ball has passed very closely to the bat as it went through to Quinton de Kock.
We're just going to see if there is a spike on the ultra edge, and there doesn't seem to be anything, Sean. So a wasted review for the South Africans. Bangladesh fans are cheering, and 9 gone, and there will be, we won't be complete with that over because KG, we won't start the new over because KG will be signaled wide, and so not out and wide, and South Africa wasted a review there.
Yeah, very confident there from KG. You would have thought that it was a catch, but unlucky this time, and hopefully this next ball will
make all the difference. Yeah, this one is left alone outside the off stump. It was a standard delivery. Nothing too venomous, nothing too mischievous about it.
Yes. A great start to their spell. I would like to believe this would be the last over from the 2 openers, Lungengidi and Kagiso Rabada, and we will be seeing a bowling change as well as a commentary change at the end of this over.
We've gotten a good spell here up front. For the 2 of us, this one is squeezed away onto the onside where Parnell will do the fielding, just straight to that time, and Fuller from Kagiso Rabada, and Mushfiqur Rahim just nibbling that one away down to fine leg. They got 1 for it, and we're 30 up inside 10 overs. It's a really pedestrian start here. And to add to it, Sean, those 2 wickets really making the difference for the South Africans in pink today.
Yeah, we're seeing some field changes.
Second slip being included here. Ed Markram on the park, so somebody must be off. Themba Bavuma in his captaincy role is that cover.
Lungengidi is off the field currently.
KG into Yasser Ali, who just dabs this to the point fielder for no run. Keshav Maharaj. Somewhat of a surprise, Sean. You wouldn't traditionally have your left arm spin at backward point, but he's been more than capable in keeping that region quiet.
Well, you could also argue that Marco Jansen wouldn't normally be at gully, but we have seen him.
Fair enough.
There, so an athlete's an athlete, I guess.
Absolutely. KG in once again, and this is defended on the back foot by Yasser. Much better line and length from Kagiso Rabada. But Sean, I mean, we've spoken about in brief how the pitch was going to play ahead of the first ball, but at 30 for 3, with cracks on the wicket and a green tinge in between those cracks, do you think South Africa would be concerned about the fact that they still have to bat on this wicket once it's received a lot of use?
I think it's going to hold up together. It's not going to change too much, and you've got a lot of people in this team that know these conditions, that have played on this pitch before. So, I think it will get easier as the day goes on.
KG in again for the 5th ball, just dabbed out to backward point there where Kesha Maharashtra the field. Change in the field was that fine leg before that delivery came into the ring with the man out at deep square having to square up with the boundary. Carl Verena, the South African second wicketkeeper, but the first choice in Test cricket. Surprisingly, somebody who wasn't able to get a contract in the latest round of centrally contracted players. Kagiso Rabada into Yasir Ali, who just defends us off of the back foot. KG shows us some fancy football footwork and collects that one as he chips it up into his hands. That is the end of 10. I have been David Midgley. Alongside me was Sean Mayers. And for the next 10 overs, you are joined by Chris Tyndale-Bisco and Paul Matrane. Hello, Chris, and good morning to you.
Yeah, fantastic morning. What a day for cricket. This is the best Johannesburg weather I've seen in a good long while. Doesn't look like it's going to get too hot, and sun all the way through as we see Wayne Parnell come into the attack for the first time in a while for South Africa. He bowled 1 over in that Netherlands series that was curtailed by Omicron, but before that, his last ODI game.
Yes, Chris, welcome to everybody. My name is Paul Matrane. You're listening to Ball by Ball commentary of this South Africa and Bangladesh ODI series on all the Prime Media platforms. That's Cape Talk, EWN News. It's 702 KFM as well. So it's really, really great to have you. As well as 947. Really great to have you while we take you through the next 10 overs. Wayne Parnell going to bowl his first over of the day from the caller drive end to Mushfiqur Rahim. This one is left arm over down the leg side, a little bit fuller this time, and played off the hip of Mushfiqur down to fine leg for a single. Kagiso's fielding at fine leg. Wayne's played 67 matches, Chris, taken 94 wickets at an average of 29. He is, best figures of 5 for 48 and then coming 5 for 64. He's in for Marco Jansen, more of a like-for-like replacement. I think the selectors are just trying to see that number 7 all-rounder spot, if they can maybe strengthen it with a little bit more batting, because Wayne's had a really great time with the bat. Second ball in from the he cuts Yasir Ali in a half. This ball going past that off stump, nearly shading that off stump, but Yasir Ali missing it entirely. He tried to get his bat down there in time, but luckily for him, it missed his bat, missed the stumps, and went straight through to Quinton de Kock. That is the first hint of inconsistent bounce.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that at Centurion as well, that delivery that kept really low from Dilip Etukwai's bowling. Just before we came on air, we were talking about Wayne Parnell's absence for a while. He hasn't played a huge amount of cricket for South Africa recently, just that game against the Netherlands.
Yes.
Before that, he had that cold pack.
Full ball outside the off stump, just defended out to the offside by Yasir Ali, just having to play at that on the back foot. Because of the angle, he's not sure whether to play and leave, depending on whether the ball's going to come back in or out. Hasn't probably faced Wayne Parnell in his life before, having only played 5 ODIs. And so he also just trying to make sure that it doesn't come back and take it off stump. So a little bit of a tentative period from him after scoring that 50 at Centurion. This one is cut away really lovely on a ball that was a lot wider and fuller to point for a single. Score 32 for 3, 2 balls left until the 12th over.
Yeah, so just as we were saying, Wayne Parnell, not a huge amount of cricket as of late. 2017, he played in the Champions Trophy for South Africa. He also played in that series against England just before that. That was the last time he took an ODI wicket for South Africa. We were looking at that in a game that South Africa ended up winning. He got the wicket of David Willey as he comes in again. This one just defended into the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run there.
Okay. Yes, that's been 1,756 days since he last took a wicket. So he'll be hoping to get that wicket tally to 100. He needs 6 to get there. So he'll be hoping to get a chunk of that. Today you can see Kagiso and Lungi have already taken 3 in their opening spell. Slip, they've got a third man, fine leg on the boundary, as this one's a short ball pulled down the leg side, picked up really well by Kagiso Rabada at fine leg on the bounce for a single off the bat of Mushfiqur Rahim. 33 for 3 Bangladesh are after 11 overs. It's been a while for Wayne. He's been around the world. Playing county cricket, playing all these T20 competitions.
Northamptonshire is a place where a lot of South Africans seem to find themselves at second division county side at the moment. Ricardo Vasconcelos is still there. I think Gareth Berger is South African born, but never played for South Africa. There we've had Richard Levy and Rory Kleinfeldt have played for them recently, as well as Brandon Glover, who's now part of the Netherlands setup.
So a lot of South Africans enjoying life in the north of England as we get this 12th over, got a bit of a break. Timber's trying to give Kagiso Rabada a field that he wants. We're getting Aiden Markham being sent to the point boundary, 1 slip, third man point on the boundary to the right-handed Mushfiqur. We've also got backward point in the ring, extra cover in the ring, wideish mid-on and mid-off, square leg in the ring, as well as a fine leg on the boundary, short ball outside the off stump, and left alone by Mushfiqur Rahim. These two are going to have to try and give Bangladesh the base they need to put up a competitive score. They managed to get to 300 at Centurion, but I don't think they might be able to do that today. They're losing those early wickets is because the top order is the Bangladeshi strength.
Yeah, we were comparing the 2 top sixes and how the Bangladesh side has almost 600 runs or 600 caps on the South African top 6. And
next ball in from Kagiso, just full on that off stump, just outside actually that corridor of uncertainty. Defended out on the front foot by Mushfiqur to Temba for no run.
They definitely haven't started as well as they did in that first ODI. And on that occasion, they got to 95 runs before losing their first wicket. Yeah, they're a little bit closer to how South Africa played in that first ODI. South Africa were 36 for 3 at the moment. Bangladesh 33 for 3.
And then you had those 2 monster partnerships between Temba Bavuma as well as David and Rassie van der Dussen, and David Miller and Rassie van der Dussen. Just wasn't enough on the day for the South Africans. Lots of aggression from that ball, back of a length, rising off of a length, and Mushfiqur just leaving his bat down as the ball goes past him over that off stump to Quinton de Kock for no run. It's actually very good to have Quinton de Kock back, partnering with Yanaman Malan. I've loved that opening partnership from them and want to see a lot more.
And it definitely does add that much needed experience in that South African top 6, and also pink day experience. Quinton de Kock's a man with a pink day 100.
Yes, and Mushfiqur gets a ball back of a length, and he gets a leaning edge trying to play down the leg side. He edged it all the way down to the fielder at backward point, who's now traversing more of a gully position. Is quite fine at backward point, but it was all on the ground, so no drama there for Bangladesh. Kagiso's bowled 2 balls to his 6th over, and has gone for 2 for 11. This one's a loose ball down the leg side, easy pickings for Mushfiqur, who plays it to win Parnell with fine leg on the boundary for no run. We've seen that square legs now moved out to the boundary, so we might get some short pitched bowling to Yasir Ali. There's only one fielder in front of square on the leg side. That's David Miller, and he's at mid-on. So there's a massive gap where if Yasir thinks he can pull well, he might get some runs there. He gets an edge, and it's caught. It's a short ball. It's caught him in no man's land. He didn't know what to do with his hands, and his bat was in the way. Got the glove, and it went up in the air, and he's caught by that fielder who was that fly-ish gully. And backward point, Keshav Maharaj, second catch of the day. Really good wicket for South Africa. Kagiso's on fire. Most importantly, South Africa's on fire in pink, and it's 34 for 4.
That's the end of Yasir Al Chowdhury. Managed 2 runs of 14 deliveries in the end. Closer to how he played against Afghanistan, where he struggled to get off the mark. Then he played brilliantly in that first ODI against South Africa, but not the same today. So Bangladesh now find themselves 34 for 4 after 12 overs. And giving KG that 6th over looks like the right move. They may keep him on. You want him as a death bowler, but if they carry on bowling like this, then it probably won't be a death to bowler.
Sean Pollock was telling us he thought the game was going to be done by 3 p.m. I think we might be done by 1 at the latest if the game goes this way. But it brings in a very experienced man, 205 matches, Mohamed Mahmudullah, 25 50s, 300s, 4,537 runs to his name. He has scored runs before. He averages 34, so don't be fooled by the average. He can still hurt you. And Mushfiqur and Mahmudullah in together gives you a very experienced partnership that's been together for Bangladesh for close to a decade.
Yeah, we were talking about this a lot in the first ODI. The fact that this top 6 is so experienced outside of Yasir Al-Chaudhry. There's 4 players in that top 6 that have played over 200 ODIs. If you compare that to that South African side, where not a single player has played over 200 ODIs, David Miller with the most at 140.
Chris, the question is, what's the difference between South Africa's bowling attack compared to St. German? We'll do that when Parnell resuming from the caller drive end to the new batter. Actually, not the new batter. It's actually Mushfiqur Rahim who drives this full ball, angling across him to the fielder at mid-on for no run. He's got a slip, backward point / fly gully, where Keshav took the wicket the previous over. Third man on the boundary, point on the boundary, extra cover, mid-on who's wide, mid-on who's very wide, as well as the 2 fielders behind square on the leg side, square leg, and finally on the boundary. Next ball a lot tighter on that off stump. Mushfiqur playing straight down the line of that ball, defending that on the front foot. It just squirted out to Keshav, who is backward point, fly gully for no run. 34 for 4. Bangladesh need to do something, but what have the Proteas done?
I guess capitalizing on those wickets. One, I mean, the pitch has been a lot bouncier for one. There does seem to be more in it for the bowlers, but when they've taken wickets, they've managed to keep that momentum and keep the pressure on the batsmen. You were talking about these 2 players having played a lot together. This is now the 65th time that they've batted together in ODIs, averaging 41.
Averaging 41, and that nearly ended that one, that partnership, the 65th partnership ball, rising off a good length, full. Actually back of a length, rising up above that off stump, just outside on that 5th stump line. Mushfiqur looking to play that on the back foot. He pulled his bat out just in time. Playing a miss, you would call it, but South Africa in the business. They found their lines. They found that line in it very quickly. It's that 5th stump line, little bit of back of a length, not top of off. And it's worked them well. They're actually aiming for the splice of the bat rather than necessarily trying to get the top of off stump. And there's an LBW appeal from Wayne Parnell as he wraps Mushfiqur in front. He didn't even look back at the umpire. He ran all the way down like a celeb appeal, similar to Vernon Philander. And South Africa have their first wicket. But Wayne has his first wicket in 1,756 days in ODI internationals for South Africa. 34 for 5. Bangladesh are in serious trouble.
Yeah, reset that counter on Wayne Parnell's career. 11 runs off in the end for Mushfiqur Rahim, or 12 runs off 30 deliveries, 31 deliveries in fact. And that partnership average goes slightly down, that Mahmudullah Mushfiqur Rahim.
That was a back of a length ball, but it stayed low. It stayed very, very low, coming in onto that off stump this time. He was coming in, when Parnell was moving well into that off stump, trying to attack the stumps a lot more, and he's come through with a wicket. I'm loving the fact that he is attacking the stumps, whereas the other ones were bowling very aggressively, back of a length, trying to make the batters play as much as possible. They were getting all these edges that were popping up, hitting the gloves, trying to hit the bat hard, hit the bat high, and causing the Bangladeshis some trouble. At Centurion, I thought they bowled too short to worry the Bangladeshis, and that Centurion pitch isn't as hard as this one. So a lot of the short balls were easily pulled to square leg, whereas these ones are hard to control. South Africa, 34 for 5, a great response from the poor performance they had in Centurion on Friday night.
Yeah, maybe it's just the magic of Pink ODIs. South Africa, this is now the 10th Pink ODI that they played. They won the first 6, lost the next 2, but won the last one. So currently a record of 7-2 in Pink ODIs.
Pink ODIs have always been a great occasion for South African cricket. There's always entertainment. There was that one West Indies game where A.B. de Villiers went wild and was entertaining the crowd with, I think, the fastest century.
Yeah, fastest 50, fastest 100. And if he got one more run, it would have been the fastest 150 as well. He ended up getting the fastest 150 just a little bit later in that World Cup against the West Indies.
It's a really good start from the South African bowlers. Temba Bavuma bemoaned the bowling attack and the bowling performance at Centurion, but he's gotten a much, much better response from here. South Africa attacking Afif Hussain is in. He will be facing Wayne Parnell with 2 slips, left armour over the wicket to the left-handed batter who just plays this one on the front foot coming forward to the ball. That was slightly fuller, and he plays that out to Kagiso at fine leg at third man for a single score. Goes up to 35 for 5. That ball crept low. There's a lot of cracks in this pitch, and you get a sense that the South Africans, especially Wayne, has been attacking certain cracks here. It's very flaky and a very more like a day 4 test match pitch, even a day 5 test match pitch. The way it looks,
yeah, in terms of appearance, definitely it looks like a very cracked pitch with green around the cracks.
It's very dry. You can see it. You can see that it's quite a dry pitch. So maybe batting second could be a struggle if you got up around about 220, 230. But South Africa making sure that they get through. As some of the Bangladeshi fans are supporting their team, they know the team's in trouble. Wayne Parnell coming into Mahmudullah with a slip, and he gets a ball, beautiful ball that beats the bat, good length, fuller length outside that off stump. Mahmudullah coming forward, not getting any of it, going through to Quinton de Kock for no run. South Africa in the insurgency here and in the ascendancy, and they're pushing on, really putting the foot on the gas now and trying to make sure that their chase isn't as much as they would have anticipated before they left the dressing room.
Not an unfamiliar position here for Bangladesh. They're 35 for 5 at the moment. In that recent Afghanistan series, they were actually 28 for 5 in one of the matches that they went on to win. They scored 219 on that occasion because Mehdi Hassan and Afif Hussain is at the crease now.
702.
Add your voice.
Have your say.
Let's walk the talk.
Kagiso Rabada to start the 13th over.
His 7th on the trot.
And it's his 7th over on the trot. You've got Afif Hussain getting ready to face Kagiso. He is a left-handed bat, is Afif Hussain. Kagiso is going to be coming right on over from the golf course end. 1 slip, got a third man. Backward point, conventional point. Extra cover in the ring, as well as off in the ring, as Kagiso bowls a short ball tight on that off-stump line, forcing Afif to sway away from that, and he didn't get any bat on that. You would say today Bangladesh are falling to a lot more short balls than you would have thought.
Right. I think they've just seemed to have been rushed a little bit. Maybe it is that extra speed in the pitch, but they're trying to play the same shots or similar deliveries, but just haven't seemed to have enough time.
Yes, Kagiso now with a second slip, extra covers now gone to second slip down the leg side. Afif Hussain getting a healthy helping of that with his bat, and he got it very, very fine going down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
That takes Bangladesh to 39 for 5 now. Afif Hussain moves on to 5. And as I was saying, not unfamiliar ground for Bangladesh in that Afghanistan series. They found themselves 28 for 5, even worse than they were here, and then 45 for 6 before Afif Hussain and Mehdi Hassan Miraz managed to put together a massive partnership that took Bangladesh to 219. So this innings by no means done at the moment.
Kagiso into Afif Hussain. This one going across him on the back of a length, defended back on the back foot to the leg side for no run. There are 3 leg side fielders, fine legs on the boundary, square legs in the ring, as well as mid wicket in the ring. So South Africa employing a lot of test match field in this inning so far, and really reaping the rewards. Temba Bavuma's captaincy has been amazing so far. This one is short and wide and slapped to point for 4. A really good shot from Afif Hussain. He latched onto a bad ball from Kagiso Rabada. Very few bad balls, but nonetheless getting the 4 runs, and most importantly, moving this team to 43.
Yeah, that one just to the left of a diving carburetor. He's now been pushed back out to the boundary. He was fielding just on the ring in the covers, and now he's on the offside as a sweeper as Temba Bavuma replaces him just on the edge of the square. It would have been a fantastic catch, but I think he didn't end up getting anywhere.
Slip out, extra cover in. The man at the point boundary now is in. Kagiso with the ball on that off stump. They're going to run for a quick single, as Afif was saying. Played a hit and run, and it went onto the square. Backward point was running. He couldn't get his hands onto the ball quick enough to make a decent throw. And it's a scary single for Bangladesh, but sometimes you need to take some risks to be rewarded.
Yeah, it ended up looking pretty safe in the end. I think it was just the hesitancy when they were halfway down the pitch that made us feel like there was a run-out opportunity. 44 for 5, one left in the 14th.
Yes.
Rabada has gone for just 24 in the 7 overs with 3 wickets to show for it.
Kagiso in with one slip into this one is a lot straighter to Mahamadullah, the right-hander, and he plays that out to the leg side on a back of a length ball. The fields on the leg side were all on the boundary, and it was an easy single to be taken there. End of that over. It's 45 for 5 after 14 overs. We are going to take drinks, so we're going to take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back soon, in a few seconds, while we play this.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
What commentary is that?
And we're back again. Remember, you're listening to One World Sports Radio in partnership with Prime Media. You're listening to ball by ball commentary of this Bangladesh and India series on all the Prime Media platforms. It's 947, 702, Cape Talk, KFM, and EWN. That's Eyewitness News. Please do send through your comments on Facebook as well as on Twitter at One World SR. We'll be looking out for those. And my name is Mpumdlani. I've got Chris Tyndall Bisco, South Africa, Bangladesh of 45 for 5 in a game where they were looking to win the series. Yeah. In South Africa. They won the first ever game in South Africa on Sunday, Friday night, but they started really badly in the game where they need to win the series. It's one of those phenomena where if you've been an underdog, you win one game. The next game, you're probably going to let yourself down because of all the adrenaline and excitement and the energy it took to win the first game.
And then I think there's also a fire that's under the opposition. South Africa will feel hurt after that first ODI and come out with a real point to prove. And they have done that so far.
Yes, and this is what we see from South Africa. It's just unbelievable. South Africa have started, I don't know, the last series since 2021, apart from the West Indies. West Indies was just a lovely time, apart from that T20 series. Actually, from that West Indies T20 series, they've lost or drawn the first match of each series. And I'm calling it a draw because the Netherlands game was a no result.
Right. And I guess if you count the India series, the Test and the ODIs as one package rather than the ODIs as their own series. So the first match against the new opposition, South Africa, seems to be in a bit of a slump. It makes more sense in that New Zealand series where they were jet lagged, they had only just come out of quarantine. Ashwal Prince was talking about how Bangladesh actually approached that same series when they went there, that they had a longer time to acclimatize, they had a warm-up match, and that's a big reason as to why they were able to win that test in New Zealand.
We want to just congratulate our colleague at the SABC, Zolani Bongo. He's commentating on his 250th ODI commentary. I've grown up listening to Zolani Bongo, so congratulations to him, and we wish him many, many more ODIs to come, hopefully with some of our own commentators with him as well, because I think he's a really lovely voice in the commentary booth. So you've got Wayne Parnell. We're back, ready. He's standing at the corner drive end. One slip, backward point. Third man, point on the boundary with extra cover, catching as the next ball is full. His first ball of the over, full. On that off stump, driven to David Miller at extra cover. He's diving around on the square. I wouldn't be wanting you to dive around on the square a lot, but David Miller seems to be a really great fielder for South Africa. Temba Bavuma's at mid-off to control things. Mid-on is very wide, that's swinging Ngiti. Then you've also got that short ball package of a square leg on the boundary as well as fine leg on the boundary. In case you just want to throw a short ball in, as Wayne Parnell comes in, he bowls a full one and Mamadula plays that off his pads around his pads, 2 square leg for a single. Easy runs for him down the leg side. Score moves up to 46 for 5. South Africa have this game in the scruff of their necks, the scruff of their hands, actually, or fully.
Or by the scruff of the neck.
Yes, or holding this game by the scruff of the neck. That's the correct metaphor. The Bangladeshi fans are still in full force with the biggest flag I've ever seen of any country. The question's always been, do they you would fold it up and just hold it for the moment when Bangladesh comes. The last time they were here was 5 years ago. Wayne Parnell into Afif Hussain, back of a length ball. Afif defending that on the back foot, looking to get a run, and he pushed it out to back a point of 4, no run.
So Bangladesh still 46 for 5 after 14.3. The run rate's a little bit lower than what we saw throughout their first innings in the first ODI, just 3.2 at the moment, and that's clearly as a result of the wickets and the pressure that it's put on the top order. At the moment, Mamadullah and Afif Hussain are at the crease. Afif on 10, and he's taking strike. This one gets a thick outside edge, which runs down to third man as they strut through for a single. And Afif moves on to 11. Mamadullah will face the final delivery of the 15th over.
Yes. Last delivery of the 15th over. Just these two are going to try to find a way to solidify this partnership, take it as deep as possible. When you've lost early wickets, especially with the Russell Domingo style of playing ODI cricket, you want to try and get yourself as deep as possible to give yourself a chance to putting something down that your bowlers can bowl at. What a peach of a ball from Wayne Parnell. It's on the back of a length. Mamadullah coming forward to that one. It went past that splice of the bat, didn't get any edge on it, but Mamadullah bringing that bat forward more in hope of not getting an edge than knowledge and wisdom, as that one was a really lovely ball that kind of moved away from him as it got to the bat. Wayne Parnell really toying with the Bangladeshis right now.
This partnership is now up to 12, which is already the second highest partnership in the innings.
We've got a dead ball. Wayne Parnell had to abort his run-up. But Parney's just getting the ball to just move away a little bit, come back into the left-hander, just causing a lot of questions. Remember, we saw with Yasir Ali, he didn't know which way Parnell was going to swing the ball in, or seam the ball in is more appropriate. And he really did struggle. And we're seeing that Mamadullah, the right-hander, is also struggling as we go, as we wait for Wayne Parnell to bowl again. I think he's injured now. Looks as though he is injured, and we're bringing the physio out.
That would be a major blow for the South Africans, because they've picked an 11 where they need their 5 bowlers to bowl all of their overs.
But the good thing for you, Chris, if Bangladesh are 5 down, so you don't necessarily have to employ a 6th bowler. It is just one ball. Maybe Timber could bowl that one ball, and then you still have to bear Shamsi as well as Keshav Maharaj to start. The only problem is that because you only have 3 seamers and you drop the 4th seamer for this game, Bangladesh have struggled against seam. So this pair would be comfortable playing spin a lot more, even though Taber Shamsi is one of the world's best spinners in limited overs cricket. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how Timber navigates this period. But Wayne Parnell at this point is getting some treatment. So we just to remind you that this broadcast is brought to you by this broadcast of the South Africa Bangladesh ODI series is brought to you by the Prime Media platforms in conjunction with One World Sports Radio, 947 702 Cape Talk, KFM, and EWN, partnering with us to bring you this ODI series.
702.
Add your voice.
Have your say.
Let's walk the talk.
Yes.
So we saw Shakib Al Hasan and Temba Bavuma both struggle with hamstring issues in that first ODI, and both of them managed to come back strong and fighting. But fast bowler might be a little bit more pressure as we see Wayne Parnell receiving attention at the moment. And now it
looks like it's his hamstring.
Yeah.
And so the physio is out.
Very important that either South Africa don't bowl the full 50 overs or that Wayne Parnell comes back, because outside of the top 5, we really don't have other bowlers. Aiden Markram, who sometimes falls in some overs for South Africa, is out of the 11 today. And in that top 6 batting order, it's very much wicket keepers and full-time batsmen. Temba Bavuma, we've seen him bowl in times of desperation in the test side, when he almost got a wicket off his first ever delivery when we were down, when South Africa were in Australia.
He bowled
but it
no
ended
ball.
up being a no ball.
Yeah, so Temba's going to be bowling, but remember, it is the pink day. So far, 5 boundaries have been scored, 4 fours, and they've made 5,000 rand in donations in total.
So 1 ball left in this over, and that will be bowled by Temba Bavuma, and that will conclude the 15th. That's a real concern for South Africa. Wayne Parnell's able to walk off the pitch, but obviously there's a big difference between being able to walk and being able to bowl as fast as he does. So Temba Bavuma, we're going to get his right arm quicks.
Let's see what Tim is going to do. He's got 5 fielders on the offside and 4 on the leg side, 5 catching in the ring. Timber comes in, he bowls right on medium pacer, and it's a full ball on that off stump line. Mamadula defends it out to extra cover, and this is a moment we all will remember for a while, or maybe Chris will remember as a statistician. Timber bowled his first ball in ODI cricket to Mamadula, and it was obviously largely due to the Wayne Parnell injury. End of that over, you've got 15, after 15 overs, 47 of 4-5.
Now, some interesting maths to do. It looks like Tabraiz Shamsi is going to be coming into the attack, and I think the plan for Temba Bavuma will be to try and get Bangladesh out as quickly as possible. That's obvious most of the time, but even more so when you suddenly find yourself short of probably 7 overs, 7 overs of bowling. Because if you look at that top 6, Quinton de Kock's obviously not going to be bowling. Jan Malan doesn't really bowl. Kyle Verreynne doesn't really bowl. Temba can bowl in moments of desperation like this. David Miller doesn't really bowl. It's a tough position for them to find themselves in. So they'll be hoping that X Factor Tabraiz Shamsi, who I feel was sorely missed in that first ODI. So used to seeing him in the late middle order overs, just taking lots of wickets. As South Africa is also behind on the over rate. That's something, another reason to try and conclude the innings within the 50 overs.
Yes.
Or bring on the spinners as they have done so now.
So, Tabraiz Shamsi, best figures of 5 for 49. He's played 34 matches for South Africa, taken 44 wickets. He's also nearing a milestone. His best at 549 is against Sri Lanka in Colombo last year in 2021-22. It was a Super League match. And remember, this game is also for Super League points. But remember today is all about pledging pink. So remember to tweet #PledgePink. Support the various Pink Day drives. Shamsi with a slip coming into Afif Hussain. Remember, he's a left-arm leg break bowler, and he gets one on that off stump. Afif plays it out to the fielder at catching mid-wicket or mid-wicket in the ring for no run. 1 slip, 1 backward point / fly gully, extra cover, point on the boundary, long off, long on the boundary, very wide. As it comes in again, Shamsi getting a little bit of turn now into away from the left-hander as Afif Hussain defends that one back. It was slightly shorter, but Afif Hussain just defended that off the back foot to the bowler, no run. Fine leg is in the ring. You've got square leg on the boundary as well. So Shamsi getting his bases covered with an orthodox field for him to a left-hander. As this one is short and cut by Afif Hussain. He didn't get any bat onto it. It was quicker and pushed quicker. And
this is the first time Tabraiz Shamsi's bowled in an ODI against Bangladesh. He played the 1 T20 against them on that occasion. He took 2 for 21 in his 4 overs.
Yes, Shamsi in again to Afif Hussain from that golf course end. So it's also a chance to see if there is some turn. Getting this next ball, getting a leaning edge, slightly fuller this time. Afif Hussain not taking a lot of stride forward to the ball, but defending that on the front foot. A bit of an edge that rolled out to the field at backward point. That was David Miller. A bit of turn from Tabraiz Shamsi. He's gotten some turn in this over. Remember, he is a leg break bowler, so they do get that natural turn with the way in which they present the ball. Another one hitting a full face of the bat, this time a much bigger stride from Afif Hussain to come forward to a full ball from Tubay Shamsi. And it is a dot ball, 47 for 5.
Yeah, so the only other time Tubay Shamsi's bowled against Bangladesh was in that T20 World Cup at the end of last year. On that occasion, he got the wickets of Liton Das and Shamim Hussain, who's not in the Bangladesh 11 today.
Shamsi into Afif Hussain, and this time he prods one forward into the point region, and they'll take an easy single as the fielder at point is actually on the boundary as a sweeper. That's Kyle Verena. And the end of that over 5 dots and a single, something Temba Bavuma will be very happy about as he's employing his 2 spinners in this game today. The question is, who's going to be taking over from Wayne Parnell from the caller drive end? And it's El Capitano himself, Umkokeli. Temba Bavuma getting ready to bowl his second, or his, I wouldn't even say it's
his first full over is maybe the best way to describe it. He bowled the one delivery at the end of Wayne Parnell's injury interrupted spell, and now we are going to see him continue. So he bowls his right arm medium quick of quite a short run up. I guess that's all you need. I was trying to think of another bowler who bowls a bit like him in international cricket. It's another very much part-time, Matthew Wade, who comes in off that short run up. And actually, Matthew Wade can bowl a lot faster than you expect.
Timber's field to the left-handed Afif Hussain. Quinton de Kock is standing up to him. Backward point, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off in the ring, mid-wicket in the ring. So is a fine leg. Third man is out as Timber bowls a full ball outside the off stump, slightly wide and horizontal bat shot drive down to Lungengiti at mid-off, no run. Timber's going to resume again. He's got a long on as well. And this one's a good ball on the back of a length. And Afif Hussain, all he can do is just punch that out to point of 4 no run. The Bangladesh is going to look to try and attack Timber Bavuma. These are 7 overs you can get. These are bonus 7 overs you could possibly get. Oh, Timber's full on off stump this time. And Afif Hussain can only defend that out to the offside. His leg side field is mid-wicket in the ring, fine leg in the ring, square leg on the boundary, and so is long on the boundary. You've also got point on the boundary as well for the defense. There's a next ball slightly down the leg side. Afif playing it off his hip, looking for a single coming down the wicket, but you don't take singles to David Miller many times as he was steaming in from mid-wicket.
I think the length of this experiment may be dictated by exactly how the Bangladeshis do address him. If Timber's not going for runs, he'll probably keep himself on if they try to target him.
Kelly in again, full on off stump, just forcing Afif Hussain to defend that back to him. So far, Timber has not conceded a run in his 6 balls. He's completed his first over in international cricket. He's about to bowl his 7th because Wayne Parnell is injured. And so he had 1 ball left in that over. And Timber to complete his first full over. And this one's driven over the top of the fielder at extra cover on the up. It'll race away to the boundary for 4. Timber concedes his first runs as a bowler in international cricket.
Or at least in ODI cricket.
In ODI cricket.
Just over the head of Yanaman Malani. He put in a bit of a jump and stuck his hands up, but I think it was a good meter or 2 over his head in the end.
52 for 5, South Africa. Afif Hussain now moves to 16 as he got a lovely half volley to end that over. 17 overs in. Remember, this broadcast was brought to you by Prime Media and One World Sports Radio, as well as Cape Talk.
You're with Cape Talk.
Temba Bavuma's bowling probably didn't form a huge amount of the analysis and pre-match planning in the Bangladeshi side, and that's why they defended him out for the majority of that over. As we see Tubay Shamsi continue from the golf course end.
Yes, 1 slip, extra. Leg slip, which is okay. Leg slip, short third man in the ring, extra cover, mid off, long on, mid wicket. Deep mid-wicket as Tubay Shamsi bowls one across Mahmudullah, the right-handed Mahmudullah, left arm over to the right-handed Mahmudullah. It's full, driven out to extra cover, no run. There's a field on the boundary at point, the sweeper. We've also got 2 sweepers, 1 backward square leg and 1 deep mid-wicket. Not necessarily cow corner, a lot straighter than cow corner as Shamsi comes in to Mahmudullah. This one's pitching on off, turning into Mahmudullah. He plays that on the back foot, back to the bowler. No run. Too short to sweep. Too full to sweep. And also too straight to cut. Or even try and noodle around the corner. Really good bowling from Shamsi. Comes in again, 52 for 5. A lot fuller this time on that off stump, defended back to the bowler, no run. There's a lovely period for the South Africans who are denying the Bangladeshis any runs. They're only getting a few runs here and there. They did get the boundary at the end of Timber's over, but before then only got 1 run in Shamsi's previous over. And good to see that not only are they not taking wickets, even if they're not taking wickets, the South Africans are... next ball turned prodigiously as Mamadula came forward to play at that. Not sure if it got an edge. It actually did an umpire signaling buys. It beat Quinton de Kock and went all the way down to the boundary for 4 behind the keeper. Some really good bowling from Tabraiz Shamsi. Lots of turn there, Chris.
Yeah, and that's why they have the leg slip. Obviously, the stock delivery into the right hand is going to be turning into him. You're far more likely to get him edging one that's a little bit straighter towards leg slip than getting a thick outside edge.
Through the gate. It turned through the gate. Mamadula looking to play a ball that looked like it was going wide, but it turned well inside his inside edge, and he missed it. And so did the keeper. The foot is down the leg side, and leg slip coming in. That one bouncing just in front of Yanaman Malan. 56 for 5. 1 ball remaining. Chance there for the South Africans.
Yeah, I think Tabraiz Shamsi can take huge heart from the 2 deliveries we've seen. He hasn't taken a wicket, but he's really shown the spin that he has, and he's tested the batsman.
Shamsi in for the last ball of the 18th over. He traps Mamadula on the pad. He's taken a large front foot stride. There's a bit of an LBW appeal, but the South Africans don't look interested at all. 4 runs coming off of that over.
Just the buys in the end. So no
just
runs off the bat there.
56 for 5. 18 overs gone.
This partnership now up to 22. So a little bit of a recovery from the Bangladeshi batsmen. That's something we said that they're very capable of doing. As we're going to see Temba continue, we'll see if the batsmen treat him with the same reverence as they did for the first 5 deliveries of that last over.
Temba's field, similar to the ones before, it's got that extra cover, long on, long off, point on the boundary, backward point. Third man is in the ring, so is fine leg. Long on is down, so is long off. Mid wicket in this ring, as well as square leg on the boundary. This one is full and driven by Afif Hussain to the fielder, that's Lungingiti at long off for a single. So Temba will be bowling his first ball to Mamadula, who is a right-handed batter. So it's going to be interesting to see how he bowls there.
Captain versus captain here.
Yes, captain versus captain. Quinton de Kock telling Tabraiz Shamsi not to go out. Similar field to the left-handed Afif Hussain, but this time on the opposite side of the field. Bavuma into Mamadula, fallen off stump, defended by Mamadula on the front foot. Temba fields off his own bowling.
Quinton de Kock up to the stumps here. I don't think Temba will be too offended by that fact. That last delivery, 121 kilometers an hour.
He's generating some decent pace. Is a Temba Bavuma here, 121 Ks. Mkokeli driven on the up, but it's a bump ball all the way to David Miller, who defends that at extra cover, no run. Temba creating the pressure that he would want from his bowlers himself. It's one of those things, if you want things done correctly, you might as well do them yourself. And he's doing it himself. So that's really good to see. Bavuma coming in. Down the leg side, it's played to square leg. The fielder is Rasif van der Dissen, who will pick that up for a single. He'll take those singles, 58 for 5, as Mamadula goes up to 3.
Do you think part of the reverence he's been treated with is the fact that these batsmen don't want to go out, to Temba Bavuma especially?
No, but this is the period where you have to attack. If you're looking at the bowling line of South Africa, the guys you'd be looking and you'd have planned before would be Maharaj, as well as maybe Wayne Parnell. But obviously now with Temba Bavuma in, it should be a little bit easier to play. This one across the left-handed Afif Hussain, full ball. He didn't have enough room to cut it. He could only just play that down onto the pitch, out to the fielder at extra cover. That is Yanama Milan, 400 rand. Final ball of Timber's over, or of the 19th over. And it's driven really well, slightly wider this time and fuller by Timber, over pitched, but driven to Rassie van der Dissen at the point boundary. For the single end of the over is 59 for 5. This broadcast, you're listening to ball-by-ball coverage of the first ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by 702.
702.
Add your voice.
Have your say.
Let's walk the talk.
So 1 over left from our stint here. South Africa, well, after 19 overs, South Africa's managed to take 5 wickets. Bangladesh find themselves 59 for 5. But a little bit of a recovery, this partnership, all the way up to 24 now, with Afif Hussain down 17 of 22. Mamadilla, a little bit more circumspect, down 3 of 15 deliveries, as Tabraiz Shamsi's going to be bowling his 3rd over on the golf course end. Just 1 run off the bat so far in the 2 overs that he's bowled, and then those 4 byes that we saw in the last over.
6 overs without a wicket. Bangladesh will be really happy about that to kind of stem the run flow, the wicket flow, as Tabraiz resumes to Afif Hussain with a slip in tow. This one's a little bit straight, and Afif coming forward on the stride, playing that past the bowler to the fielder at long off for a single. That brings in the right-handed Mahmudullah, who had a very interesting previous over to Tabraiz Shamsi. Missed a straight one, missed one that turned in, had one, nearly got caught down the leg side. So it's going to be interesting to see what Tabraiz has in his bag of tricks. Another one, ball outside the off stump, played out to the offside, but the fielder at short third man picking that up. No run taken by the Bangladeshi batter, 60 for 5.
The lack of a slip on the offside may discourage Shamsi from bowling too many wrong-ons. I think he's going to tend to favour his normal stock leg break.
And he bowls a leg break. Mahmudullah comes forward to that one and defends that back to the bowler for no run.
So Bangladesh 60 for 5 with 3 deliveries left in the 20th over.
Bangladesh looking to win the series here in South Africa for the first time. It hasn't gone well, but they're still in it with a chance. These two batters have done this many times before, as a sweep shot comes out to a very full ball, and it goes to fine leg, or, well, Dave Miller was fielding at square leg on the boundary, and he got just a single taken off of that one. That's a nice release shot for Mahmudullah. He looked like he was finding himself in a little bit of trouble to Tabraiz Shamsi.
Yeah, but I don't think Shamsi will mind too much. Those sweep shots, although Mahmudullah is an expert and he's played that shot thousands of times, just had that increased chance of the ball squirting up in the air.
And there's a slog sweep coming out from Afif Hussain. He slipped that over to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a 1 bounce for a really good shot. Shamsi over pitching it slightly, and that coming into the slot for Afif Hussain, who's looked a lot more comfortable than his more experienced batting partner, and that shot showed everybody about his comfort to the spinners. As we mentioned, losing out on Wayne Parnell makes it a little bit easier for the Bangladeshis because they get a lot more overs of spin and the medium pace of Temba Bavuma.
And I think that's a delivery he was waiting for. There was no one near that Kyle corner or deep long on region. And as soon as there's that straighter one that you can line up.
What do you call that? Is that captaincy by experience or by desperation? As we see the fielder go out to deep mid wicket. And the last ball of Shamsi's over, full on off stump. That's the end of the 20th over. 65 for 5 Bangladesh are. Afif Hussein's on 23. Mahmudullah's on 4. You're listening to ball-by-ball coverage of the first ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by KFM. The voices you'll be hearing after this will be that of Tebo Taela as we take a little bit of a break and a commentary.
702.
Add your voice.
Have your say.
Let's walk the talk.
Okay.
Because Ken is gone. Yes, welcome back to Wanderers here, where South Africa are taking on Bangladesh in the second of 3 one-day internationals. Bangladesh won the toss and elected to bat, and Temba Bavuma is coming. Yes, Temba Bavuma from the corner drive end, right arm medium over the wickets. And this one blocked to cover for no run, 1.5 overs behind the over rate at the moment.
Yes, this is a very interesting period of play as South Africa are stealing overs effectively with Timber Bavuma's bowling and Wayne Parnell being out. It's as though Wayne Parnell is bowling.
It feels like it.
It feels like it, but Timber's doing a stellar job right now.
Keeping it tight outside that off stump. This is a good length delivery, a square block all the way down to deep point for a quick single. 66 for 5. And when you lose a bowler like this through injury, it's nothing that you can really prepare for. Some fans would say that this is where Aiden Markham would come in handy in the side, but some people I saw in the commentary box not keen for that. But yes, South Africa a bowler down as Bangladesh continues to bat. Temba Bavuma coming right arm over. He's bowling some medium balls outside the off stump, blocked for no run.
Look, I don't think anybody expects South Africa to go in knowing that they're going to get an injury. And so even in the first ODI, Aiden Markham didn't bowl.
That's true.
They used 5 bowlers. So that's what their plan was. It's just obviously injury occurring, unfortunately.
A good length delivery. It's very straight. This one played off the back foot, off the off stump, the left-handed Asif Ali. He's looking good for his 23 at the moment, isn't he?
Yes, Afif Hussain looking really good for Bangladesh. He's trying to cement his place in the side.
This delivery, it's almost a half volley, a bit fuller than a good length outside the off stump. A powerful cover drive, but straight to the man at cover.
Yeah, he's only played 12. This is his 12th match today. Only scored 257 runs with a high score of 93.
This one on the leg stump and just clipped off the pads off a good length. There's protection there at short, fine leg. It was almost a catch.
I'm with you, Temba. Had Tabrez been a little bit more on his front foot, walking in with the bowler, that could have been a catch. But that's okay. Good over from Temba. Coming through from that one. Just only a couple of runs coming from that over. South Africa really have something here to build on. And even though they're not taking wickets now after like 8 overs, they are restricting Bangladesh. This innings has slowed down immensely, and it'll be tough for Bangladesh to try and turn this around and turn the momentum into their favor.
Oh, but you say slowed down. They didn't even seem like they got into a start as Tabrez Shamsi continues from the golf course end. A full pitch delivery on leg stump, whipped off the pads to mid-wicket for no run. 66 for 5 on Paul. These guys literally didn't get started. So it does feel like a period of consolidation. And as you mentioned 2 overs ago, they've strung a few overs together without losing a wicket, which is the main key for Bangladesh as Shamsi continues. Just outside the off stump, nice and full, blocked to cover for no run. Still 66 for 5.
66 for 5. What I meant was this partnership's been going on for about 9 overs, and they haven't been able to attack a part-time bowler like Temba Bavuma, nor even Tabrez Shamsi at a bit. There's just only 2 boundaries coming off the 2 of them so far.
Oh, a full-length delivery just outside off stump. Opens the face of the bat, does Mamadullah, and just guides this down to a vacant short third man region. Lungingiri from backward point does the fielding. As Aiden Markham is on the field at the moment, probably for Wayne Parnell.
Chris spoke about getting a conventional slip instead of a leg slip. For balls like that, because it's easy runs for Mamadullah to just wait as late as possible and then just cut it like he did to try and guide it down really nicely.
Shamsi will continue. He has a slip for the left-hander for the turn. This one, a good length delivery. Played off the back foot, a punch through to the onside, where Kagiso Rabada does the fielding from mid-on. They get a quick single, 68 for 5 in this over. Still 2 balls left.
Varying his pace and his length very well. That last one just dropped it a little bit shorter. Easy for Afif to play off his hips down the leg side.
Continuing now, left arm over the wickets, pitching in front of off stump. A big appeal for LBW. The fans are really enjoying the appeal there. They don't look like they'll be going upstairs. Tabrez Shamsi going back to his mark as the time.
Looks like it might have been very high. He played that on the back foot. He was trapped in front of the stumps. The only 2 issues that we're going to be looking at here is whether it's pitched outside leg. It did not. It turned back in as a healthy inside edge off the bat onto the pad. So that's the reason why we aren't taking DRS.
Tabraiz Shamsi in again. A good length delivery on leg stump, just clipped off the pads to the leg side, where David Miller from a deep backward square leg will do the fielding to end the 22nd over. 69 for 5 here. Asif on 24 and Mamadullah, the captain, on 7.
Yes, it's quite interesting to see how South Africa are going about the middle overs. Shamsi didn't play in the first match. He's coming in. We saw obviously Keshav Maharaj. So the question about it is whether is how or who the next bowling change will be for South Africa. To go back to their quicks to try and close this innings out, or do they just keep going with these two?
Themba Bavuma continues his bowling from the corner drive end. Great line and length on that off stump. The variable bounce stayed very, very low. So Mamadullah, playing this on the back foot, has to reach down to prevent that ball from crashing into off stump. Good bowling here from Themba Bavuma. Stealing a few overs here. Really enjoying seeing him bowl some decent line and length. As this one, it's full and it's paddled over the head of Quinton de Kock. Some creativity here from the Bangladeshi captain as this runs all the way down to fine leg with some classy batting.
We've been seeing those ram shots at Centurion coming out, and it's the second one that's come through today. First one was caught behind, but this one was a lot easier, just down the leg side. Really clever way of batting. They've been strangled by Bavuma with his bowling, and now they've figured out that if you're going to bring in fine leg, I'm going to try to go over him.
No fielding change here. As this one outside the off stump, played late. It's a cut, and the backward points is there to do the fielding.
What I love about Themba is that every ball
he
seems to not be happy about. He's gotten a dot ball of that last one, and he's smacking his hand.
He's keen to take some wickets, Themba Bavuma. Pitching this outside the off stump, staying very, very low. His bowling, much like his demeanor, much like his size, quite short, but staying low as well.
Yes. We've got a lot of comments from One World Sports Radio on Twitter, so thank you very much for that. Pranjal, Messi fan, Otto, Ray PNB.
Good bowling continuing here outside off stump, block to the bowler. Dot 73 for 5.
Yes, Ray PNB, Armchair Cricket Podcast. Thank you very much. Please do bring them through.
Yeah.
We'll read them out as we go through. Pranjal, Messi fan, talking about Shamma trash talking.
Outside the off stump, it's a big heave through to square leg where Rasifan, a distant sweeping, can do nothing but just watch it cross the boundary. 2 boundaries conceded in this over. Bangladesh 77 for 5. And don't forget that you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh. It's Pink Day, and it's brought to you by KFM.
KFM 94.5.
Welcome back to the Wanderers. 77 for 5. That last ball from Themba Bavuma wasn't his best ball. It was short, and it was there to be hit wherever you wanted. And Mamadullah responding with a plum. 4 runs there for Bangladesh. Much needed 4 runs. 77 for 5. They haven't gone a lot of boundaries today at the Wanderers. You would have expected a lot more, Tebo, as we see Shamsi resume with a slip to the left-handed.
I expect a lot more, especially with the South Africa one bowler down as Shamsi comes from the golf course end, left arm over the wicket. It's full, it's on middle stump, and it's blocked back to the bowler, moving his feet out the way as Afif to get a dot ball there, 77 for 5. But they're talking about Bangladesh, and just thinking about how they'd approach this. Was just having some conversations with commentators in the media center that they're talking about not just batting out the 50 overs, or rather, Tabraiz Shamsi full on the leg stump, just whipped off the pads. Mid-on does the fielding. It's a single, 78 for 5. But you have 2 options. You can either counter punch and attack the bowlers, or you could bat out the 50 overs here. What do you think the best option would be?
Go for the less riskier one, which is to try and take it as deep as possible. You've obviously got Hassan Miraz, who did well, Mehdi Hassan, in the last game with a lovely 25.
Full outside the off stump for the right-handed Mamadullah, driven down the ground to mid off for no run.
But after that, you don't have that many people. Taskin Ahmed did give you a bit of a cameo, but effectively this is the last recognized batting pair. So you've got like 20, 24 overs. Bat out, see what you can get some milestones, and put something on the board, even if it's 150.
Full and on the leg stump, just clipped off the pads. Mid-wicket will do the fielding as they go to a vacant square leg region. 79 for 5, just getting the single then. I couldn't agree with you more. You don't want to take too many risks. You want to have as many wickets in hands, and towards the end of the innings is how I would think about approaching it. Because if you have these two batters in at around over 40, then they can start to really go for it, give it all they got, and won't give the lower order too much to do, as this one pitching outside off stump to the left hand. It's also nice and full, and Afif gets to the pitch of the ball, blocks this to Temba Bavuma at cover, no run there, as it's still 79 for 5.
79 for 5. South Africa just holding this game. They're not moving much. They're effectively telling Bangladesh that if you want to advance the game, you're going to have to take some risks.
So Proteas Shamsi continues left arm over. It's full outside the off stump, driven straight to cover for no run. And I do like the dot balls here that they're building up as this ends the 24th over. You feel that at some point the pressure will tell. Something's got to give. Either Bangladesh will start releasing, or South Africa will maybe be a little bit more aggressive, as there's a little bit of a congregation there with Temba Bavuma, Quinton de Kock, David Miller, and Proteas Shamsi, maybe having conversations about the next wickets, potentially?
Look, it's just trying to find a way, because the other risky part about allowing the game to meander on like this might just be that they could get a lot more confidence, a little bit more momentum, and take the game away from South Africa. So I think Timber's cameo has ended.
Yeah.
And we've got Keshav Maharaj coming in. He is seen by the selectors as the number one spin bowler in this ODI side. Now with him having started at Centurion and Proteas coming in here. So it's going to be quite interesting to see how Keshav bowls on this wicket. He's very experienced. Hasn't played a lot of ODIs. He only made his debut late last year. So quite interesting to see he's got a slip.
Keshav Maharaj coming left arm around the wickets, and this one down the leg side, but seems to have clipped the pad.
No wide called.
Yeah, no wide call. So I clipped the pad. Maria Erasmus just patting his thigh. He has a slip here for the right-handed Mamadullah, as Quinton de Kock also moves the short fine leg a little bit more square. This one, good length on the middle stump, blocked out for no run. So he has a slip, a man at point, cover deep, cover point, long off, long on, deep square leg of the fielders, and also a mid-wicket. Flighted this one on the leg stump. It's full and driven back to bowler, no run, 79 for 5.
Yeah, good to see that he's got that slip attacking. You've got the 4 fielders in front of square on the boundary.
A flighted delivery down the leg side. It hasn't been called as a wide, as it scampers down towards the straight boundary. A fielder's there to do the fielding, and unfortunately, it's for the fielder, unable to get it. So it's 4 runs. It seems to come off the glove. So that's probably why it beat the keeper as it ran to the boundary. A very well-placed shot from Mamadullah, who's now moved on to 20 runs.
Got that bottom part of the glove there and just helped it on its way. Went very, very fine down to that long stop boundary, which is that area behind the keeper for 4.
That's the second delivery Keshav's ball down the leg side to the right-handed batter here, the captain of Bangladesh, coming left arm around the wickets. This one straighter on middle stump, also nice and full. Played square of the wickets to KG at points, 83 for 5.
That's Keshav's natural line. Yeah, he normally gets the ball to turn away from the right hand or hold its line. So it's coming in with that arm ball a lot more.
A full length delivery, double step from Mamadullah. It was airborne for quite some time, went just over KG Rabada at points. A dive in despair as he just fell short of that. They did well to get the 2 runs as the fielder, the sweeper on the offside does the fielding. And those 2 runs bring up the 50 partnership, 51 or 51 minutes, 74 balls, 7 fours, 4 extras. Asif contributed 25, Mamadula 22.
Remember, my name is Mpumkani and I'm joined by Tsapotela. You are listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of this first ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by 702.
702.
Add your voice.
Have your say.
Let's walk the talk.
This is the response Russell Domingo would have been looking for from the Bangladeshis after losing 5 wickets in a glut. And now they've got a 50-run partnership between Afif and Mamadullah off 74 balls. It is going to be slow going for Bangladesh, but I think plan A right now is bat out the 50 overs, see how much you can get, because on a pitch that looks like this, with a lot of plates, a lot of cracks, very dry, you could have a South Africa in trouble if you give yourselves a chance. And what I mean by a chance, it might just be between 150 and 200.
Tabraiz Shamsi left arm over the wickets. This one pitched just outside the off stump for the left-handed Afif. Just guided down to backward point. David Miller for no run. And talking about this pitch, Umpuan, we saw so much variable bounce here from the early overs in the innings. It's very concerning if you're sitting in the dugout as a batter, probably licking your lips as a bowler, as Tabraiz Shamsi comes left arm over outside the off stump once again, blocked to cover for no run. He has a slip backward point cover, a deep cover point, and also a long off on the offside, a short fine leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and a conventional mid on the onside. It's coming left arm over, continuing this one full on the leg stump, whip down the ground to the man, or just wide of the man here at long on. Kagiso Rabada diving to his left to save what could have been a boundary. So good fielding there as Bangladesh moved to 86 now for 5.
Very good stop there from Kagiso. He ran all the way to his left to try and stop that ball. Put in a full length dive, which many South African fans wouldn't want that, and some IPL fans also might not be happy Kagiso's putting in a dive. But no injuries, nothing, just a really good piece of fielding.
No, man, he must play cricket. That's what he must do. This one outside the off stump, punched off the back foot. So it's a shorter length delivery than most of them from Tabraiz Shamsi, but also rocketed in 86 for 5. No run there.
Yes. Also, there'll be a lot of South Africans getting on the plane at the end of the series. We've seen Amish Nokia already on the plane to the IPL. He's been injured for the entire of the South African international summer, going to Delhi to be their talisman. They'll be hoping that this injury isn't as serious as what South Africa made it out to be.
A back of a length delivery on the leg stump, just whipped off the hips down to the man at long leg, David Miller. And I know that picture did the round on a few WhatsApp groups. Some South African fans are feeling a little sour about that. Oh, so he can play IPL, but he can't play for us in the summer. Is that how it is, Heinrich? Is that how it is?
Oh, the loyalty debate rages on.
Tabraiz Shamsi continues. This one outside the off stump. Oh, a good length delivery. Tried to cut at this did Afif, but missed that. All ends up head and hands here for Quinton de Kock as this ends the 26th over, 87 for 5.
Oh, what a good ball there from Tabraiz Shamsi. Afif Hussain was trying to give himself room. So he opened up his front leg, trying to cut it behind, but it was a little bit too quick for that. A great take from Quinton de Kock. You can pitch up in pink, and with your pink pledges, that's to the stadium. To continue with your pledges, please simply send an SMS to 40374, hashtag pledge pink. It'll donate 20 Rand to the cause. 40734. The bet, the 400 fours and sixes, we've had 10 fours and sixes, actually fours, no sixes, and they've also cost 1,000 Rand. So 10,000 Rand will be donated to the Charlotte Matlake Hospital. So we want a lot more boundaries, but South Africa's bowling not helping it at all.
Keshav Maharaj comes from the golf course end. It was a back of a length delivery, a block, but it was airborne going to the man at cover. Themba Bavuma diving to his right but unfortunately not going to hand. It was Mamadullah who survives that as Bangladesh moved to 88 for 5. And Keshav Maharaj with the change of angle here to the left-hander, also a change of field. The long off comes into a mid-off position. Cover comes a little bit straighter, and that's basically all the change on the offside. Bowls this one just outside the off stump, tries to dot this down and take a quick single, but decides against it, does Afif. So it's still 88 for 5.
No slip in for Kesh to the left-handed Afif Hussain.
This one, a back of a length delivery and cut very, very late. Got a little bit of a top edge, and it bounced once before it got to the man fielding at short third man.
We've seen me liking the cut shot so far. First one he missed to Debray Shamsi. This time they got the timing right, just couldn't get it past that fielder at short third.
Oh, what on earth happened there? Pitching outside the off stump, got a thick outside edge that just beats Quinton de Kock and runs all the way to the boundary for 4. So dealing or getting a boundary here, a fortunate one, but it's a boundary nonetheless to take Bangladesh to 92 for 5. That was a close one.
Yes, really good use of the hands there. Playing very late, very soft hands. Really, really good cricket shot from Afif Hussain. You won't see a much better placement of that ball.
Keshav Maharaj continuing a reverse sweep attempt as this wraps him on the pads. It's airborne for a few seconds. Lands just in front of the man at short fine leg. No, sorry, short third man. It was a reverse sweep that. 93 for 5 after that single.
Yes, seems like Afif is enjoying the bowling of Keshav Maharaj.
Flighted delivery on the leg stump for the right-handed Mamadullah. Just played around the corner to the man at short fine leg to end the over with a single. 94 for 5 after 27 overs. Afif Hussain is sitting on 31 and Captain Mamadullah on 25.
Good over there from Bangladesh. They kept on pushing the ante now in this over, and they've done a really great job. 7 runs coming off of that Maharaj over, and you can see the intent. Now you kind of feel these two are comfortable. Gotten over 50. Now they're pushing their team on. Partnership is worth 60. They're taking quick singles. They're making the captain think. This is the type of fight back Russell Domingo will be happy about, especially knowing that, sometimes when you get a collapse at the top, it needs to stop somewhere. You need to get something from someone, and he's getting something from these two in the middle.
Debray Shamsi continues this one down the leg side. He gets an edge, and it goes to leg slip. His celebration with fingers in his ears as he gets the breakthrough, breaks the big partnership. Mamadullah has to go for 25. He's caught by Yanaman Malan, and that is the breakthrough that South Africa were looking for.
Shamsi had Mamadullah in a little bit of a situation there. The ball's coming across him. If he doesn't play at that, he could be caught. He could be LBW. He has to put something onto it. He had brought his bat through. He couldn't get it low enough, and it went straight into the hands of Yanaman Malan at leg slip. Previously, he did manage to play with soft hands and get the ball just bouncing in front of Yanaman. This time a little bit harder, and now he's walking back to the hut. Really good bowling from Debray Shamsi with the conventional use of his leg break bowlers. He always just loved bowling the googly all the way through across the right-handers, but today he was getting it to turn in and did it really, really well. Shamsi with a breakthrough for South Africa. Mamadullah out for 25 or 44 runs with a strike rate of 56, 3 fours in his innings, and that's the man himself, the world's #1 T20 bowler. Shamsi opening up his account in this series.
Debray Shamsi just reminding us why we really shouldn't leave him out the side. South Africa desperate for a breakthrough here. They were just being lulled into a good partnership here that was building between Afif and Mamadullah. I was actually about to mention that you actually mentioned it, that Russell Domingo would be happy with the partnership that was built here after wickets tumbling in the first few overs. They did well to just consolidate and keep Bangladesh ticking that scoreboard over, reaching almost 100, but just falling short at 94 for 6. And don't forget that you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh. It's Pink Day, and it's brought to you by 947.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
Mehdi Hassan Miraz is the new batter in. He had a lovely cameo of 13 in the last game. I think it was 17 or 13 balls. He can keep you around, but South Africa well into the lower order. And Shamsi continues from the golf course.
Speaking about being around, he has a leg slip and a slip to keep him company. This one pitching outside the off stump and a beautiful cover drive, piercing the gap on the offside between cover and mid-off. That was placement, that was class, that was 4 runs off the first ball.
That is a beautiful shot to open your account. Everyone else has struggled to bat on this pitch, but Mehdi Hassan Miraz getting over to the pitch of the ball. It was slightly over pitched by Shamsi, and he just gave us a textbook cover drive.
Yeah, over pitch, just a full toss outside off stump and giving it the treatment as this one a little bit better pitching and also in line with leg stump off a good length. All Mehdi has to do is guide this to the leg side, vacant square leg region where Timba Bavuma has to just circle in from mid-wicket to do the fielding. 99 for 6 after 27.3.
That ball was similar to Mamadula's wicket. The only difference was the length was a little bit shorter. So Mehdi plays that off the hip, which means he can play it squarer, whereas the last one was a lot fuller for Mamadula's wicket, and that's why I went to a leg slip.
This one pitching outside the off stump of FIFA, so the left-hander. Played late, a cut to the man at backward point. Lungi Ngidi does the fielding there. Still 99 for 6. As Bangladesh have done well to get themselves just shy of the 100. Would have liked it to be for 5, but unfortunately Mamadula just falling short of there. So keeping the scoreboard ticking, keeping themselves in the game as Tabrei Shamsi continues from the golf course in, pitching this one full. It's an on drive to the man at mid-on, a quick single taken, and they get to the other side just in time, not giving Kagiso enough time to release the ball, which brings up the 100 for Bangladesh, coming in 171 balls, 125 minutes, just the 12 fours and no sixes, but also 6 wickets lost at 100 for 6.
Yes, Bangladesh lost 5 wickets for 34 runs, and the next wicket falling at 94, so 100 for 6.
Beautiful cover drive here. It was a full pitch delivery, inside out shot straight to the man at cover. No run there to end the 28 over, 100 on the board, 6 wickets for South Africa after 28 overs. Afif is still there. He's been doing well just to marshal the bottom order. He's on 32, and Miraz is also here on 5.
Yes, Afif Hussain has a high score of 93. He averages 42. So it's good to see that he is going to want to try and carry this innings, be the anchor to the rest of his innings. I'm not sure how comfortable he is batting with the lower order, but I think in Mehdi Hassan Miraz, he's got a capable partner on the other end. Born in 1999, 22 years of age, is Afif Hussain, trying to make a way in cricket, trying to find out. He's in that period where he's trying to figure out whether he's good enough or not. And I think a significant score against South Africa will go a long way in helping him get that mental edge as to whether he can do international cricket.
Keshav Maharaj from the corner drive, and it's a big offside drive, a beautiful cover drive, clearing the inner ring, bouncing once and hitting the boundary. What a shot here from the man in question. Afif Hussain did very well to clear the inner field here. Keshav Maharaj taking some tap. He's taking a liking here to the South African vice captain.
If Kesh is gonna be bowling hard volleys to him, might as well enjoy. He can feel as though he's in international cricket, because this thing might just be easy for him.
Outside the off stump and hit back to Keshav Maharaj. It was airborne for quite a second. It looked like it might have just bounced short of the bowler. So a great response here from Kesh.
Yes. He just missed his line in that 4 ball. That was an incredible fall over the top.
Oh, and this one played late, finds the outside edge, a quick single taken. Quinton de Kock couldn't get there fast enough to stop that single. So good running between the wickets here.
That's what Afif needed to do in the previous ball. Try to get to the other end. Sean speaks about scoring in 5s and 7s. So once you score a boundary, look for a single, get to the other end. Or once you score a 6, try to get to the single, get to the other end. That's a great example of trying to score in 5s and 6s.
Flight to delivery on off stump, driven back to the bowler for no run. And just that delivery just after the boundary was just an opportunity. Bounced short of Keshav Maharaj, literally caught that on the knee as this flight to delivery comes to the off stump. Open face of the bat. Themba Bavuma does the fielding at cover 105 for 6.
What I love about the pink day is that we get to see the pink floppy hat come out in existence. I'm a fan of the yellow floppy hat of Australia, the red floppy hat from Zimbabwe.
Oh, you can't be serious. A back of a length delivery from Keshav Maharaj, played late by the batter, got a top edge and was airborne. It was hanging in the air for quite some time. Yanaman Malan diving forward, but his dive in despair, he fell short and an opportunity gone a begging.
You know, sometimes they tell you as a slip fielder, you can't necessarily be on your heels. You need to be trying to stand on the balls of your feet. Yanaman took a step back, then had to come back, trying to scamper his way back to try and get that catch. I wouldn't say it's a. If I had to say it's a chance, would be very harsh.
Yeah.
But it was a half chance, and it could have really opened up the game with Mahedi struggling there with that ball from Keshav.
What an over from Keshav Maharaj, being beaten for 4 in the first ball, but responded very nicely. His spin partner, Tabrei Shamsi, coming in from the golf course end, a full pitch delivery, driven down the ground to the man at mid off for a single. Afif moves to 38 now, Bangladesh to 106 in the 29th over.
Yes, Bangladesh moving to 106 in the 29th over. Hafif Hussein's on 38. That's his third highest score in international cricket. He's batted for 11 innings. Every innings he's played in, he's batted in.
This delivery, a good length delivery outside the off stump, played across the line as he whips this across his body, does Mahedi. The man at fine leg does the fielding for a single, 107 for 6.
Yes, he's truly proving to be someone that Bangladesh can be looking to in the future, along with Yasir Ali. You know, there have been lots of questions about the retirements of Mahmudullah, Shakib. They keep on retiring in and out of series.
This delivery, a good length delivery outside the off stump, gets very forward, does Afif, gets his bat behind it. It's a block, 107 for 6.
Remember to pledge pink, you can SMS hashtag pledge pink to 40734 to donate 20 rand to breast cancer research.
This one outside off stump, played very late to the man in front of square here on the offside. Themba Bavuma does the fielding on one of the strips, diving there. Glad he has long sleeves, otherwise man would be getting grass burn for days. Yo!
Yes. I'm loving the way Shams is batting today. A lot of control with his leggies.
A lot of turn as well. A turn away from the left-handers. This one pitches very, very straight. Gets the pitch of the ball, does Afif, and blocks this out. No run there. 107 for 6.
We're going to have a commentary change. I'll be taking a break and be handing over to Chris Tyndale Biscoe.
The last ball of this over as Tabrei Shamsi comes left arm over from the golf course end, pitching on the leg stump, whipped off the pads to the man at mid-on. He swings around to a mid-wicket region to do the fielding to end the 30th over. Bangladesh after 30, 108 for 6. Afif on 39, Mahedi on 6, and Tepo is vacating the commentary seat to make space for David, Mitchley, and Chris TB.
Yeah, South Africa will understand that the job's not nearly done here. We saw a very similar thing happen in the Afghanistan series against Bangladesh, where Bangladesh were 40-odd for 5 before Afif Hussain and Mahedi Hassan, these exact two batsmen, scored 90 and 80 apiece and managed to win that game against Afghanistan. As we see Keshav Maharaj continue from the corner drive end, he's going to be bowling left arm over the wickets into the left-handed Afif. This first one's not the quicker one. It's decent speed there, just pitching on off stump straight to one, defended into the offside for no run.
A lot of conversation about this wicket, Chris. It's one that has been up and down in parts, and that has been lacking pace in some instances, but certainly offering some turn.
Second delivery strays a little bit further down leg, and it's played into the onside, picked up by Temba Bavuma, who's fielding there at a short mid wicket. And again, there's no run there. So still 108 for 6 now after 30.2 deliveries. Afif Hussain sitting there on 39. Mehdi Hassan at the other end's on 6, as this one's defended into the covers by Afif. Again, no run.
108 for 6 after 30 and a half, Chris. And will Bangladesh be the happier team in how they've come back in this game, or is it South Africa?
This one just defended towards the man at point who comes round, and they'll scurry through for a single. I'd say definitely South Africa in the first 15 overs, but they would have liked to capitalize a little bit more on that. Obviously, the loss of Wayne Parnell's bowling is going to be felt by South Africa if they have to end up bowling out the whole 50 overs. Right now, they find themselves a few overs short as Keshav Maharaj bowls into the right-handed batsman who just defends this to Temba Bavuma, who's in the covers, and there's no run there. 109 for 6.
Yeah, as much as we hyped up the Bangladesh top order here, they've really not come to the fore.
This one a little slower, a little more flighted. Keshav Maharaj thinks of playing a bit of soccer with it, but in the end leaves it for Dead Miller, who picks it up at mid-on for no run.
You're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the first one-day international, the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by 702.
702.
Add your voice.
Have your say.
Let's walk the talk.
And we're back now, coming into the 32nd over. Tabraiz Shamsi is going to continue. He's bowled 8 so far for just 23 runs. He got that one wicket where he caught Mamadullah trapped by the leg slip. So 2 overs left. He's been very economical so far, going for just 23 runs in those 8 overs, less than 3 runs per over. Easy to do that, Mats. He's coming into the left-handed Afif, and this one just defended for no run.
Yanaman Malan has struggled in the slip cordon today. 2 opportunities, difficult opportunities, but when you're fielding at slip, Chris, you've got to be sharp, and he's missed out twice, and how different the game could have been if he had taken those catches.
It does seem that there's some lack of slips in this South African top 6, although now we see Adam Akram on the field for Wayne Parnell. One would think maybe he's worth having in there as Shamsi bowls the second delivery in the 31st. This time the batsman gets on the back foot and plays it towards Lungi Ngidi, who's fielding there at a short third man, gully sort of region.
A little bit of a quicker one there from Tabraiz Shamsi, flatter as well, and so just an opportunity to squeeze that one out. He tried to beat, as you said, Lungi Ngidi at a short third man.
This one more on the pads of Afif Hussain, who's happy enough to drive it towards Temba Bavuma, who's in the covers, and there's no run there. The field is on the boundary at the moment. We've got a deep long off. We've got a sweeper on the offside boundary. We've got a deep square leg and a man at cow corner. So if Afif plans on attacking Tabraiz Shamsi at any time soon, you'd probably have to go towards long on, as this one's driven to long off, and they'll go through for just a single, taking the total up to 110. The Bangladesh fans are here in force again, and we can hear them cheering every single at the moment.
Chris, Temba Bavuma, you spoke about him earlier in the server. He bowled today, which is a surprise for most fans. They're not used to seeing the diminutive South African one-day captain bowl, but we'll talk a little bit more about his bowling after this one.
Penultimate delivery of the 32nd over, and this one just played off the pads of Mehdi Hassan Miraz and picked up by Temba Bavuma, who's now the mid-wicket to the right-handed batsman.
Temba Bavuma took a wicket, Chris, with his first ball in Test cricket against Australia, but no ball.
Yeah, he did end up taking a wicket in that match, and I guess he's not a frontline bowler, clearly. He's gone to in times of desperation, but he does offer something a little bit different, and he wasn't very expensive until they started to line him up. I'd imagine he wasn't part of the plans, or at least wasn't touched on too heavily in the analysis by Bangladesh before the game. And so they took a little bit of time to see him out as Tabraiz Shamsi bowls the final delivery of the 32nd. This one is a little bit shorter, turns quite a bit. Mehdi Hassan gets on the back foot, rolls it off his hips, and Lungi Ngidi picks it up at fine leg. Although he now seems to be in a little bit of pain. He's lying down. Yanaman Malan's calling attention to him. And the physio is nowhere near him, but if Lungi Ngidi's down as well, then South Africa is in a world of trouble.
Time for a drinks break, and you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by 947.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
Don't forget, you can also pledge your 20 Rand towards breast cancer research. SMS #PledgePink. That's #PledgePink to 40734.
374. 374. It's 40374.
374. Sorry, we've got our numbers slightly back to front here. But yes, 40374, #PledgePink, and you will be able to pay 20 Rand towards breast cancer research at Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital. So drinks break, Chris, and the final 18 overs lay in front of us, and we need to know what it is both teams will be looking to do. I'll ask you about the South Africans. With a good start, they've slipped slightly, and the question now will be, what is it that the question is, what are they going to be looking at in these final 18?
I think what South Africa needs to try to do is get Bangladesh out within the 40 overs, ideally within 47 overs, because right now they're 3 overs short. Wayne Parnell went down bowling that third over. Temba Bavuma managed to bowl 4.1, but then the Bangladesh batsmen started to line him up a little bit in that final over. I think ideally you don't want to have to go back to Temba or one of the other part-timers. You do want your bowlers to bowl out all their overs, and then that's it. The entirety of the innings.
Yeah, it's ultimately something that South Africa will want to be able to cut away, and the ability to finish off games is something that South Africa's lacked, particularly in knockout games at places like ICC tournaments. But Chris, do you not think that the nursery for some sort of kill mentality, take those final couple of wickets is, it's nurtured in games like this where you have the opposition on the back foot?
Yeah, and we've maybe seen a lack of that, but rather focus on the Bangladesh fight, I suppose, rather than the negative of the South Africans not taking full advantage.
Yeah, Bangladesh will need to apply themselves here and bat as long as they possibly can. Afif is going to be the key for the men from Bangladesh, the Tigers, as they're more affectionately known in their home country and all around the world.
Keshav Maharaj continuing from the corner drive end with his left arm finger spin into the left-handed. Afif, this one just defended back up the pitch. Not too much bother from batsman or bowler there, and there's no run. So,
what have you made so far, Chris, of this surface?
It definitely seemed to be offering a lot when the ball was new, ripped through that top order. Now looking maybe slightly more pedestrian, although we've seen a fair bit of spin from the odd Shamsi delivery as Afif Hussain goes down for the sweep on this occasion, but doesn't make any contact. He goes straight through to the man back in the side, Quinton de Kock, and there's no run there. So Bangladesh still 110 for 6 after 32.2. Keshav continues. This one slightly shorter, dabbed to the man at short third man, but yeah, straight at him. There's not enough time for the Bangladeshis to consider a single, and so that's another dot delivery.
Shamsi, the man lurking at that short third man region.
Maharaj, and again, this one maybe a little bit quicker than the previous delivery, attacking the pads of Afif Hussain, but defended into the covers, where David Miller does the field in, no run.
Extra bit of turn here, Chris. Do you think Bangladesh should have thought about another spinner?
This one defended back up the pitch, no run. I think they're pretty happy with their side. It was the side that they played all throughout that Afghanistan series on the spinning pitches there, and the side that won them the last game. I don't think you want to make too many changes, and they do still have the two spinners in Shakib and Mehdi, as this one's played off the pads of Afif Hussain, and they go through for the first single of the over. 111 for 6. Nelson after 33.
Right, depends which side of the fence you find yourself. But if you are a South African fan, lift those feet. If you're not, keep them firmly planted.
Or maybe the other way around. Feet
True.
on the ground if you're supporting the bowling side.
Yeah, absolutely. Will Nelson strike us off? And Chris, after a drinks break, that we find ourselves commentating on a wicket. Not this time though, but hopefully Tabraiz Shamsi for South Africa will be able to strike here.
Tabraiz Shamsi bowling his 10th over now, gone for just 24 runs in the 9 previous. And this one's a quicker one, driven by the batsman to long off on that occasion. And so Shakib Al Hasan who's retained the strike. He batted almost every delivery of the previous over. Yeah, all 6. And then managed to rotate the strike, so he faced the first delivery of this over. We're going to see Mid-innings Hassan Miraz face the left arm wrist spin of Tabraiz Shamsi now. We've got a deep mid wicket, we've got a long on, we've got a fielder at a deep point, and those are the men on the boundary at the moment. As this one's a slightly slow one, driven to the man in the covers, and there's no run there.
10 overs available from both Maharaj and Lungisani Ngidi combined, with 3 from KG Rabada. So that will get South Africa
47
to 47, and so they're going to have to find 3 overs somewhere.
Shamsi, and again, slightly more flighted, full delivery that is just played to the man at long on. Shamsi tries to stop it himself, but it beats his right hand, and so they go through for another single.
We might be in for some more Temba Bavuma right arm medium, military medium, but it's one that, like you said, Bangladesh wouldn't have considered all that much in their analytical preparation for this series. Nevertheless, Shamsi continues halfway through the 34th.
4th delivery of the 33rd now doesn't turn. It's a wider, shorter delivery that beats the outside edge of Shakib Al Hasan as oohs and ahs from the wicketkeeper and the first slip. So it feels like Shamsi is still threatening the batsman. He's got 2 deliveries left in his spell.
1 for 26 so far, and he's really just ticked every single box that is required. A former linesman himself.
This one straighter, more on the pads, defended to Temba Bavuma and the covers, no run. And an X factor that was sorely missed in that first ODI.
Yeah, I've got to ask the question with 1 for 26 from nigh on 10 overs. Why was he excluded from the first game, particularly one hosted on his home track? He now concludes his spell.
Final one, and just defended back up the crease by Shakib Al Hasan. No run there. So fantastic spell there from Tabraiz Shamsi, just 26 runs in it. And the 1 wicket. He's kept that run rate down and stopped the Bangladeshi batsman from being too aggressive in these late middle overs.
Rate achieved now 3.3. Afif on 43, Miraz on 7. And so this partnership now with 19, with 113 for 6 on the board. And Chris, I mean, the importance of variety in a bowling lineup is a much discussed about point. But when you've got somebody like Tabraiz Shamsi with his left arm wrist spin, not the traditional action that you may see from a spinner, as Maharaj begins another over.
This time Maharaj is bowling around the wicket into Mid-innings Hassan Miraz, just defended to Temba Bavuma and the covers for no run. And I can tell you that's been Tabraiz Shamsi's most economical spell, and on occasions that he's bowled all 10 overs. Maharaj, and again, slightly more flighted. The sweep's been brought out, and it goes for a very, very flat 6, straight into the yoga studio there at Cow Corner. And that's really buoyed the crowd. They're very excited. It moves Bangladesh on to 119. It's also almost doubled Miraz's score. He was on 7 just before that shot.
Terrible bit of bowling there from Kesha Maharaj. Too short. He hung on to it a little bit too longer. Too long. There we go. I was going to say too much longer, but that's not correct grammar. Now there's quite a lengthy discussion about where they want the man at deep square, whether they want him there or not. But they've seemingly kept him where he needs to be. And it's a no ball as well, Chris, which means that free hit to follow up.
That's, yeah, the one thing we didn't want to happen, to quote Brassai and Chris Morris, that the worst possible result is the free hit is a good wide-ish delivery. It rushed the batsman who came out of his crease and didn't manage to get it off the square as it squirts down to the man at a short, fine leg.
Very intelligent cricket there by Kesha Maharaj to force Mid-innings Hassan Miraz to be able to have to readjust after he bowled a quicker one, flatter one, and full ball. Again, it's a no ball. It's back-to-back no balls here, Chris. Back-to-back free hits, and Bangladesh get an opportunity to once again free their arms.
Yeah, so I guess good delivery outside of that front foot strain a little bit, and follows it up with a similar delivery, but this time wider. And this could be a very long over, as the free hits will obviously have to be bowled again with that wide done. And the South Africans are unable to change the field. So we've got a long on and a deep square leg on the onside, a long off, and a fielder, no one down at third man. I'll tell you that, as this one sprays over the top of short third man, runs down to that boundary where it is chased, and they managed to go through for 2 in the end. And at least for now, the umpire's arms are staying down, and so I think that was a legitimate delivery, and the number of deliveries bowled will tick up.
Just an update on Wayne Parnell. He has a left hamstring injury and is currently undergoing assessment on whether or not he will take any further part in this game.
This one short, wide, quick enough that the batsman tries to get on the back foot, doesn't manage to get any bats on it, goes straight into the gloves of Quinton de Kock.
Tried to give himself a little bit of room there, but not able to do so.
The follow-up delivery slightly more flighted. Fuller driven to Ada Markram, who's fielding at long off, and they go through for just a single on that occasion.
Yeah, South Africa probably missing, Chris, the services of a part-timer like Ada Markram, but his challenges with the bat in seemingly every format but T20 is the reason that he's been excluded from this side today, but still getting the opportunity to field. Deep square, but wicket, long on, out on the onside. On the offside, there's just a sweeper out at the cover region, slip now being brought into place. The man at deep square being moved fine of the wicket.
Keshav Maharaj bowling the penultimate delivery of the 35th in just outside off stump, full delivery, defended into the covers for no run. Interesting to see the slip there. Obviously, Keshav turning it into the left-handed batsman. It would be a bit of a surprise to see an outside edge, but they obviously expect that to be part of it. Keshav Maharaj in again. Afif Hussain gets on the back foot, plays it through the covers, is picked up by the sweeper on the offside as they go through for a single. And so after 35 overs, Bangladesh find themselves 126 for 6. That partnership up to 32 runs now.
Yeah, these two have come back after a couple of wickets fell, and they put 32 on the board. Afif on 44, 6 away from a half century, and Miraz on 16. 126 for 6 with just 15 overs remaining in the game. And Chris, we spoke about how South Africa are going to have to balance out their bowlers, and the solution to that, at least in the short term, is for Temba Bavuma to select Lungisane Ngidi to bowl from the golf course in. He has been bowling primarily from the drive in, but changing directions for his next spell. 5 overs, 1 for just those 15 runs in that time. And so he's bowled 23 dot balls, which has allowed him to keep it very, very quiet in his outing here today. Much better than the first game where he was known for 75, I believe, Chris, in that first outing.
Yeah, his most expensive figures in one-day cricket.
Right. Let's have a look at the field for you. There's a man down at fine leg, a man who's at deep mid-wicket, a kind of a backward square who's just off the ring. Oh, right, sorry, it's a backward point. So there's third man, backward point, and we'll give you the rest after this.
Ngidi right arm over into the left-handed Afif. This one driven, but just hits Temba Bavuma, the captain, in the covers, and there's no run there.
Right, so there's a backward point, third man, cover sweeper, deep cover sweeper, obviously, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, or it's more square on the wicket, so deep square leg, as well as fine leg. Okay,
Afif Hussain just 6 short of a half century at the moment. He's doing a little bit of gardening just before Ngidi continues right arm over into the left-hander. This one is wide and driven over the man at long off. That's Kagiso Rabada, and it runs away for a boundary. Not what Temba Bavuma would have been wanting from his premier fast bowler.
And some shot there to dispatch the ball to the boundary. Afif now 2 away from that half century, but it was a lovely shot. Lofted ever so slightly but always safe as it went past the right hand of Kagiso Rabada all the way to the boundary, and Bangladesh bring up the 130. Right, 6 down for the Bangladesh team, but a great bit of work there to ensure that they continue on their charge, these two, putting on 36 together so far, going at 3.7 to the over.
Ngidi's third delivery in the 36th now, wide, very wide, a nothing delivery that gets the umpire to stretch his arms, and he'll have to re-bowl that one.
Yeah, Murray Rasmus making sure that he's getting in his exercise. Rather, Adrian Holstock, his partner at the end is Murray Rasmus.
That also now takes the extra tally up to 11 with that wide. 13.
Difficult day for South Africa. Not as in terms of their consistency with the ball, because they've given away too many opportunities.
Ngidi follows it up with a straighter one that is defended by Afif Hussain and just dribbles towards the wicketkeeper Quinton de Kock. No run there. It seemed to rush him for pace a little bit.
It's a good bit of work here from these two at the wicket. It's been a difficult strip to bat on, but they've applied themselves and found a way to come right in a game that they don't want to lose, nor do the South Africans. And Chris, last week, Friday, we saw a game in which I'll give it to you after this one.
Ngidi continues this one, very quick, dabbed to the man at short third man, and no run there. So
we saw the home team, the Lions, rip through a lackluster Warriors side. But then on Sunday, Chris, it was a very close encounter, going down to the last ball, low scoring. And do you think we might be up for something similar here, or do you think South Africa will be all too confident in their batting prowess here at the Imperial Wanderers?
Well, not a lot of doubt that this first innings will be relatively low scoring. I think Bangladesh from here would be targeting something in the region of 200, but these are the last two recognized batsmen, and so a huge amount depends on them now, where they're 131 for 6. As this one played into the offside, beats Temba Bavuma, who's in the covers. The sweeper comes around and picks it up, and they go through for a single.
Just a check drive there, and just because of the bounce away from the outstretched hand of Temba Bavuma means that they're able to get through for a single. Change now with the left-right combination. Deep square is out, and there's nobody between mid-on and deep square. So anything short on the pads here, Chris, could be a place for fruitful foraging for the Bangladesh men here. Packed offside field.
Final delivery of the 36th. Ngidi right arm over into the right-handed Mehdi Hassan. This one just defended to the man at gully, and there's no run there. So after 36 overs, Bangladesh 132 for 6. Afif Hussain sitting on 49, just one short of that half century, and Mehdi Hassan Miraz at the other end on 16. These are the two who managed to put together that massive partnership against Afghanistan. They've been here before. South Africa will really be hoping for a breakthrough sometime soon, and that's why they brought on one of their premier bowlers in Ngidi.
You're listening to live ball by ball coverage of the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by Cape Talk.
You're with Cape Talk.
And we're going to see Keshav Maharaj continue from the quarter driver, and he's bowled just 6 overs so far. So starting at 7th, he's gone for 33 runs, which a little bit expensive in the context of the game that we've seen so far today, where Bangladesh have been going at 3.7 and over. He's bowling first now to Afif Hussain, who gets that single that he so wanted and moves on to 50. 50 for Afif Hussain, his first of the series and his second in ODI cricket. He's got a high score of 93 not out, that game we were talking about against Afghanistan, and then a 45 before this. So of the 150 he has so far, he managed to turn it into 93. We'll be hoping to do a little bit more today, although they are going to run out of time, just 13.5 overs left.
Yeah, that coming off 79 deliveries and certainly favouring certain parts of the wicket, particularly long off.
Mehdi Hassan on strike. This one's a little bit too straight from Keshav Maharaj. He seems disappointed by that fact, and there's just roll off the pads of Mehdi to the man at square leg, and they go through for a single. The half centurion back on strike, Afif Hussain. Maharaj bowling left arm over into the left-handed Hussain. This one driven beautifully, beats the man at cover, beats the man at mid-off, and hits that pink rope for another boundary. He moves on to 54, Bangladesh onto 138.
He knew what was coming. Keshav Maharaj wasn't aware of the fact that he was coming down the wicket, but Afif just dancing down the wicket, turning it into a half volley, punching it past the despairing dive there from David Miller in the covers, and all that Lungisani Ngiti could do was collected from the boundary holdings.
That partnership now up to 44 between these two as Keshav continues. This time Afif just gets in a big front foot and defends it into the square on the offside. Keshav Maharaj does the fielding, no run.
And the slip still remaining in place at 138 for 6.
Maharaj, and again, this one fuller, straighter, played to the man of short mid-wicket, Temba Bavuma, for no run.
And why I mention that is because with South Africa in the ascendancy for most of this game, you would have thought that they would have applied themselves a little bit more.
This one, Fuller defended back to the bowler for no run. And so after 37 overs, Bangladesh 138 for 6. FIFA saying they're on 54.
And finding that kill element, I've spoken about it already on commentary, and I think, Chris, it's something that's sorely lacking. When you have yourself on top of an opposition, you want to be able to put the game to bed and bowl them out very cheaply, but South Africa kind of cruising at the moment.
So these two against Afghanistan put together a partnership of 174, and this is now only the third time that they've batted together. They've only been dismissed once in those 3 partnerships, which means they have an average partnership of 276.
Healthy numbers there, healthy numbers indeed. And so it's always a wonder as a coach and a selector when you're able to get 2 players who can come together and really just gel nicely in providing those crucial partnerships for your side.
Lungi Ngidi continuing from the golf course and right arm over into the right-handed Maraz, who just defends this off his pads as it dribbles down towards a very short square leg, and they have enough time to go through for a single. The score moves on to 139.
There's a couple of changes in the field now because of that left-right-hand pairing. And so for the left-hander, there's a backward point, third man, deep cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and fine leg, who's very square, Chris, almost pushing that region of coverage for a deep backward square.
Yeah, thin enough inside edge, and that ball is hitting the boundary very quickly. As this one's dabbed down to third man, where Tibere Shamsi will be doing the fielding. They go through for a single. The crowd still seems to enjoy that. Maybe they didn't see Tibere Shamsi, or maybe they aren't that excited about a single. Partnership now edging towards 50 up to 46.
Bangladesh struggled early on. Tamim Iqbal gone for a single. Litton Das for 15. Shakib Al Hasan after 77 in the previous game. Gone for a duck in this one. Mushfiqur Rahim out for 11. Yasir Ali on 2, and only really Mamadullah offering some sort of resistance, bar these 2 that are currently at the wicket. And Ngiti, so far, 1 for 22 from his 6.2.
Telling that man at third man to go just a little bit finer, perhaps expecting an outside edge to run away. He comes in again, right arm over into the right hand, and Mahedi gets that outside edge, but it doesn't make it further than the man at short. Third man dribbles along the ground towards him, and that's another dot delivery. Bangladesh still 140 for 6 after that.
Chris, 140 for 6 after 37. What do you think they'll be happy with? 200 here?
Yeah, I think 200 is probably the magic number that they're targeting. I don't know if they'll think it's enough, but that's hopeful from where they've been so far in this innings.
Ngiti turning at the top of his mark.
Continuing, right arm over into the right-handed Mahedi Hassan. This one's a shorter delivery, and it's an uppercut played by Mahedi Hassan, and it falls just short of Yanaman Malan, who's at that deep third man as they go through for another single. Very calculated shot. If you got just a little bit more on that, it would be exactly in the hands of that fielder.
Yeah, it was a good bit of field placement there from Lungi Ngiti, and he knew that the man at that third man region, Yanaman Malan, was going to be up to the task to be able to cut that one off. But 2 balls remain in the 38th. And Ngiti will go again to Afif.
Right arm over into the left-handed batsman. wide, quick, but just stuck his bat out, did Afif Hussain, and it dribbled towards the sweeper on the offside. That's Kyle Verreynne doing the fielding.
Kyle Verreynne in an unconventional position. You would traditionally see him behind the stumps with the mitts on, but with the return of Quinton de Kock, it was probably a discussion about whether or not there would be a Western Province wicketkeeper or a Titans wicketkeeper. And they were just... do you think they played kind of rock, paper, scissors to decide, or was it because Quinton's the experienced man?
The senior man, and probably a slightly better gloveman, as this one's a straighter one, just glanced there by Mehdi Hassan. Tabrei Shamsi will come up from fine leg to do the fielding as they go through for another single. So now Bangladesh 143 for 6 after 38 overs. And you've given me a wonderful stat, Chris, 188 dots so far in this innings from South Africa. And I mean, with that many dots, it surely plays into the mind of the Bangladesh batters and the skill of their power hitting coach. The man himself, Elwi Morkel, will be put under some scrutiny here if they're not able to accelerate slightly towards the end here. Yeah, a very South African heavy coaching room. It makes sense, I guess, if you're touring South Africa. But Alan Donald there, Russell Domingo as head coach. They recently had Ashwell Prince as their batting coach when they toured New Zealand, who's now back in the commentary box for SuperSport. Temba Bavuma, the captain's brought himself back on. This is an interesting move. He's going to be bowling from the quarter drive end, his right arm medium pace into Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who's currently sitting on 19, as this one just on a good length, that sort of 115, 120 kilometer an hour pace that we're used to from Temba Bavuma, defended into the covers for no run. Skipper bringing himself on with the ball, and our skipper for today's game, Mpho Mukrane, will be joined by Sean Mears in the next commentary stint. This one a little bit shorter, gave the batsman a little bit more space. He got on the back foot, played it back to Temba Bavuma for no run. If you're wondering how good and how thorough Chris is with his stats, I think he's got 26 tabs open at the moment on the screen in front of him. Bavuma in again. This one very short, but not quite a bouncer. I don't know if Temba Bavuma has the capabilities at the moment, as this just defended back up the pitch again for no run. Closer to 30, I think. He's got more tabs open than Temba Bavuma's bowled today. Balls. Bavuma in again. This one, a little bit of movement away from the batsman, I think, and just defended towards Keshav Maharaj, who's fielding in the covers. And so the score remains at 143 for 6. Tim has not been horrendous. For somebody who's not traditionally thought of as a bowling option in any rate, he's bowled nearly 5 overs here, and he's gone for 16-4. That's just over par with the scoring rate for today. If anything, yeah, he's been below the average rate, going at just over 3 runs an over, as this played again to Keshav Maharaj for no run. That dot tally goes up. That's 190, 191? 193 dots, I think, compared to just 143 in the previous ODI. Pretty big disparity there. This one's fuller, driven towards the man at long off, and they'll go through for a single. Ada Markram does the fielding. Hands on head stuff there from Quinton de Kock, as that one so nearly could have been popped up to Keshav Maharaj, who was there at the catching cover region. But you're listening to live ball coverage of the second ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by KFM.
KFM 94.5.
So that last single brought up the 50 partnership between these two. They've contributed 25 from Afif, 20 from Mehdi Hassan, and taken 75 deliveries together. And it also means that the score quite gross. It's 144 for 6. Overs. Ngingidi is going to be continuing from the golf course and over to the right hand. Mehdi is pads towards the man at short mid wicket, and there's no run. Foolish delivery. South Africa continuing to attack here. There's men catching, close enough in on the onside and the offside, with Temba Bavuma just off the edge of the strip, or the playing square rather, past Keshav Maharaj, who is on the leg side at a kind of a car corner region, is on the third strip from the left. And South Africa may be hoping for a mistimed shot. Ngidi again, right arm over. This one just dabbed down to the man fielding a third man, and they'll go through for a single move. Score moves on to 145 now after 39.2.
Afif Hussain is on 56 with Mehdi Hassan Miraz on 21. And the partnership now 51, Chris, and Bangladesh will be happier in the last passage of play than the South Africans, but overall you might think South Africa are in the driving seat.
Yeah, maybe they have the ascendancy in the game, but I think they'll also be bitterly disappointed that they didn't capitalize on all those early wickets. They've let this slip away a little bit and made it more competitive than it should have been given where they started.
Do you think Temba Bavuma will go to Lungi Ngidi and say, well, what's this bowling you making out to be so difficult? It's easy, look at my figures.
Ngidi again, this time into the left-handed. This one, half chance is a bit of a nothing shot from Afif Hussain. You wouldn't expect that from a man on 56. He just dabs this towards the man at gully, and it's one bounce into his hands. But if he got just a little bit more on that, definitely going down the gullet of the fielder.
It was a nothing shot. He just put his bat in the way, and thankfully it was one that was so nearly, like you said, an opportunity for Keshav Maharaj.
3 deliveries left now in this 40th over. Ngidi's going to be continuing right arm over into the left-handed Afif Hussain. It's a short delivery, just misses the bat. He has a fat flash at it, but it hits the gloves of the new man, the man back into the side, Quinton de Kock. The score 145 for 6 after 39.4. As I'm joined by Paul Matlane, who will be your main commentator for the next 10 overs. I'll be replaced in a couple of deliveries.
Yes, thanks, Chrissy. Really interesting period now for Bangladesh. They've managed to get a couple of 50-run partnerships, and now they're just hoping to get this target as close as possible to about 200.
Yeah.
Mehdi Hassan really has supported Afif Hussain, who has scored a second half century in international cricket. So
yeah, last time he got 93 not outs with this man at the other end. Penultimate delivery of the 40th over by Lungi Ngidi, right arm over into the left-handed batsman. This dabbed again, very similar shot to the fielder there, Keshav Maharaj. It drops just short. This one much closer to the fielder there.
Yeah, this one with a lot more harder hands than the previous one, just bouncing in front of Keshav. Would have been a tough take had it got to him, because it was dying all the way.
Yeah, that thing where maybe if you dive forward for it, you really risk losing your teeth. I don't think it was a genuine chance, but it's gonna put some doubts in the batsman's mind, even if he is on 56. 1 ball left in the 40th, and then you'll hear the last of me for the innings. I'll be gone soon enough. Right now we've got a man. I'll just continue with this last ball. Lungi Ngidi, right arm over into the left-handed Afif. This one defended between the man at gully and the man in the covers. It's picked up by Calvarena, who's sweeping on the offside,
Finally
and they go
gets
through
that
for a single.
Going. Remember, you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by Cape Talk in conjunction with One World Sports Radio. It is Pink Day, and remember, you can pledge Pink at SMS #pledge Pink to 40374.
You're with Cape Talk.
And we are back. I've got Sean Mayers with me, who's going to be taking us all the way to the 50th over mark in this innings. It is for some, the most exciting part of the game. And I'm excited to be sitting next to her as she takes us through this period. Temba Bavuma standing what call a drive end.
Temba Bavuma coming in past the umpire, and it's a full-length delivery, and it's just defended to David Miller in the covers. The field set he has is a third man in the ring, backward point, extra cover, long off, long on, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, fine leg, and man in the covers, sweeping on the offside. The next ball, Temba comes in, it's back of a length, and it's just defended into that vacant mid-wicket area, and the Bangladesh batters get 1. That brings their total to 147 for 6.
Interesting part of the innings. It is the final power play. You are allowed 5 fielders outside of the ring, where previously you were allowed 4. And so you've got the 5 fielders on the ring. To Afif Hussain is is point on the boundary.
Temba Bavuma coming in, and he pulls out. He pulls out, and that is called a dead ball.
We got point at on the boundary, long off, long on, very wide, square leg, and fine leg as well. You've also got mid-wicket. Timber's telling Lungi to go very fine, as though he bowls at 130 k's an hour.
Probably going to bowl very straight as Temba comes in. It's a full length delivery, and this one's been hit down the throat of long on, and it has been spilled. That catch has been dropped by Yanaman Malan at long on. That adds another run to the tally.
Crucial drop there. Most importantly, a chance at Temba getting his first international wicket dropped by Yanaman Malan at wideish long on. He had to go around the boundary, but it looked like a regulation catch. I think there might be some beers exchanged at the end of the game, because that really did cost our captain his first international ODI wicket.
A little bit of misjudgment there. It went through the hands and into the gut of Yanaman Malan. As Temba Bavuma comes in again, it's back of a length, and it is Afif just on the back foot pushes that to the man at deep mid wicket for 1 run.
What I'm knowing about this partnership is that Afif Hussain have now hold the record for a 7th wicket partnership between South Africa and Bangladesh. Mohammed Ashraful and Mashrafi Mortaza were the ones before then. I'll just get you that stat as to how many runs it was before this.
We have Miraz on strike as Temba Bavuma comes in again. It's a full-length delivery outside the off stump, and this one, he flashes at it, a full-length delivery, and this goes to point, and they manage to scamper through for the single that brings up the 150 for Bangladesh.
Yes, 150 would have been a target for Bangladesh when they were 35 for 5. They're there with about 9 overs remaining and 1 ball. That previous 7th wicket partnership was worth 54 between Mohammed Ashraful and Mashrafi Mortaza in Providence in that World Cup game, where Bangladesh scored 251. South Africa ended up coming through that game.
The last ball of Temba Bavuma is over. It's a full-length delivery, and it is hit back. Temba Bavuma diving to his right, hits his hand, but unfortunately the chance goes down and the ball is fielded at long on. Temba Bavuma is still on the ground.
That was a tough chance to take. It was hit straight back on the up to Temba Bavuma. He dove to his right, got a paw onto it, but it wasn't enough to stick. It's one of those that has to stick or not. He's now going to have to come off the field to get attention, which is going to make this a really, really interesting exercise. Keshav Maharaj, vice captain, will be taking over, but actually he's not actually leaving the field. He's actually going to get attention, treatment on the field. But 2 chances in that over for South Africa, and they haven't taken them. The question is, how costly will they eventually be with the score on 151 for 6? Afif's on 60, and Hassan Miraz is on 23. My name is Paul Mukwani. I've got Sean Mayers with me on a ball by ball. Remember, you are listening to ball by ball coverage of the 2nd ODI, the Pink Day, which is brought to you by 947.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
As the music flows here at the Wanderers, the Bangladeshi fans sitting on the bank looking for shade, supporting their team. We've got a few fans in the crowd today, which is really lovely to see cricket with fans, just hearing some of them cheering on every cricketing play that they see. Kagiso Rabada is resuming from the golf course end. He's bowled 7 overs for 25 runs, 3 wickets he has taken. He's been very disciplined from a wides perspective, only 3 wides.
Great comeback from him as he will continue. Coming from the golf course end past the umpire. It's back of a length and it is mistimed, but just goes over Kagiso Rabada's head to that vacant mid-on area, landing in no man's land. Kagiso Rabada, hands on knees, disappointed, and they scamper through They run through for the single, bringing the score to 152 for 6.
Yes. That was one of those situations where he saw the ball go over his head and he couldn't do anything about it.
Kagiso Rabada comes in, it's back of a length, and this ball by Miraz is guided down to third man for a
We've
single.
been seeing a lot of wrist work from the Bangladeshis today, especially this pair. Afif Hussain really good with his wrists against spinners. Now that last ball from Mid Hassan was just a slight soft hands, turning his wrist, opening up the bat, and just guiding it down to third man. There is no slip, so it's an easy single for the Bangladeshis.
Yes, Kagiso Rabada continuing from the golf course in, it's back of a length, outside the off stump, and it hits his pad, but comes off the bat first to the square leg region, and they get a single.
Kagiso's cranking the pace up now in the spell. Really, really good. The question is, when will we see that trademark Yorker that we've seen in the IPL before, in T20s before, especially to close out innings? That's what South Africans have been crying about for years. As someone who can bowl that Yorker ball, Kagiso's got it in his armory. When is he going to unleash it?
Kagiso comes in, it's a short delivery, goes past the head of Miraz, and that is a dot ball.
Start of the plan there, just getting Hassan Miraz just stuck in the crease a little bit, playing on his back foot. He might just bowl one full or one in the block hole to see if he can't eke out a wicket. There are plans in ODI cricket from a bowling perspective, a little bit shorter than what you expect in Test match cricket, around about a couple of balls.
You saw this one's also back of a length, but it's body line, and that is just tucked away to square leg, and they get a comfortable single there.
There's one that a little bit more offside-ish, because if they want to play with their wrists, that ball just gets you, because it's going to hit high on the bat. It's going to try trickle away down. We're going to try play that one and might bring Quinton de Kock in. But that one was just body line, so it's easy pickings for him.
Kagiso Rabada coming in for the last ball of his over. It's a full-length delivery, and Afif swings at this and misses the ball from outside off stump, and it goes through to Quinton de Kock.
If we were playing baseball, which started this week, that would have been called a strike, because he missed that ball entirely, looking to climb into it, take it all the way to that empty wooden stands there at deep mid-wicket on the boundary. But good bowling from Kagiso. He did crank it up a little bit. A play and a miss all the way to Quinton de Kock. End of that over, 155 for 6. Afif on 62, Miraz on 25. They realized that they probably the last recognized batters, or the last chance that Bangladesh has to push this up to 200. And, you know, as they say in cricket, runs on the board really is important, because then it takes the pressure, puts the pressure on the side batting second. On a pitch that looks very drier than I've seen it here at the Wanderers. We are changing seasons, so it could possibly be the reason.
Yes, 2 spinners, not a bad shout. They have been able to limit scoring options, but these 2 have put up a really good fight, and hopefully South Africa will be looking for one more wicket here, because that brings in the lower order batters, and hopefully they will clean them up pretty quickly. But Bangladesh are putting up a great fight as Keshav Maharaj comes from the corner drive end, bowls this one full on leg stump, and this is driven down to long on for a single. The score 156 for 6.
South Africa having used 6 bowlers today, though, and so now Timber's looking for extra overs from Maharaj to try and get to 50, as it now becomes a mathematics exercise for him, especially with Wayne Parnell out, who's out with a hamstring injury. The overs between him and Wayne Parnell have gone up to 9. So there's also 1 extra over remaining from Timber as well. So you've got 4 overs of Maharaj and Timber.
Keshav Maharaj comes in, it's back of a length, and they just knock this in between the fielders at deep mid-wicket and square leg, and they managed to scamp in for a quick 2 runs.
Clever from Afif, waiting for the ball to turn into him from Keshav, with that natural turn that he gets to the left-hander into him. And that the fielder next side were all on the boundary. Now I've seen them come in, but it was easy 2 runs. Good running, good calling for that first. Because if you run the first hard, the second one becomes a lot easier.
Keshav Maharaj continues, and this one is outside of stump, and Afif goes for the switch hit, misses the ball by the looks of it, and it hits Quinton de Kock and goes to the vacant point area, and they manage to scamper it for the single. Bye.
Yes, he missed that entirely, looking for that switch hit slog sweep, didn't connect with it well, didn't even touch the bat, and so buys ensued from there.
Keshav Maharaj, this is back of a length and outside off stump, and he just defends that to the man at backward point. No run.
Bangladesh can get this to 200 if these two can keep on going. Afif Hussain looks like a talent, serious talent for Bangladesh.
Keshav Maharaj comes in. It's a full length delivery on off stump, and this is driven to the man at long on, bringing the score to 160.
And in Mehedi Hassan Miraz coming in at 8, they have a batter who has played 56 games and has a high score of 81 in ODI. So he's no mug with the bat as well. Averages 17, but he's done really well in this series so far, being the villain to South Africa's chances.
The last ball of the over, Keshav Maharaj is back of a length on off stump, turns into the batter, and he just nudges that to the square leg for a single, bringing the score to 161 for 6 after 43 overs.
And in the first match, Mehedi Hassan as well coming in at a period where we thought South Africa may have Bangladesh in a little bit of trouble in that first innings where they scored over 300, and he just put on a stand with Afif as well as Taskin Ahmed. He scored 19 of 13, and it was really good to see Mehedi kind of give them that late order hitting, that extra boost that gets them into that bonus territory. When they got to 270, we thought they got to the bonus, but then Mehedi took them over into 300. So he's trying to do that today.
Kagiso Rabada coming in from the golf course end. It's back of a length, and Afif just ramping this and guiding it to the man at third man. Played a little bit too early in the air for longer than he would have liked, and gets an easy single.
Look, the answer here is to get to the other end, get Afif Hussain, get Mehedi on the other side. He's the aggressor in this partnership. Afif's just looking to just rotate the strike right now as that senior partner.
Back of a length from Kagiso Rabada on middle stump, and it's just played out to square leg, and they get another single.
And the other thing is, you've got to respect Kagiso as well. He's a good international bowler. Well, not good. He's a great international bowler. He's taken 3 wickets in this game for 31 runs. He's been South Africa's best bowler. So you got to see him to the other side, and the best way possible is not only just collecting dots, but collecting actually singles. And they've done that so far.
Thank you, Sir Rabada. It's a very short delivery and goes past the head, goes past the shoulder of Afif for no run. He tries to plant it, and that there is the one for the over.
Yeah, a little bit short, not quick enough, too quick to ramp. And so luckily he didn't get a feather to Quinton de Kock, because that would have set the cat amongst the pigeons for Bangladesh.
It's a back of a leg delivery on off stump, and Afif just playing that to the man on the cover sweeper boundary.
What do you call that? It's a front foot cut. He comes on the front foot and he just guides with a horizontal bat to the fielder at point on the boundary.
So you call that a cut? Or it's a cut shot? Obviously, he's not following through with the shot. He knows he can't play too hard.
Checking it more, check cut.
Yes, this is another ball from Kagiso Rabada outside off stump, back of a length, and it's just guided to third man for another run, bringing the score to 165.
Easy singles here so far, 5 singles in this over. These two will be comfortable with that and probably even very happy, because what Tembo was looking from Kagiso is a wicket. He hasn't been able to get that in this final spell so far, and so these two will be very pleased, because you'll have 1 over left of Bavuma, 2 of Maharaj, as well as 2 from Ngidi. So you might find yourself in bonus territory with spinners bowling at the death.
This is a short delivery from Kagiso Rabada, very short, and goes well over the head of Afif and is called a wide.
Very wide. So the question is, when is Temba going to bowl himself in that final over, in his final few overs? He is obviously off with that finger injury, and Keshav Maharaj, the captain right now.
Yes, very disappointing for Timber to be off the field as Kagiso comes in for the last ball of his over. It's a fuller length delivery outside off stump, and there is a massive swing that only gets the outside edge, and this ball flies to the third man boundary. Very fine of third man for a 4.
Looking to hit that over deep mid wicket. He gets it the other side of the clock down at fine leg. Very fine. Interesting, a healthy outside edge. Evading Tabrez Shamsi, who was at fine leg for 4. It's I wouldn't say it was a good shot. Lacked the base and the form and the foundation you would have expected, but the result is what Bangladesh wanted. 4 runs. End of that over, 170 for 6. Remember, you are listening to the second ODI, the Pink Day, brought to you of the between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by Cape Talk.
You're with Cape Talk.
Myself, Sean Mayers, and myself and Paul Mutlani and Sean Mayers in on One World Sports Radio, taking you through over 50 of this first innings in the Pink Day.
Keshav Maharaj tosses this one up, and it's a slog sweep from Mid-innings Hassan, and it is a 6 over deep mid wicket. A welcome boundary for the Bangladesh team, bringing the score to 176 for 6.
That was in the slot. It was 2 full with a short boundary in tow, knowing the angle that Keshav Maharaj is batting was safe for them for Maharaj to sweep, even though the ball hasn't turned much for Maharaj. It was really a riskless shot, and 6 runs to them.
That's it. Keshav Maharaj pulling his length back outside off stump and just defended to Temba Bavuma, who's back on the field at extra cover.
Yes, just that short boundary on the leg side is something that Bangladesh will be targeting.
Keshav Maharaj, another fuller length delivery, and this is swept between deep mid wicket and deep square leg, and the 2 batters managed to get a very well run 2 runs, bringing the score to 176 for 6. These 2 cruising at the moment, wanting to put pressure on the South Africans.
Drag the length back there, Keshav. Let the ball spin a little bit more.
Keshav Maharaj comes in as a short delivery, and Mid-innings Hassan comes down the track and pulls this to deep mid wicket and gets a single.
Yes, Mahedi pulling that, coming down to try and get to the pitch of the ball. It's not turning away from him, so it's really safe for you to attack it. Couldn't bypass the 2 fielders at deep mid wicket and at long on for that single.
The South Africans will be disappointed with how the rest of this innings has gone. Would have wanted to restrict them to well below 200 as Keshav Maharaj comes in. It's a fuller length delivery on middle and off stump and just played down to square leg for 1 run, bringing the score to 180.
180 for 6, 1 ball left in the 45th over. Still have 1 more over of Keshav Maharaj and potentially Temba Bavuma or anybody else who can bowl in the side. You've also got 2 overs of Lungingiti remaining.
Keshav Maharaj comes in, it's a full length delivery outside the off stump. Mirage rocks onto the back foot and cuts it, but straight to Kagiso Rabada at backward point, bringing the end to the 45th over. The score is 180 for 6.
If you're just joining us on this broadcast on One World Sports Radio in partnership with 947 702 Cape Talk KFM and EWN, Bangladesh won the toss, chose to bat on Pink Day. South Africa wearing pink. South Africa had Bangladesh 35 for 5 in the 12th over. There's been a fight back from with Mahmudullah Afif Hussain as well as Mehdi Hassan Miraz to get this Bangladeshi target from 35 for 5 to 180 for 6. They are 5 overs away from putting something competitive on the board. The pitch is a little bit dry and a little bit on the slower side, but the South African Quicks did get some joy up front with the new ball, and Wayne Parnell got himself injured after bowling 2 overs and 5 balls. Temba Bavuma has bowled 6 overs and 1 ball for 22 in replacing of him. We've got 5 overs left. The 1 over left from Bavuma. We got 1 over left from Maharaj, 2 from Ngiti, and this one from Rabada.
Rabada coming in from the golf course ends a shorter length delivery, and this goes. Afif tries to ramp this, but beats him for pace and doesn't get a run there as ball goes through to Quinton de Kock. Not a bad option, but with the pace that Kagiso is getting, it's a little bit of risk involved as well.
Well, look, he's trying to say that obviously if you want to ramp it, you can take it to Quinny on a feather, or if you do it that well, it brings in Shamsi.
Okay, so it comes in, it's a back of a length and just defended out to the man at point for no run.
Bangladeshi fans really ecstatic about the fact that the team are 180 for 6. They've been singing on the bank at the Wanderers. Good to have fans in the stands, in the stadiums. It's been a really tough 2 years, and now we're just hearing the sounds of the fans. This run rate is now at 4. They've been batting under 4 for the entire time. It would be an easy-ish chase for South Africa, but the second half of this bowling innings hasn't been the best.
This one is back of a length, and it is a top edge played to the man at mid-wicket side, and an easy catch by Themba Bavuma at mid-wicket, bringing the end to Mohamed Afif's innings at 72 runs.
Afif Hussain out for 72 runs. He has truly been the anchor of this Bangladesh series. 172 of 107, 9 fours and no 6. He top-edged one, the short ball plan working with Afif Hussain, not timing it entirely, getting that top edge that went straight into the air and was caught a little bit of a slower ball from Kagiso Rabada there, and Themba Bavuma taking the catch for his talisman. 4 wickets from Kagiso. So Bangladesh 180 for 7. And now it will bring in Taskin Ahmed, who scored about 7 runs or 4 balls in that last game at Centurion, or 5 balls in the last game at Centurion. So he'll be hoping to try and push this target with Mehdi Hassan to about 50 over to 200 in the 50 overs.
Afif Hussain coming in for his team when they needed him most. A wonderful innings has come to an end. He has steadied the ship, rotated strike when needed, and he has brought the total to a more defendable state. But I still don't believe that 180 is
never
enough.
Going to be enough at the Wanderers, especially with the short boundary on the leg side from the caller drive end.
Yes.
It's the short boundary to the wooden stands on the right of our pictures here on YouTube. You can see how actually short it is. If you can just see underneath the South African bowling rod, that's where the strip is being played on.
So that brings in Taskin Ahmed, who comes in 47 matches, 68 runs to his name, a best of 14. So he isn't known for his batting, but he will have to come in with four overs and 3 balls left to face.
Yes, South Africa have been ahead of this game from ball 1, and Bangladesh have tried to come back in fits and spurts, but their comebacks have come with a loss of regular wickets at regular intervals, and now the end of that monster partnership of about about 80 odd runs, ending that stand. It was actually 84 runs. And so now we start a new one. Bangladesh start a new one with Taskin Ahmed facing Kagiso Rabada.
Kagiso Rabada past the umpire. It is a full length delivery on middle and off, and it's just defended towards the left of mid wicket, and they managed to get in a quick single.
It's a quick single indeed. Kagiso just bowling full. I still would like to see that one Yorker from him to just remind us all of he's been great today, but remind us all of the bag of tricks he has before he heads off to the IPL.
Yes, I'm sure we will see it as he comes in. It's another full length delivery, and this ball is spooned up. A full length delivery spooned up to mid off, pitching outside of stump, and seems to have played it early, and is caught by the man at mid off. Miraz is standing, waiting for a decision. Looks like the umpires will review it, but the South Africans are very confident that they have their man. He is walking off, but has been asked to slow down, as the 2 umpires confirm.
Full ball from Kagiso. Mehdi Hassan coming forward to that and catching that on the half volley. It spooned up to the fielder at mid-off. And a really good catch from Yanaman Malan, who Temba Bavuma would be bemoaning because he dropped a sitter a couple of overs back, and he really good catch low down sliding, and he's been given out. They wanted to check the catch, and the catch from Yanaman Milan was very, very clean. Mehdi Hassan out for 38 or 49 balls. He only hit 1-4 in that innings. He was really good for Bangladesh. He had 1-4 and 2 6s in that innings. He was really good for Bangladesh. He was out bowled Rabada, caught Milan. Bangladesh losing 2 wickets for 1 run in this over, a double a wicket over for 1 run. It couldn't be a maiden because they did take a single in between the fall of the 2 wickets. So it's a wicket, a 1 and a wicket.
And that brings the FIFO for Kagiso Rabada. He has been the star bowler today. Led from the front, right from over number 1, putting pressure on the Bangladesh batters, and now is hopefully cleaning up the tail or starting the beginning of the cleanup of the lower order batters. And he is about to bowl his last delivery of his spell to Shariful Islam as he comes in with 9 matches and 15 runs to his name. It's a back of a leg delivery on middle and off stump, and this ball just comes off the inside half of the bat down to square leg, and they decide against taking the single.
Yes,
That's the end of the 46th over. This is the second 5-wicket haul in ODIs for Kagiso Rabada.
It's the second in ODIs. He's taken 8 4-wicket hauls in ODIs. He finishes his 10 overs, 5 wickets for 39 runs, an economy rate of 3.96. Only conceding 4 fours. He bowled 37 dot balls. Really good performance from Kagiso Rabada, the spearhead of this attack. He'll be sorely missed in the Test match series as he goes to the IPL after this ODI series, but he's given his country performance of note in his past 2 ODIs.
Keshav Maharaj coming in from the corner drive in. It's a full length delivery on off stump, and it's just defended for no run to the man at mid wicket.
There's an ODIs. Kagiso has only got a second 5-wicket haul, which is surprising how great he's been.
This is a full length delivery that is swatted from outside off stump to the man at mid wicket. It may have dropped short, but I think there is a catch there. Temba Bavuma
having finger issues today.
Yes, after that blinder that he attempted to take.
That was a drop catch as well.
Yes.
Came like a rocket to him.
Off the mat. Keshav Maharaj coming in. It's another full length delivery on a leg stump, and probably missing leg, but just comes off the pad and goes to the man at fine leg, and they don't get a run off that one.
If they don't get a run off of that one, the Bangladeshis have found facing Keshav Maharaj a lot easier this series.
This ball, it's a full length delivery, but just rocks back and plays it under his eyes off the pad and guides it to backwards square leg for 1 run.
He's conceded over 50 runs again in this series. I think conceded 55 in the first one, and now it's 56 with 2 balls remaining in his 10-over spell.
Yes, disappointing he hasn't got a wicket considering how well he has bowled, and we see a field change where backward square leg is coming in to the ring, deep mid wicket going out. As he comes in, this one is back of a length and is hit to the man right of the man of backward square leg in the ring, and they managed to get the single. Yes, disappointment. Probably he's disappointed not getting a wicket or limiting the Bangladesh batters. As he comes in past the umpire, it's a fuller length delivery, and Shariful swings at this one, but misses it, and it misses the stumps. That's the end of the 47th over and the end of Keshav Maharaj's spell. 10 overs, 57 runs, 1 wide, no wickets, 4 fours, 2 sixes, 2 no balls.
Mm-hmm.
Not the best stats for Keshav Maharaj today.
Remember you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh on Pink Day, brought to you by KFM.
KFM 94.5.
The 48th over will be bowled by Lungi Ngidi, coming from the golf course end. The field set.
So we're going Lungi, Temba, Lungi in his final 3 overs. Temba will be hoping that Lungi cleans up the tail, or not the tail, I do beg your pardon, the lower order, with relative ease at this point in time. 184 for 8. We've seen some low scoring affairs in the Pink day before. They have gone mostly one way, that was South Africa's way, as Lungi resumes his over.
Coming in from the golf course in, it's a full length delivery outside off stump across the left-hander. He swings at it and misses and goes straight and goes through to Quinton de Kock. No run. The field set, we've got long on, long off, extra cover sweeper on the offside boundary, backward point, third man on the boundary, fine leg in the ring, deep squared leg on the boundary, and mid-wicket. As Lungi Ngidi continues from the golf course end, past the umpire, it's a fuller leg delivery outside the off stump, and just defends that to man at extra cover and gets the quick single, bringing the score 185 for 8.
Bangladesh taking singles at the end there. You need to take as many runs as possible for them. Try to get as close to 200 as they can.
They will believe it's possible to get 15 runs in the next few overs, these last few overs.
It's a few lusty blows, so it's not impossible.
But hopefully, the South Africans will be wanting to clean this up quite quickly. As Lungi Ngidi comes in, it's a wider delivery outside of stump, back of the length, and Shariful asking Adrian Holstock for the wide.
Yes, but what happened was what hurt Shariful was that he took a step back down the leg side and then he came forward, and Lungi just bowled it in between the crease line as well as that wideish line that gives you a sense of for the umpires as to whether the ball's wide or not.
Lungi Ngidi coming in, the fans backing him. It's a full length delivery outside the off stump and hits his pad. And there is no run there, as this competition between these two is becoming interesting.
There's a very sore foot right now. It came off the bat onto the pad. He was looking to clear that front foot, but he forgot that he has his back foot deep in the crease. He got a healthy inside edge onto that back foot. If that back foot wasn't there, he would have probably hit the stumps. But it's going to be a very sore foot for Shariful.
Lungi Ngidi changing his action, coming around the wicket to not give Shariful any room. The fans behind him as he comes in past the umpire. It's wide outside the off stump, and he swings, and this ball goes with extra cover fielder just managing to palm that and limit the runs to 1 run.
The crowd cheering that run as though it was a boundary. They thought it got past Timber Bavuma, but it hadn't. And Timber managing to stop that ball on the bounce with his other hand that isn't affected. So good to see that he still is able to give us his best in the field.
Lungi Ngidi, the last ball of his over, as he comes past the umpire. It's a wide length delivery, and the ball is hit hard straight to extra cover, but then managed to gate the single, bringing the end to the 48th over. The score is 187 for 8.
So I think during the innings break or the lunch break, we'll be playing our full quota podcast that we do here at One World Sports Radio between myself, Mpomutlane, and Tim Del Lace, who's in Cape Town. We discussed the end of the 4-day series as well as the selection of the ODI squad for the Bangladesh series. We go through a couple of what has happened in that 4-day series. The Lions losing the 4-day series on the final day of it, having led the entire time, for the first 4 matches. And now we're seeing a change in bowling, something you will also be asked in a pub quiz. Rassie van der Dussen coming in to bowl some of his off breaks. It's going to be quite interesting bowling in the 49th over. If you ever get asked what over did Rassie bowl, ever his only bowl over in international cricket so far, or ODI cricket It would be the 49th over against Bangladesh. Let's see if he can get a wicket for all you pub quizzes out there.
Talk about a pub quiz pink day stats. All right, and he's coming from the corner drive end. He's coming around the wicket, and this one is full length and just defended to vacant mid-wicket and managed to scamper through for a single.
Fluid action from Rassie, who's bowling with his sunglasses on there. Very Mitchell Santner at the crease. Very, very Mitchell Santner. Comes in very tall, fluid action, getting his hip through as much as he can.
Rassie van der Dussen comes in. It's a shorter length delivery, and this one is hauled out to the man at long on, and Rassie van der Dussen gets his first ODI wicket. And
he is caught.
He is caught
by
at long
Aiden
on.
Markram, a really good wicket from Rassie.
And talk about coming in at the 49th over and being that man to take the wicket.
Yes, so the wicket for Rassie van der Dussen is Sharaful Islam. He is out for 2 of 8 balls. There was a bit of confusion with Sharaful not wanting to leave, but Aiden Markram had gobbled that up really well on the boundary, and Rassie van der Dussen has his first wicket in international cricket before he even has conceded a run.
Fantastic stuff. Great thinking from the captain, Temba Bavuma, bringing in Rassie van der Dussen. Not a decision anybody would thought he would have made, but it has happened. It has happened.
And it was a slog sweep. They tried to attack him. We're expecting the Bangladeshis to be more aggressive to Temba Bavuma. They tried to be aggressive to Rassie, and then they fell to him. Last batsman coming in is Mustafizur Rahman. He has a high score of 18 against Zimbabwe. He's played 73 matches, scored 80 runs, an average of 6. Could he give some lusty blows? And also remember that slug sweep was to the longer boundary at the Wanderers. And so really good bowling from Rassie van der Dussen. Good to see that we have options should we need them in the future. But I think against higher quality sides, bowling Temba Bavuma or Rassie van der Dussen could cause South Africa a little bit more trouble than what it's had today.
Rassie van der Dussen coming in. It's a shorter length delivery outside the off stump, and the Fizz just defending this out to the covers, and no run as David Miller does the fielding.
Yes. I'm loving Rassie's bowling action.
And the fans are too as he comes past the umpire. It's a fuller length delivery on off stump, and it's just defended back to Rassie. This is something I never thought I would see, and I am loving it. Pink day is the day. As Rassie comes in and pulls out both batter and bowler, not looking too comfortable with that, but here he comes, the 5th ball of his over, past the umpire, back of a length on off stump, and just this ball's just pushed down to a long on as the Fizz gets off the mark.
Yes, Mr. Fizzer getting off the mark there. Rassie just bowling a little bit short down the leg side, not getting the turn that you would expect from a right-arm off-break bowler.
Rassie coming in for the last ball of his over, and this ball's back of the length on middle and leg stump, and this ball's just pushed out to deep mid-wicket for 1 run. That brings the end to the over. The score is 190 for 9.
And South Africa's part-time bowlers only going for 25 runs and 1 wicket in 7 overs. That is really good to see in a time where Wayne Parnell got injured. And so Temba Bavuma can be really happy that the 10 overs between him, Parnell, and Rassie van der Dussen actually went for 31 runs and 2 wickets. So that's a run rate of about 3.1 and 2 wickets. So it didn't cause South Africa a lot more damage, but the start that South Africa had was the reason that they could be able to sneak through these 10 overs, 8 of which were part-time bowlers.
Yes, fantastic captaincy here from Temba Bavuma, managing his bowlers despite an injury from Wayne Parnell, and great bowling, good pressure from the frontline bowlers. They have come to the party and ensured that things are kept quite quiet from the Bangladesh batters. As Lungingidi comes in for the beginning of the 50th over, it's a fuller length delivery outside off stump, and Taskin Ahmed just swinging at that, and that ball goes to deep extra cover boundary for 1 run.
190 for 191 for 9. Going to the Bangladeshi scorecard, Tamim Iqbal got a 1, Litton Das 15, Shakib Al Hasan was out for a duck, Mushfiqur Rahim 11, Yasser Ali was out for 2. He scored a half century in the previous match. Mamadullah 25, Afif Hussain 72, Mehdi Hassan 38, Taskin Ahmed is not out on 8, Shariful's out on 2, and Mustafizur is out there currently on 1.
Lungingidi comes from over the wicket, and this ball is pitched fuller length delivery, but outside the off stump, just missing the outside edge as Mustafizur swings and misses this one. No run, 191 for 9. He knows they have to go hard at it. This is the last over of the game. They need to get to at least 200 to give the bowlers something to defend, and that's that mental confidence to defend the score as Lungingidi comes and it goes wide on the offside past Mustafizur. Another extra. The South Africans had 17 extras, 8 wides, 2 no balls so far.
The tactic to bowl full and wide, and close to that wide line is to negate that short boundary on the leg side. You don't want to be too straight and get hit over the top of this short boundary.
Yes, this is death bowling at its best, at its finest. So a wide in the death is not uncommon. As Lungingidi comes in, it's a fuller length delivery, a short back of a length delivery outside the off stump, and he gets the top edge as backward point goes running back, and diving effort from Aiden Markram, but unfortunately, catch goes down. Great effort.
Superman dive there, did Aiden Markram. Got a hand onto it, which was incredible. It just didn't stick for him. But you can see that Mr. Fizur is looking to hit anything that comes into his arc. Because actually Mr. Fizur, that anything that he can vaguely get a bat on. So that's the plan right now.
Great effort there, running backwards, almost 20 meters as Lungingidi comes in. It's back of a length delivery, wide, is a slower delivery as well as Taskin Ahmed asked for the wide, but remember the line does belong to the umpires, and that is another dot ball.
Lunging with the change in angle, slower ball, just bowling a cutter there. And the Tuscan coming through that ball very quickly, expecting a normal pacer from him, but he got a slower ball. It's a lot of poker being played out there in this game of cricket. Who's going to bluff first?
Lungingidi coming in. It's a full length delivery outside the offside, wide and full. This ball is hit straight back to Lungingidi, who fumbles, and they manage to scamper through for a single. Not a bad outcome for this last over. Lungingidi putting the pressure on as he prepares to bowl the last ball of this innings.
Yes, and then the first innings of the Pink Day. Remember, Bangladesh won the toss and chose to bat. And South Africa have them 194 for 9. They had them 35 for 5 at a stage where we've seen some great partnerships and lower order partnerships to help Bangladesh to 194 for 9. They'll have missed an opportunity to win the series here at the Wanderers, but the game's not over, so they're going to have to start bowling incredibly well, similar to what they did at Centurion the other night.
Lungingidi coming in for the last ball of the over. This ball is full and wide. Mustafizur swinging and missing. That brings the end to the first innings, and it ends with a dot. The final score is 194 for 9. Lungingidi finishing off his spell, 10 overs for 34 runs, 1 wicket, 3 wides, 3 fours, and 2 maidens. A fantastic effort and great comeback from Ngidi.
Great comeback from Ngidi, great comeback from Bangladesh with 35 for 5 at a stage, looking to win their first series in South Africa after winning that first ODI in Centurion. They won the toss, chose to bat on a very dry pitch with a lot of craters and cracks from it. Looked quite dry to the naked eye. They started off really poorly with the loss of Tamim Iqbal on 7. He was out for 1. Bowled Ngidi caught Maharaj. Next batter to be out was Shakib Al Hasan on a duck with the addition of 1 extra run. Caught Rabada, caught Verena, bowled Rabada for a duck. Next wicket to fall was on 23, Lytton Das. He scored 15. He was caught the cock trying to ramp to bowled by Kagiso Rabada, who really opened up the top order for Bangladesh. Yasir Ali was the next batter out on 30, or the score on 34. He only scored 2. Remember, he scored a half century in the last game. He was out 2 for 14. Caught Maharaj, bowled Rabada, got a bit of a leaning edge to point. Mushfiqur Rahim was out next with the score on 34. He has scored 11 of 31. LBW Parnell trapped plum on the back of the length ball that died as it got to the batter. Next wicket to fall was 60 runs later, with Mahmudullah going out on the leg side, caught by Yanaman Malan off the bowling of Shamsi down the leg side for 25. He was caught a leg slip. 25 of 44 was Mahmudullah. Then another 86-run partnership between Afif Hussain as well as Mehdi Hassan. Afif was out for 72 of 107. Caught Bavuma, bowled Rabada. It was a top edge, and he was caught at mid wicket at extra cover. 181 for 8 was when the next wicket had fallen. 1 run later, that was the wicket of Mehdi as well. He was out for 38 of 49 off the bowling of Rabada. He was caught by Yanaman Malan. Then the last wicket to fall was that of Shakib Al Islam. He was caught Eden Markram off the bowling of Rassi van der Dussen. You heard it here first. Rassi van der Dussen's first ODI wicket. Shakib Al Islam out 2 of 8. The 2 batters left were Taskin Ahmed 9 of 12, Mr. Fizur Rahman 2 of 6. The final total was 194 for 9. The bowling, Ngiti 1 for 34 for his 10, Rabada 5 for 39 of his 10. Parnell 1 for 6 before he went out with a hamstring injury. He bowled 1 ball less than 3 overs. Temba Bavuma, his replacement, 0 for 22. Tabrez Shamsi, 1 wicket for 26. Keshav Maharaj, no wickets for 57. And Rassi van der Dussen, 1 over, 1 wicket for 3 runs. South Africa need 135 to win. We'll be handing over to our producer, Otto, who'll be playing the Full Quota podcast, which is our recap of the 4-day series and a preview of this ODI series as well, when we talk about the South African team and what we expect from them. From us here in the studio with Sean Mayers and Mpumi Mklane, it's goodbye. We'll see you on the other end with South Africa chasing 195 in this Pink ODI. Hello, and welcome to another episode of the Full Quota podcast. You know, it's your number 1 South African cricketing podcast. If you want to know anything that's happening around the Proteas team or anything happening in South African cricket, this is your place. We're on One World Sports Radio, so please do subscribe to our channel, as well as tweet us on One World SR. We're also on Spotify. Just search for One World Sports Radio, as well as on Anchor Podcasts, even on Apple Podcasts. We're there. At One World Sports Radio. So if you want the audio option, you can do that. If you want to see our lovely faces, you can do that too. Remember, we're also on Patreon, so please do support us there. We really do like bringing games to you. We really do like being in the stadiums, and that kind of your support will help us get there a long way. We are going to be broadcasting the Bangladesh series. It starts next week, Friday, with the first ODI. Then it goes Friday, Sunday, and Wednesday. Pink ODI on Sunday at the Wanderers. First ODI at Centurion, and the third one will be at Centurion as well in the following week. And then we go into the Test series. But today, Myself and Tim are going to be discussing something else, and that ODI squad that came out today. Tim, how are you doing today? How's it going?
I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to talking about the 4-day series, having had the fact that your team was runaway leaders throughout the tournament and unbeatable, and at the end, they were clipped. The wings were clipped.
Well, I wouldn't say clipping lions' wings, but they were. Dude. I think we did a show in December where I effectively said just give them the trophy now, because all they needed was one win, 1 out of 3, right? Even 3 draws would have got them home. They got 2 draws and they couldn't do it on the last day, and that's what we're going to be talking about today. The 4-day series recap. Tim, we're going to be discussing players and stuff like that, but also the one thing I wanted to ask you up front: what did you make of this 4-day series as a whole? It's a restructure.
I think
what did you make of it?
Yeah. I thought it was a good tournament. I thought the style of cricket was good. I thought there were quite a few interesting individuals who were asked to go out there and score runs and take wickets. And my gosh, have they done that? We will obviously discuss that. But I just think if you look just very lightly, Peter Malan, the former Test opener, was asked to score a lot of runs. He's gone out there and scored a lot of runs. The other Malan, his brother, was moved into the middle order at the ball-out again because he knew that there was a spot available potentially with the Proteas. Again, he dominated. Simon Harmer, everybody said, well, you're going to come back here and you're got to get wickets. We're not interested in what you did in Essex. Got leading wicket taker. He's answered the call from that front, and that's just a flavour of the guys that have done well.
We'll talk about that Essex argument, because I'm a firm believer that if you're playing overseas, everybody needs to play overseas for us to take you seriously. So I'm glad that the world's best off spinner in the world, who doesn't play international cricket, finally showed the people of his country what he's capable of and competed against his own people. That, for me, is more important. I don't care what you did in the UK. I don't care whoever's going to jump a wall. No, he's taken so many wickets. Bowler of the decade, player of the decade in county cricket. I don't care, largely because the opportunity that was presented to Simon was not presented to everybody else. And that, for me, is the big issue. If all South African cricketers were allowed to play county cricket, fine, pick him, even if he didn't play in South African conditions. But for me, that was it. So I'm happy that he's done that. 44 wickets, silenced me, most importantly. And I think let's start this. Congratulations to the Titans. I think we chatted with Neil Brunt in a little bit of I think after 4 games, and they had drawn quite a lot of games. They weren't winning. They had lost 1 and they'd drawn 3, and you kind of needed the train to start moving, and it did. And they started winning. They got back a lot of their Proteas who were playing limited overs cricket, like Lazard Williams, who really did help. Junior Dala came back from injury. Dennis de Bruin found form at the right time. Yes, Simon Harmer only missed 1 game week, essentially. He missed game week 6. He didn't play. He played 5. He played first 5. He missed the last one, and he played this last one. So essentially, they weren't punished like the Lions, who had players coming in and out. Reza Hendricks didn't start the series. He then joined in when Ryan Rickleton left, and Ryan was the best batter, so he was playing for the Proteas. Sasana Magala was with the Proteas the entire December, did not play a game for the Proteas, and never played a game for the Lions. Duan Olivier was with the Proteas the entire time. Luto Supamlik was in and out because of SAA, so he didn't play. So you kind of had a mishmash of that insane quartet from the Lions that was really good, Tim. Like, they didn't need a spinner. I think a couple of guys were saying the Lions need a spinner, they need a quality. No. If you've got 4 quicks who can do the job, who did the job, then that's what it was. It's just they were not available. My only issue is... Yes?
I think a couple of those guys, okay, you didn't win it, but a couple of those guys showed we're good enough for this level. Cody Yusuf, I thought Cody Yusuf was exceptional when he came in. And of course, Mitchell van Buren, everybody's been talking about him for the last couple of years. He really made a name for himself at this tournament. So while it definitely affected you guys. But seeing those guys came in and they did perform. So that's it didn't quite offset it, but it offset those misses to a point, if you like.
Look, I think for me, the biggest issue was from a batting perspective. I think the Lions team, the batting was a little bit suspect, largely because take Ryan Rickleton out the side, you just got guys who aren't actually hitting the form. Dom's not having a great season this year. Josh Richards was doing well, but he kind of like got into a little bit of a bare patch. Reese is not batting well at all. And that's something we need to consider, and one of the reasons why I think he's not even in the ODI squad. But I was just disappointed that the Lions, from being locked on favourites, couldn't close it out. Even that game at Western Province, they couldn't close it out. Yes, the pitch is flat, and maybe we may have needed another second quality spinner. But even then, my thing about this 4-day series, I want all the Proteas to play it. The only way our cricket can improve is if our nationally contracted players, I know they play around the world, I know they play all these things around the world, they need to play a certain number of games, and our schedule needs to allow that. If it's the first 4, let it be the first. I know in the UK, the national team players play that April-May period. And then the moment the June test series begin, they then go off. So they play a little portion, but it's still good enough because then you kind of elevate the standard of our cricket. And I think for me, that's something that we need to look into. Because between August and September, if there's no IPL, yes, last year there was a World Cup, so we can forgive them for that. They should be playing. But this year we've got another World Cup, so I don't think we're going to get that. Because I was waiting for the day Kagiso would be like, I know it's my week off, but let me go play for the Lions. There was a time where he didn't have any games. He wasn't playing for the Proteas. Temba as well. So when they came back from the World Cup, and I was like, let's do this. Come on, play for the Lions. Let's see this team in all its glory. Let's hear this Lion roar. And we never got that.
What they also do with the UK, which is maybe it needs a bit of forward thinking from us, is they go and they say, right, to me, you're going to bowl 30 overs for Lancashire. Then you're going to come off and you're going to be replaced. So he bowls his 30 overs because maybe he's not bowler ready. He bowls 15 overs in the first innings, 15 in the second, and that's his contribution. Once he's done, 12th man comes on, and that's his game over. Maybe something like that needs to happen for somebody like Rabada. Rabada plays, but it only bowls a certain amount of overs. Because you obviously don't want to over bowl him. So you say to him, right, you can play, but you're only allowed to bowl 20 overs or whatever it may be. So something like that.
Like 15, like 15 overs a day, 12 overs a day, some sort of. But I would have loved to see Kagiso go up against all these guys, the Peter Malans, the guys who made a name for themselves, to see, because that's how we can test whether these guys are test level or not. And we never get that. And I think for me, that's my biggest worry, is that our batters are like, how do I sift through what quality is if our batters are not being bowled to by test level bowlers? But the one team who will be disappointed, Tim, is the Dolphins. I think they weren't as disrupted as the Lions or even the Titans or even any other team, Western Province, for instance. But they just never got going, and that team has got a lot of quality in it. They're defending champions, and they just didn't do anything.
It was a disjointed performance from them. They had injury problems though, so they had large parts of the season where Swart was out, Rudolphson was out, Pavalon wasn't always fit. So then you had Manguru, and then you had to rely an awful lot on Barkman to come in. It was very much a disjointed season for them. I think that's fair. And then you had guys who started well, like Jason Smith, who he's enjoying playing the red ball format, but then the last couple of games just fell away. So the performances, particularly the last game, were overshadowed by Keegan Peterson's runs. Keegan Peterson's runs made the performance look better than it actually was. Right? He showed why he is an international player right now. But you're right. They were definitely disjointed. The other issue that they have, they need to fix this. I know that they're trying to fix this. Is the opening position. They can't have Bryce Parsons opening batting. It doesn't
in
work.
4-day cricket.
In a
Well,
4-day
look, Sada was with the Proteas, so
yeah. So having Sarwell away was a huge problem. But they need to have if Sarwell's going to be away, going to continue to be away now. So they need to find an opener. Bryce Parsons, the 4-day stuff doesn't work.
But Tim, here's the interesting thing. We also saw a very interesting century this last game week. Andile Plesliboya scored a century in this last game week. Could this mean the turning point for his? Because my biggest cry for Andile is that he's never gotten those opportunities domestically to be the batter we wanted him to be. Everybody bemoans him from a batting perspective. They don't bemoan him from a bowling perspective. I think he's a very good bowler at international level. Yes, he's been off colour for the past year, but for his British tenure, he's been one of our best, especially in those middle overs. Is this a turning point for him from a batting perspective? He gets that first-class 100 again, and now he's going to start moving?
Ideally, as you said, you want Andile, for me, to move. You want Andile to move, and you want him to bat in that 5-6 role on a consistent basis, consistent runs. Good 100. It was a difficult position that the Dolphins found themselves in when Sonja was out for naught, Jason Smith was out for naught. So he came in a very tricky position. It was a good 100, but you want him to kick on. It can't be 100, 6, 3, 2, 9. So it's good. It's good to see. I'm very happy for him, but it's got to be consistent now. You've got to kick on from that. I still have my doubts about him as a test cricketer. I still think he's better suited to the white ball stuff, and I just think that's fine. I don't know if that's fine for him, but I think that's fine. I think there's nothing wrong with that. But
the other thing is that's helping him is that Vian Mulder's struggling with the bat as that number 7 role for the Proteas in the test side. So it's a start, and I'm not saying I was putting him now. Let's see next season what he gives us in the red ball format, and see what it goes. Even in the white ball format, if he can give us those handy 50s, those handy 60s, and bat with a higher strike rate, he could be, because we like to pick cross format, he could be an answer. I still say Marco Jansen's the guy for us at number 7. I'd like to see a lot more of him. And a guy like Marco Jansen, I think this is one reason why I don't like the Proteas playing all the time and missing out on this domestic season. Because a guy like Marco Jansen would have valued his experience batting in this domestic season as a number 6 for the Warriors. And so for me, that's my one thing where guys lose out. Like Vian Mulder, he loses out because he's with the Proteas, even though his biggest development point is batting. It's not bowling. Vian's a great bowler. It's the batting. And so for me, I think even Andile, maybe it was because he was around the world with the Proteas all the time. But even at the Dolphins, I always thought he was never good enough to make the 11. I'm happy he did, and he scored 100. So let's see, maybe when the off-season starts, which is soon after this ODIs tournament, maybe he might want to. I'd say he needs to move. I say if the Titans are looking for a batting all-rounder, at the Titans 6 is a little bit too much. Maybe the Lions, maybe Northwest, actually. Bouncy pitches in Botch, maybe it could work for him there. I just don't know which side he would work in. I think that I don't want him to go to a place where there's a flat wicket, but I need him to leave KZN and try and find his place somewhere else. So maybe even Paul and Western Province and be that number 5 or 6. But I know, so for me, that's where I'm thinking with Andile.
Yeah. I don't want to start transfer news, but if I was a man of province, I would be getting him at province. That's the place I would go. You've got Mikajima there. Mikajima is coming to the end of his career. He's coming to the back end now. If I would be moving him, focusing on his white ball stuff, because he's very good in his white ball, and I'd be moving Andile as his successor. That's what I would be doing.
The other thing that happened now, obviously, we had the 6 established franchises, but we also had the 2 newbies, that being Northwest and Paarl. What do you make of their seasons? I'll tell you what I thought of Northwest. I thought they got better as the season went along. I think they were more of a white ball side than a red ball side, and you saw that. They need, like, Hano Kun can't open for you guys at the top, sorry. But got a lot of youngsters. I saw Senran Mutusami come into his own with a bat a little bit in this series. I think they also have a Nicky van der Berg question, but outside of that, I thought it was a good first. It wasn't a good first season. I thought they could be better. I just think their recruitment needs to be better, and I think they need to like troll all those Division B sides and try and pick whoever they can who can actually bat, because I think that's where they struggled a lot more, and also get some paces in there. It's like the land of all rounders. Everyone does a dual role at Northwest. There's never somebody who actually does one good thing, one thing at once. On the other hand, I think Paarl, with all the experience and everything else, they actually did quite well. I think what let them down to the 4-day series was their bowling. But outside of that, the batting, they outside of Yadaman and Peter were just carrying this team throughout the season. But look, if you've got the 2, use them.
Yeah, like okay, so I'm gonna start with Northwest. Look, they've had 2 different coaches this season. So let's just start with that. That's been a huge upheaval for them. They started with Monty, then he was had to step aside. Craig Alexander was taken over. So that is obviously created inconsistencies in their performance before you get into the actual performances of the 11. It's always difficult with these teams, particularly Northwest, is finding the right squad, finding the right 11. I think they struggle to find the right 11. If you look at the Division 2 sides, if I'm picking Ernest Kem as an opener, I'm going to Ernest, and I'm saying I'm picking you from Northern Cape to Northwest. There are guys in the Division 2 side. Just because they're Division 2 doesn't mean they're not good players. There are good players in that division. I might even be persuaded to bring Jonathan Van Dier across, but I would need him to be a lot more consistent than he is at the Northern Cape. He had a good season, but he needs to be more consistent because he's a very much a senior player. Muthusami was outstanding. When you consider the performances of the team, how inconsistent they were, making that 100 in that last match, his numbers are right up there. When you consider how difficult they found it, Paarl for me are a difficult one. I'm not sure I'm going to be buying Carl Abbott next year.
No,
I love Carl.
Okay.
I love Carl, lovely guy, but I'm not buying him next year. I'm sorry. So, Carl,
he would help Northwest. He's the type of guy who would help the Northwest.
Yeah,
and I think that's what kind of needs to happen in the off season is like the guys like Carl. I was like, okay, cool. Like, yeah, Carl can come to the Northwest and he can actually be a talisman for the side.
A leader.
Yes, that's what they needed, a leader in the bowling side who was a fast bowler and not necessarily because Dwayne wasn't there all the time. Duan was injured. They've also got the other all-rounder that came from the Lions. I keep on losing his name.
Proteas was in and out.
Yes, Delano. And so it was like, guys, who's your 150? And their bowlers, I think it was Caleb Seleka. He's quick, raw. Need somebody to kind of guide him. So even like for instance, if for instance like we're talking, there's some guys who are going to be moving off of guys. I think I know the Lions won't do this, but there needs to be a conversation around Dom as to whether we need to try and find someone else or try and move him off to someone else. I'm not saying there's just a conversation around that Dom and Reza axis. I think they kind of need to figure out what they want to do. So too at the Titans, what happens. I know they like Akamane. but maybe there's a conversation around Kerwin Bosch. There's a conversation around Junior Dala. Because Okutlekele set the entire season on the sidelines. So
I think Aya was guaranteed all format play. I think that's what happened. I think that's why he left the Warriors. I think he knows he's a white ball cricketer. He knows that. I think he wanted the red ball stuff. I'm not sure he's suited to it anymore. He's no longer 25 anymore. If he were 25, then you can make an argument. I think now you need to say to him, listen, it's not working. We want you the white ball stuff, but we need to look in a different direction of the red ball stuff. Just to go back on my point about ball hunt, 3 spinners and the four-day stuff doesn't work.
Guys.
It doesn't work. Sorry. It doesn't work. It does not work. You have short footwork, yes, and then you choose between Mahima and Manik. You don't play both of them. Sorry.
Look, we saw in the T20s, that was their best bowling lineup. It was their best bowling lineup. They ended up playing those 3. In T20s, it works, but guys, pick one. And we know Paul's a turner. We believe you. We understand. No. But so let's talk about the students. Okay, not the students, but those who performed very, very well. I'm going to have a look at the batting stats for the Division 1. Division 1, Peter Malan scored 601 runs in 7 innings. He has a high score of 219, not out. I think he did that in the last game. He has an average of 120. David Bedingham, 509 runs, high score of 199, 63. I'm happy he answered my questions. And if he wanted to stay, he'd be playing in the Bangladesh Test series, but we know what happened there. Ryan Rickleton, 497 runs, an average of 82. Josh Richards, who is another opener I think South Africa might need to look into, 496 runs, a high score of 151, an average of 55. If you want to be ageist, I'd pick Josh Richards over giving Peter Malan another chance. If you wanted to look for someone who's going to be the backup to Sadal Avia. Wesley Marshall, in the red ball thing, Tim, I'm so happy about this. He got obviously he played all the games, 494 runs, high score of 97, so didn't score 100 but had 550s, an average of 38. He's up there. Tebogo Mokoena, 482 runs of the Titans as an opener with an average of 48. That was really good. Lesiba Mwepe's in there as well, at 443 runs at an average of 36. Matthew Bretzke coming in after. So these are all top order batters, apart from obviously Ryan Rickleton, and I look at this and I'm like, wow. Then obviously look at the bottom. Yanaman Malan, 384 runs, average of 64. Rudy second, 398, an average of 49. Stan Fansel also scored a lot of runs for Paul, 408 runs at an average of
Welcome back to the Imperial Wonders for the second Betway One Day International. It's Pink Day. South Africa taking on Bangladesh in this Betway One Day International series. You're listening to One World Sports Radio. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me for the first 10 once again, it's Sean Mayers. Sean, a pleasure to be back with you once again as we look at how South Africa will look to chase down the score of 195 to beat Bangladesh in the second One Day International.
It is fantastic to be here with you again, David. And what a day this has turned out to be. We have opening the batting. We have Quinton de Kock and Yanaman Malan coming in to chase down the 194 that Bangladesh posted in their innings. And what a match it has been. We have seen Bangladesh come back from 34 for 4 to post 194. We've seen Rassie van der Dussen take his first ODI wicket. Kagiso Rabada took a fifer. And now we are hopefully we'll see some fireworks. Taking the first ball will be Yanaman Malan. He has 16 matches to his name, 760 3 runs, a higher score of 177 not out, an average of 63.6 runs, 350s and 300s to his name.
And just a reminder that you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage for the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by 702.
Side by side
With 702.
702.
Let's walk the talk.
First ball of the South African innings is a pushed shot from Yaneman Malan, just a punch off the front foot, and they'll get 2. So South Africa on the scorecard, Sean, 2 without loss. Yaneman Malan is somebody who's really had a horrible day in the field, Sean. A couple of drop catches, as well as a catch that he eventually did take. But how important will it be for him to put that performance out of his mind and put providence to the South African attempt here? He's facing up now to Shakib Islam, who gets him to defend on the front foot, and this goes on the bounce to backward point. How important would it be for him to reset?
Well, the professional that he is, you would hope that he puts that out of his mind. Yes, 2 catches down, but what a third catch. You know, coming forward, not an easy catch to take on any day, and he held on to it. So you want to forget the mistakes, focus on what's coming next. You can't change what's happened.
It's a funny old game is cricket, because you can drop the pies and catch the screamers. He's now facing up Shakib Islam, left arm over the wicket, and he just duplicates that shot, and the result is just the same. So no run yet in the remaining 2 deliveries. And Malan, as you said, he'll have to just reset. He's a professional with 193 runs that is required still before South Africa can claim a victory here. They'll need to go at 3.9 to the over. So a solid start here for these guys. Just a short hop, skip, and a jump away from where we played the first one international at SuperSport Park, and we will be back on Wednesday. Shakib Islam in again to Malan, who just drives this out, and it's wonderfully cut off by Shakib Al Hasan at mid-off. Good bit of fielding there. He's an experienced campaigner, and will make sure that he also puts to bed his performance with the bat today. It was a duck after scoring 77 in that first one-day game, and we'll hope to see how he goes about it. There are 2 slips in place accompanying the wicketkeeper of Mushfiqur Rahim with Litton Das and Yasir Ali. For left arm over the wicket, passing umpire Holdstock, and defended line and length from him, and Malan just turns around and remakes his goal.
Yes, it's nice to see him batting outside his crease, trying to mitigate any swing or any movement on offer from Shakib Islam, who so far has bowled a really good over, barring that first ball that went for 2 runs. Now, a really good shot from Yaneman Malan. Yaneman Malan looking very comfortable in this first over.
Some of the criticism from the various pundits, as we see Shakib Islam, and again, this was a little bit straighter this time, but Malan is only able to push it out to mid-on, was the strike rate with which the South Africans batted. There was a lot of slow starts in that game, but they'll be looking to keep that out of the mind, will the South Africans, as they end the first over 2 without loss, and Malan is the only one who has runs, because now Quinton de Kock, the left-handed wicketkeeper, who was omitted from the squad in the first one-day game, is back for South Africa. An undisclosed illness is the reasoning for that omission. Somebody that you probably, Sean, pick every time when you sat down with the selectors. Quinton de Kock, probably the first name on the list.
Definitely the first name on the list. It's been a while since we've seen him in the setup, and what a fantastic time it is to have him back. He will, well, playing at home, that is. So it will be exciting to see what he does here at Pink Day. And a wonderful day it is. He knows this ground. He's played in a few Pink Days himself. So we'll hopefully see some fireworks from him.
That's exactly what South African fans will be looking for from the experienced left-handed wicketkeeper. He's been effective and efficient for South Africa at the top, really being of a great foil to a guy like Hashim Amla in the early part of his career, where they complemented each other like yin and yang. This time, though, he's got Yanaman Milan for company and will want to shoulder the responsibility. Taskin Ahmed will be bowling right arm over the wicket to him from the corner drive end. He goes now passing Marais Rasmus right on over, and it's a wide. It's a howl over delivery first up, Sean. That was poor.
Yes, and it came off the surface a little bit and continued going wide. So some good signs for Taskin Ahmed, but not the area he would have wanted to bowl, not the start he would have wanted to get. But at the same time, Lungingiri's first ball of the innings was a wide.
Yeah, wide as well. And so Taskin Ahmed maybe just wanting to fix a couple of things. Maybe his leading arm, perhaps his wrist needs to be a little bit stronger. Ratan Das almost took that at second slip, but thankfully Mushfiqur Rahim was fleet of foot. He goes now again to De Kock, catches the edge and pops out into the cover regions, and Shakib nearly had a catch early on. It was how two of the Bangladesh wickets fell early on today, Sean, and it was actually the wicket of Shakib Al Hasan that came in that way, where it was a leading edge off of a front foot shot.
Yes, not how Quinton de Kock would have wanted to start his innings, the first contacts he's had with the ball. But if you give this man a chance, most teams end up regretting. So we're hoping, look, it's a new ball, things are happening. Let's give it some time.
Taskin Ahmed in once again. And it's trapped in front. Loud shout from everybody, including the crowd. Marais Rasmus, the season campaigner that he is, not interested. And based on that, there's a small discussion about whether or not they should go up. And Tamim Iqbal deciding that he's not happy with umpire Marais Rasmus's decision. It's always a challenge, Sean, when you're bowling right arm over to the left-handed batter, particularly because somebody like him will be mindful of the fact that it may have pitched outside leg stump, and that could be the reasoning there for umpire Marais Rasmus to decline any shout there. But Bangladesh feeling confident in that one.
He's feeling confident. Quinton de Kock probably a little bit worried, but also feeling a little bit confident that it pitched outside leg. I would reckon maybe umpire's call with where it was pitching, but I'm lucky enough to be up here entertaining the masses instead of down there and having to make this decision.
Yeah, there's an inside edge seemingly. Well, it looks that may be the case. So Quinton de Kock getting a fine inside edge, and everybody seems to be resigned to the fact that they won't pick up the first wicket just yet. They're still having a look at the replay on the big screen here. It was a lovely delivery, just jagging back in and possibly also missing leg stump, Sean, if it hadn't been for that inside edge from Quinton de Kock.
Yes, with those, you just want to ensure that you're in a good position and pitching outside leg anyway. So
well done, Marais Rasmus, smashed it. Exactly as you would expect from South Africa's most experienced umpire, the third most experienced umpire in the world, behind Alim Dar and Kumar Dharmasena. So Quinton de Kock survives, but no real threat to his wicket there. And Taskin Ahmed will once again seek to displace and dismiss South Africa's opening left-handed wicketkeeper in Quinton de Kock. He begins his run-up now, quite a lengthy run-up, almost all the way to the circle. He goes again now and just is driven out to square the wicket. Maybe outside half of the bat, and the collection work there means that they just get one at the deep square boundary. Third man having to race around there to cut things off.
yes, very not the best shot, but you can see the intent is to score runs. Bangladesh know that the only way they can win this match is to take early wickets, to attack. Quinton de Kock not wasting time, true to his natural game, wanting to score runs early and going for it. You know, if it's there to drive, you drive. If it's not there, you defend or leave.
He's not the type of person to die wondering, is Quinton de Kock. He's more often than not dismissed in a fashion that we'll all be frustrated with. But when he does come off, it is a masterclass to behold. Taskin Ahmed into Milan, who just defends us off the back foot. Left-right-hand combination at the top of the order, Sean. How important is it for South Africa to find a left-right-hand combination that succeeds in one-day cricket because of the balance that it brings to any side?
It's if you have these two firing at all cylinders, they are match winners in themselves. This partnership sets up wins. If they don't set up a win, they're actually going for the win themselves. So if these two can fire, it does work. For the Bangladesh team bowling against them, I think they are used to left-hand or right-hand combination because there are so many left-handers in their side.
But now with the fifth delivery of the survey, passes Maria Rasmus, it's leg stump half volley really, and they've been flicked away to that onside region where it is collected, and they'll get one. So one more remaining in second, and it's 5 without loss. Milan on 3, De Kock on 1. Yeah, Sean, I mean, when you think of an opening berth and how much pressure there is to score runs, particularly in a difficult region like South Africa to open the batting and score runs, you value all the more an opener who is able to get you off to a fairly quick start in somebody like Quinton de Kock. And with his experience and knowledge, will Quinton de Kock be able to just dominate these Bangladesh bowlers? It's a task that he will be up to, hopefully, for the South Africans. Taskin Ahmed in again, and this was defended and so nearly could have gone onto his own stumps from the shot there. I think it just hit him on the hand maybe, and that will conclude the second over. 5 without loss, and he could be struggling here a little bit, Quinton de Kock.
Yes, that one came off the glove, looking a little bit uncomfortable with that one as it came off the glove, but still good positions. Does show that the pitch is still, there is still something in it. A little bit of extra bounce that Quinton de Kock didn't expect, but held his position. Take one on the body, but you're doing it for your team, doing it for your country.
Certainly, there was Mushfiqur Rahim and Shakib Al Hasan taking a couple of shots on the body today. The South Africans were fired up, particularly the fast bowlers, and maybe slightly too fired up as Wayne Parnell damaged his hamstring. And then Temba Bavuma, attempting to take a return catch in his bowling effort, was the one who got injured. And then Rassie van der Dussen picked up a wicket. This first one just defended square the wicket on the offside, and no run there. It was really a surprise, Sean, to see somebody like Temba Bavuma bowl, and then even more so when Rassie van der Dussen picked up a wicket.
Well, they have been in some really good form, both batters. Both domestically and internationally, they have been in some fantastic form. When somebody's in form like that, if they ask for the ball, you're like, well, you might have the golden arm.
Give me the ball, fella.
And Rassie van der Dussen, backed by his captain, took the ball, got the wickets.
Absolutely. Slashed away and square the wicket. It's going to run away to the boundary. Lovely way to get off the mark with your boundary count by Yanaman Malan. You said it. He was outside his crease, and he just slashed this away, backward of point, and it raced to the boundary. No hope of stopping that one.
He didn't even run. He knew as soon as it left the bat, that was going all the way to the boundary. This Wanderers outfield is lightning quick. If it is not stopped, it is going for 4. You are just doing retrieval duty.
Absolutely. It was one that he came down the wicket, just threw his hands on, and a little bit of width there was how Malan was able to free his arms there. Sharaful Islam, and again, it's short and pulled away. There's nobody there. Deep back with square, and it's going to run away for 4. Fine leg was trying to race around to cut that off. Back-to-back boundaries for South Africa. It's 13 without loss.
Well, he was on his heels, Taskin Ahmed, as he was on the I would say a wide fine leg as he was running round, and on his heels. Unfortunate not to get close to it, but well placed by Yanaman Malan. 2 back-to-back boundaries. Great over and great start. 13 for no loss.
It's a good start here by Malan. It's often spoken about Quinton de Kock, and we did speak about his ability to accelerate the innings, but Yanaman Malan is really taking a liking here early. Islam in again, and this time is more measured from Malan, who just defends off the back foot, and there's a signal from umpire to umpire, throwing out the peace sign. 2 to come, sir. Malan on 11, de Kock on 1. These two have put 13 on the board without the loss of the first wicket. And you've spoken about the form of Rassie van der Dussen, a man who now has probably one of the best bowling and batting average differences in world cricket. I mean, he's averaging, I think it was 74, and now in bowling, he really has come to the party today with that wicket, a vital wicket in terms of the context of the game. Sure, and again, and defended more on the front foot this time, straighter into the right-handed Malan. Just defended to mid-on, who does the fielding.
A better length from Shariful Islam and a better line, not giving any room, not allowing him to drive or to free his arms as he plays this one. So Good comeback from Shariful Islam. He will need to keep bowling this line and length, be consistent in this area if they have any hope of defending this total.
Yeah, somebody who you don't want to give any width to at all is Yanaman Malani. Stand outside his crease, as Sean pointed out. Shariful Islam in again, and also nearly that could have taken the edge on its way through to Mushfiqur Rahim, just beating the back of Milan. And after 3 overs, it is 13 without loss in their search of 195. You're listening to ball by ball coverage of the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by Cape Talk.
You're with Cape Talk.
Back live at the Imperial Wanderers. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me for the first 10 is Sean Mayers. And you can SMS Pledge Pink, that's PLEDGE, Pink, PINK, to 40374. That's 40374. And you'll donate 20 Rand for breast cancer research. And you can always tweet us as well at OneWorldSR. New over now from Tuscan Ahmed, who just gets Quinton de Kock to defend on the front foot. And there's no run there. So Quinton de Kock having to be somewhat of the circumspect partner in this combination of South African openers, Sean.
It's not a bad thing to know that he has it in his game. He does have a very good technique. So to be able to adjust between the two roles, bowlers are allowed to bowl well. You don't have to attack everything, and that's why he's selected for this team. That's why he's one of the best in this business. So be able, acknowledge a good ball, respect it, stay in there. There will be bad balls to come.
2 slips in place for Tuscan Ahmed. He goes past Murray Erasmus. Now down the wicket comes Quinton de Kock and just whips this to the onside. And it's hit with great power at the man there at forward square leg, Asif Ali, who's to the right hand of Adrian Holstock. He's almost like a close-ish mid-wicket, Sean. A lot of the fielders not quite on the ring. So you fancy it as an indication of the fact that this pitch is not necessarily as pacey as you would traditionally expect from a Wanderers wicket. 2 slips, third man, fine leg, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. He goes, once again, does Tuscan Ahmed to Quinton de Kock. Just dive this backward point, despairing dive. It's right to the boundary. What a shot. He just used the pace of the delivery there and opened the blade, raced away to the boundary. Quinton de Kock's got a boundary of his own. He's on 5. South Africa halfway through the 4th. 17 now without loss.
When you Google stand and deliver, that is the shot you see. He just well balanced, got into a good position, played it under his eyes, watched the ball onto the bat and off the bat as it goes through that square boundary. The South Africans, talking about the pitch, did opt for a heavy roller in the break. So just to iron out some demons that may still be left there from the first innings.
Tuscan Ahmed in again. Quinton de Kock shot! He's locked to the side of Kalkon. It's going to go all the way to 6! What a shot, Quinton de Kock. You said stand and deliver, and he's done exactly that, Sean. It's gone about 15 rows back here at the Imperial Wanderers Stadium, just underneath our nose here. But what a shot. It was a length ball. And Quinton de Kock isn't here to play around. He's on 11 now, 23 without loss. Wow.
In the slot, and he just watched it onto the bat and said, I'm going for it. Wanting to make quick work of this total. Doesn't want to stay too long. So may as well. If it's there, it's there. You take it on.
Absolutely. It was one that, as they now seek for the ball, everybody's playing hide and go seek. Maybe shout a bit of Marco and you'll hear some polo. But Sean, that looked very much like a shot that you would play at the first tee at the golf course adjacent here, as the Bangladesh fans pointing out to Tamim Iqbal where the ball did land. He can't high-five them, but certainly would love to be able to get close to their favorite players.
A wonderful experience there. Lots of youngsters at this ground. And, you know, I would say this is not a sight I'm used to seeing, especially with fans around where the players are going into the stands to get the ball. But here at the Wanderers, there is a limited number of fans. So if you are lucky enough to be here, consider yourself one of the lucky 1,500 spectators allowed to be at the Imperial Wanderers.
Well, if you're not there, you're definitely listening to us. So we're happy to have you alongside with us. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR and we will share your thoughts. But it is an absolute pleasure to bring you live radio cricket commentary. And we are thrilled by the way that this game has gone so far. It's been an exhilarating contest. It was South Africa all on top earlier, and then the game shifted. Speaking of shift, there's a shift in the field. Deep backward square goes out, mid-wicket comes into place, and the man at fine leg comes into the ring. He's going to go around the wicket to Quinton de Kock or Tuscan Ahmed, past the umpire, and defended by Quinton de Kock. Sensible batting. Maybe a younger Quinton de Kock would have thought or considered a shot there to smash it through the covers. He does shadow bat that one, Sean, but just restraining himself ever so slightly there.
Yes, talking to some fast bowlers around the world and, you know, to the ones up there in my team, they always say that you run in as a fast bowler, an opening bowler, saying this is the ball that's going to get the wicket. And to see a batter just so easily defend sometimes is the most frustrating thing in the world. So, you know, sometimes you don't have to hit boundaries to frustrate bowlers.
No, not at all. Tuscan round the wicket for this final ball of the fourth and thrown hard. That's a shot. Quinton de Kock. He's thrown everything at it. Stand and deliver 3 times in this over, and South Africa have 12 in boundaries from this over. The clock moves to 15. It's 27 without lost after 4. Wow, what a shot.
What an over. Some great batting here by Quinton de Kock. You've seen the elegance in his playing the ball under his eyes, some graceful, elegant shots, muscling the balls in the slot, took it over mid-wicket, and this one, a textbook cover drive. Waited for the ball, great balance, and just punched it and check, not even a full swing.
No, not at all. Like you said, just a check drive. And that means as a result that we're going to get a change of bowling here from the golf course end. The helmet coming out for Mushfiqur Rahim to field behind the stumps as wicketkeeper, as he always has. Mehdi Hassan Baraz is going to be the man who will be bowling. 57 matches, and Sean with 62 wickets to his name. He's certainly been helpful for Bangladesh, picking up his career best in the previous season against the West Indies.
Yes, the change of pace will be good. We saw Yanaman Milan able to get some boundaries off the fast bowlers. Maybe this is a sign. Take the pace off the ball, force the batters to generate some pace and play out of themselves. It's not too often that these two batters face spin this early on in their innings in one-day internationals.
Absolutely. Right arm over the wicket he'll be coming. He's just tossing out a couple of practice deliveries. So a 45 backward square, a third man backward point, a man at extra cover, as well as mid-off and a cow corner, but in the ring. He goes now to Milan. He just defends this one first. No run. So there is a man at long on as well as a deep mid-wicket, perhaps for that sweep shot, but an opportunity here for these two batters to rotate the strike if they're not able to get the boundaries that they seemingly are aiming for. This one is a good length and just defended into the wicket. No run there for Yanaman Milan.
Yes. The spinner also forces Yanaman Milan to play in his crease unless he's going to take it on, but I think it's a little bit too soon to do that.
This one is struck in front. There's a shot from the Bangladeshis, but they knew that there wasn't an opportunity for a dismissal there. Adrian Holstock just shaking his head. And it's one where I think, Sean, having lost a review, they'll just be maybe a little bit more cautious in their approach to the reviews. This one means that Milan can come down the wicket and just dot it onto the onside, where they will be fielding at mid-wicket. And they'll get through for a single.
Yes, no need for anything risky right now. They are way ahead of the required run rate, which is at 3.7, and the South Africans are traveling at 6. So no need for anything rash right now.
Not at all. Yasir Ali will now come in to that slip region. He's just done the fielding of the previous delivery there, but now with the left-handed Quinton de Kock on strike, he will be looking to poach and pilfer everything that comes off the outside edge of South Africa's wicketkeeper. Baraz to Quinton de Kock. Fallen, lifted up over the top. Mid off, mid on, rather, long off. I'll eventually get there. Hashing to do a lot of work as he eventually got there in the end to cut that off, and they got 2 for it. So good use of the wrists there by Quinton de Kock, just hitting that up and over the man at extra cover in the ring.
The confidence is brimming of Quinton de Kock. He wants to make quick work of getting this total.
Here's Sam Miraz into Quinton de Kock, who plays this awkwardly. And that will conclude his over. It's 5 gone. South Africa 30 without loss. And an opportunity to remind you that you are listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh. And it's brought to you by 702.
Side by side
with 702.
702.
Let's walk the talk.
We are Sean Mayers and David Midgley. You can tweet us at OneWorldSR. And if you would like to contribute to the Pink Drive here, hashtag it Pledge Pink in your SMS to 40374, and you will donate 20 Rand for breast cancer research at Charlotte Maxeke Academic Hospital. One slip in place to Milan, as there'll be a double bowling change. It seems that Tuscan Ahmed will have a rest. We will see the left arm seam now as this one beats Milan on the outside half of his bat. It's Shakib Islam who will change ends. He was bowling initially from the golf course end, now changing to the Kola drive end, so he'll be bowling down the hill. And it's going to be interesting to see how his change of ends will make a difference in this pursuit of that all-important first wicket for Bangladesh. 30 without loss. They're going at 5.8 are the South Africans, only requiring 3.7. Shakib Islam left arm over the wicket. Down the wicket comes Milan, who just defends us off the back foot.
We have a tweet from Armchair Cricket Podcast. A tough ask for Bangladesh to contain a South African batting lineup that has Quinton de Kock back to under 4 over at a good Joburg wicket that seemed good for batting. But stranger things are known to happen. I suppose that's why we still follow the strange game called cricket. 100% correct. We have seen stranger things happen, and who knows? It is Pink Day after all, and we just have to wait and see what happens here.
Islam in again to Milan, facing up. He's driven this, square the wicket. It's beat the field, and that'll go to the boundary. Lovely shot, just opening the face of the blade. It went square the wicket, and once it beat the gap in the field, there was no hope for anybody to cut that off. And like you said, Sean, earlier, this Wanderers outfield is immaculate.
Oh, the Imperial Wanderers has always been immaculate. I might be a little bit biased. This is my home ground. I love this place.
The home of South African cricket. I will say it. I'll say it.
I'm glad you did. And the Bull Ring, this is where you come to see amazing things happen.
Absolutely. Islam in again to Milan, who comes down the wicket once again, trying to obviously negate any swing or seam that may be offered here for Shakib Islam, but he just defends that one. And I think, Sean, that's an important thing for youngsters to think about when they are batting as well. Every time you come down the wicket doesn't mean it has to disappear over the bowler's head for 6 or perhaps over car corner. Often youngsters will think of that down the wicket as an opportunity to really accelerate or be aggressive. But sometimes it's a way in which you can just be mindful of your shot and defend.
Yeah, sometimes coming down the track is more to mess with the bowler's length. You're looking for the single, and it's one way to do it.
Islam with 2 balls remaining in the 6th over here. It's over pitched and whipped away onto the onside square. The wicket. Fine leg's going to have to do a lot of work. Milan calls for a quick second and changes his direction, not across the wicket, but rather the diversion was to run towards point on the left-hander's offside, as he was getting home safe there. Sean, a bit of a strange one when they got through for 2 there. I mean, I know he was perhaps looking to try and avoid being hit, but it could be a dangerous thing when you run askew there, because you could be run out because you're taking the long route home. Last ball of the 6th, Shakib Islam left arm over the wicket into Milan, who just defends us off the back foot, square the wicket. No run, so 36 for no after 6.
That diversion, I think he saw that the ball was thrown wayward, so no risk on his part of the ball hitting the stumps, and he knew he was going to get home easily. From where the keeper caught the ball, which was way off the stumps, it looked like Quinton de Kock was under more pressure to get into his crease because he already had his glove off, wanting to throw at the non-striker's end.
Yeah, it's one of those where he was absolutely mindful of the direction of the throw, and so wanted to make sure he was home safely, but by no means what the textbooks would say, Sean, when running between the wickets.
Yes, that is, I wouldn't say I've ever been taught to do that, but I have been taught
to run askew or to run straight?
To run skew.
Oh, no, sure. Often the chirp is from one of the fielders. You wonder if you've had bananas for breakfast. That's why you run skew like so. But start of the new over, reverse sweep from Quinton de Kock. It's hammered straight at the man, Tuscan Ahmed, at short third man. And good stop there from him to prevent a certain boundary. But Miraz under pressure here because these two South African batters seem to be on a good roll together. He now bowls the leg side delivery. It's a sweep shot. It beats the man at 45 who just looked at the bowler as if he was going to say, I mean, you can't surely expect me to get anything anywhere near that one. It's 4 runs. And Quinton de Kock moves now into the 20s.
That's what you get when you play that reverse sweep. You don't want to bowl out too wide, and then you overcorrect and bowl one that's missing leg stump, and it allows for that shot to be played. Lots to think about here for Mahedi Miraz.
Reverse sweep, and this one is inside out over extra cover. It's gone all the way. It suits. What a shot!
Great shot, great batting here from Quinton de Kock. Was he the man that South Africa needed in the first ODI? Well, maybe he was the answer.
Yeah, South Africa's batting was poor in that game, but this is a lovely shot down the wicket, inside out over extra cover, and all that Mushfiqur Rahim behind the stumps could do was watch it sail over the ropes, reminiscent of Herschel Gibbs in the 438 game. In again, and driven out, square the wicket on the offside, just in front of square this time, and Miraz has to reconsider through his over here, Sean, with 2 balls remaining in it, how he's going to come back. He's been fairly expensive here, and he goes around the wicket to Quinton de Kock. Reverse sweep, and on the bounce goes to the man at slip. It come off the arm, I think, there of Quinton de Kock, and the stifled appeal means that they're not going to get the wicket they so desperately deserve.
Do they deserve it is the next question. Quinton de Kock is batting really well. They are bowling in some good areas, and he seems to be equal to the task of attacking them.
Last ball in the 7th, he goes now to Quinton de Kock, who just off the back foot knocks this up the wicket and will get a single to finish. So 7 gone, 47 without loss. They will feel as though they deserve a wicket because spinners always feel like they're in the game, and you can't keep them out at all, can you?
You can't keep them out, but I think Quinton de Kock looks very comfortable against the spinners. Yanam and Malan not as much, so they will want to keep Yanam and Malan on strike. But Quinton de Kock is the aggressor. Yanam Malan playing his part by rotating strike. It will be interesting. What is the plan now with Shakib Al Hasan? He's coming back into the attack from the corner drive end. What will his plan be? Because Quinton de Kock looking very comfortable right now at the crease with 28 runs off 18 balls.
Miqbal just marshalling his fielders from the mid-on position. It's mid-on, mid-off, close in catching cover, really. There's a man at forward point and backward point and third man in a slip, as well as a man on the onside in the ring at mid-wicket, as well as fine leg. Shakib Al Islam in again. Quinton de Kock slashes this. What a rocket. Sean Mayers. Wow. He's absolutely bashed that, but it's been cut off at point. What a shot.
Great fielding there. To see that came off so quickly, it was fantastic.
Yeah, it was one that came out the screws of the bat, and the man at backward point there really would have felt the warmth on his hands there. Wow, that would have felt like a seared steak. As we see Shakib Al Islam in once again. Short and pulled up over the top. There's nobody at deep square. A couple of bounces over the rope. And once again, there's a boundary on offer there. De Kock is marching along nicely. He's on 32, and South Africa's 50 partnership comes up after just 45 deliveries.
What an inning so far. Quinton de Kock showing that he has a lot to offer in this white ball team, showing his dominance in white ball cricket, and just in time for the IPL. I would say this is almost a T20 innings.
Shows how much South Africa will have missed him in the red ball stuff, even with a Verena 100. Short for Islam, and again it's short and cut away, and there's two men there, but it'll beat them quite handsomely. It's going to race away to the boundary once again. De Kock on 36, South Africa after 7.3, 55 without loss.
Didn't overhit it, just timed it, waited under his eyes and pierced that gap. Got it almost like a surgeon. Very accurate, very precise in getting it between the fielders at backward point and what looks like a regulation point.
Yeah, it's almost like a backward point and a point square of the wicket. Slip is dispensed with. He goes to mid-wicket. Right, short for Islam in again. Left arm over the wicket to Quinton de Kock. Slaps this away. It's going over the man at cover. It's a boundary once again. This is lovely from South Africa's left hand. I am enjoying this, not because I'm a South African fan, but it is a masterclass in batting.
Yes, everything from power hitting to immaculate timing. This is what you want to see. He also has been defending well. His 40 runs don't show that he's defended much, but he has defended many good balls and making it look easy here against Shariful, Tuscan and Mehedi Miraz here at the Wanderers.
Right, just the deep square and third man in place. He goes again. This time does short for Islam, and Quinton de Kock's able to just slice that down to the man at third man and will get one from it. He's now on 41 with one ball remaining in the 8th over. He's batted really well, but he's batted quickly, Sean, as well, which is something I think South Africa lacked in that first one-day international, particularly with the dismissal early of Yanaman Malan. Kyle Verreynne, who's not your traditional opening batting option, did well for his 21, but he was dismissed. And so South Africa lacked that real seniority at the top when somebody needed to partner Themba Bavuma at the other end. Islam, left arm over the wicket to start the 8th. And Milan again coming down the wicket just to defend that one. Catches the outside half of the bat and goes to the man at backward point. It is the end of the 8th. It's 60 without loss. And you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh. Brought to you by Eyewitness News.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
And we're back in the second ODI here at the Imperial Wanderers between Bangladesh and South Africa. Quinton de Kock is on 41 of 23. Yanaman Milan on 18 of 25 balls. And their partnership is on 60. And what an exciting first 8 overs it's been.
It's nigh on Chancellor's cricket from the South African opening stand. And we saw in the previous game how much of an impact that plays when you get a good opening start here. It's a sweep shot from Quinton de Kock. It goes backward a square, it races away to the boundary, and South Africa have started the next over with a boundary once again, 64 without loss now.
Quinton de Kock showing that he has all the shots in his arsenal and basically saying, asking the bowlers, doesn't matter where you bowl it, I'm equal to the task, I will take you on.
Yeah, the Bangladesh fans that are here on the grass embankment at Imperial Wanderers have fallen silent. They were very cacophonous on Friday, but this time it's all South Africa. It's over pitched and hit up over Miran. It's one bounce into the boundary, back-to-back boundaries here. It's 8 runs from 2 deliveries. Where is Mehedi Hasan Miraz going to find that dot ball?
At this stage, I think he will be happy with the single. Get Quinton de Kock off strike because he is dispatching him all over the park.
It was too easy for a guy of Quinton de Kock's stature to be able to do something with it. He's on 49 and he just defends us into the onside as he'll get his 50 here. It's really well batted from South Africa's wicket-keeping opener. He's sorely been missed in that first one-day international, and he's come through here on the 10th anniversary of Pink Day with the 50. Sean, really exceptional stuff from Quinton de Kock.
a batting masterclass right from ball one. Made sure that if the ball was there to defend, it was defended, held his line, showed some really good circumspect batting, but anything over pitched, given any room, he was quick to pounce on it, and he has got dividends. He has got his half century, his 28th one-day international 50.
Right, Mehdi Hassan Miraz to Yanaman Malan, who just gets on his toes here, just defends that onto the onside. He's been a lot more circumspect than his partner at the other end, Kundukok. Once he gets going, he almost inevitably gets off to a flyer. Hassan Miraz to Yanaman Malan, who just pushes this to the onside, where deep mid-wicket will meander in to collect that ball, and they'll get one for it. And there's one remaining in the 9th over, 70 without loss. The Cock on 50 and Milan on 19.
The Bangladesh bowlers need to stop the onslaught of boundaries. They need to ensure that stops immediately.
Miraz in to Kundukok, who comes down the wicket and just lathers this to point, and he won't get a run for it. Right, 9 gone, 70 without loss, and South Africa need 125 runs to win from 246. And Sean, I mean, an indicator of where you should be in terms of scoring runs is the Duckworth-Lewis par, Duckworth-Lewis and Stern par rather, that not likely to come into effect, but to just give you a contrast of where South Africa should be at this point versus where they are. DLS par is 19 and South Africa are 70. That's, you've heard that correctly. So South Africa well ahead of what is required, but Bangladesh now with Mustafizur Rahman, the man to come in from the corner drive in to hopefully break the South African partnership.
It's not the start that Bangladesh were hoping to have in any aspect of the game. They have been blown away from ball number 1 of this match. And here we are in the second innings, and Quinton de Kock and Yanaman Malan are in full control of this match.
Maybe just the second ball of this match, because the first one was a wide to give credit to the Bangladesh bowlers. Mustafizur Rahman, he goes left arm over the wicket to Malan, who just defends this with great force back up the wicket on the bounce, so he'll get nothing for it. And we start our final over on commentary. I have been David Midgley. Alongside me for the first 10 once again has been Sean Mayers. We will be replaced by the splendid pairing, like a good cheese and wine, of Mpo Mutwane and Tsepo Taela. They will be taking you through to the 30th over, but we're not done just yet. Mustafizur Rahman, left arm over the wicket into Malan, who comes down the wicket and just nudges this onto the onside, where they'll get through for a single. 71 for no run yet.
Yanaman Malan,
no wicket, sorry.
Yanaman Malan playing, I would say, one of the best innings. He knows that he doesn't need to do anything special. He just needs to keep playing very simple cricket, get off strike, no need to do anything. If Quinton de Kock is going to be the aggressor, has got 50 within the first 10 overs. He got his 50 in the previous over. And he has just dominated. No need for anything special or anything over-aggressive from Yanaman Malan. Be the anchor that South Africa need. Take the team all the way through to the end.
Rahman now left arm over the wicket to the left-hand Quinton de Kock, who just wafts at that one. That could so nearly have gone over the open east stand for 6, but nothing was connected there. And Mushfiqur Rahim just taking a catch with nothing on it from Quinton de Kock. Don't worry, we haven't called the wicket without you knowing about it. But it's always difficult in the first 10 when, as a bowling captain, you're only allowed the 2 men out. And in this case, it's a deep square leg as well as third man. And your opposition have absolutely put you to the sword early on here, Sean.
Yes, and what a wonderful display it's been.
Rahman in, and Quinton de Kock just squeezes this away down to third man, and he'll get a single for it. 72 now for no wicket for South Africa, really dominating this game so far. You've got to ask the question, where was this impetus in the first one-day international from Supersport Park? Was it the wicket? Was it just the way that South Africa batted? Was it an absence of a number of key players, you might think, and somebody like Shamsi with the ball, as well as Quinton de Kock? But those are questions that we don't have to answer. Ultimately, it will be up to the players themselves, and they've done that today. Rahman in again to Milan, who just squeezes out a Yorker. Lovely shot from him there to keep things out. So just 2 runs from this Mustafizur Rahman over. It's a great carterization of the bleeding of runs that was happening in the first 10 overs here. And just 1 ball remaining in this 10th over. And alongside me is Tsepo Taele, who will take you through to the 20th over. And he will be joined by Mpho Mutlane. Don't forget, you can tweet us at OneWorldSR and hashtag pledge pink in an SMS to 40374 for 20 Rand to breast cancer research. A slight delay here as Mustafizur Rahman will come around the wicket to Milan. It's into the pads. He's driven hard at that one, but he's not quite timed it as he would have hoped. 10 gone, 72 without loss. Tsepo Taele, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon indeed if you're a South African supporter. After 10 overs, a booming 72 without loss, going at a rate of 7.2 and over. Quick maths for you there. Quinton de Kock, the main aggressor, racing, literally racing to what could be his fastest.
Quick maths. Okay, remember this, you're listening to the ball-by-ball coverage of the second Pink ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by KFM.
KFM 94.5.
Okay, we have South Africa at 72 without loss, breaking the back of the Bangladeshi resistance. Bangladesh would have wanted to take some early wickets, but Quinton de Kock had none of that as Mahedi resumes around the wicket from the golf course end. Fuller length ball to Quinton de Kock defends it out to the offside, no run.
Never doubt the quality of Quinton. Never doubt the quality of Quinton.
He's such a sensational batter when he wants to be. Next one just plays out, going down leg, plays it out really nicely to the field at wideish long on. Easy single there. Bangladesh should be happy to take singles because there was a flurry of boundaries that came through from Quinton as he was racing away to his 50, which came in 26 balls.
I'm not sure if you see it, but it looks like Quinton de Kock is so much more relaxed than I've ever seen him before.
Mahedi around the wicket to Yanaman Malan. He sweeps it. He's trapped in front. There's an LBW appeal. Umpire Holdstock says not out. The Bangladeshi Mushfiqur has gone up. Mahmudullah has gone up for DRS. The only thing that could possibly save Yanaman Malan here is an inside edge.
Yeah, no, first impressions looking at that as Yanaman Malan tries to sweep this with a big front foot step. It looked like he was plumbed from here, but Murray Rasmus choosing not to give him. Sorry, is that Adrian Holstock? Yes, Adrian Holstock deciding not to give him out. Looking at the spin vision here, you can not spin vision, but basically at the back of the leg, the back leg literally in the groin. The impact might not be in line with the stumps, and that might actually be.
Yes, Yanaman's already walking his way to the pavilion, trying to let you know that he thought he may have got bat onto it, but that was straight. It was in line. He had missed it, hit him low on the back leg as he was trying to slog sweep. He has struggled with spin in his start of his international career. Teams have tried to bowl a lot of spinners to him, even though he had a really good 2021, actually the best 2021 of any batter in ODI cricket. He was named ODI Player of the Year last year and also Breakthrough Player of the Year as well. We're just waiting to see. Ultra Edge has gone through, so we're going through all the stages of DRS. Now we've got Hawkeye Hawkeye, and this one is pitching outside off, but impact was outside the off stump, a few millimeters there, Tepo, and Yanaman, who thought he was out plumb, has to walk back in. A very good call from umpire Holdstock, because everybody else thought that was plumb, but he said not out. That's why he's in that. He's out there in the middle.
No. From first impressions, you would have thought that it was plumb. I did, but just looking at the replay, there were two stumps exposed with that sweep, and it did hit him behind the leg. But as you said, impact was outside the line, and if umpire's call was anything, wouldn't have been out either.
Milan on 20. Mahedi Hassan. This one's a quicker ball onto that middle and leg. Yanaman just getting his bat down in time to play that out to the leg side.
And now what that does is that just puts a dent in his confidence. As you said, he's been struggling against spin, and that definitely doesn't help.
Miraz in, this one's a lot quicker. Milan getting to the pitch of the ball and playing it down to long on for a single. Score goes up to 74.
Just trying to smother the spin by getting to the pitch of it, hitting it on the up to negate as much turn as possible.
Remember, it's a dance.
It really is.
Yeah, either you get to the pitch of the ball, either through a sweep shot or using your feet. If not, you play as late as possible and try and make sure that your hand-eye coordination is good. That's an edge off the bowling of Mehdi Hassan. It goes past Mushfiqur Rahim. It will go down to a third man, will be picked up by Mustafa Zur. It was a good length ball. It brought Quinton forward, got a slight edge. Mushfiqur wasn't quick enough to gobble that up with his gloves, and it went on for two. Chance gone begging for Bangladesh, who possibly, if they had a slip, could have affected a wicket there. But it was dropped as it went in the gloves and out from Mushfiqur.
Now, this is the luck that you sort of earn as Quinton de Kock. Potentially a first slip could have caught that. I think it just hits Mushfiqur on the bottom of the hand as it went through. It did run for some time. And that's what the aggressive batting does. It gets fielders into defensive positions and takes them out of the aggressive ones. And then that is the luck that you basically earn.
Yes, Mahedi getting the ball to turn a touch away from Quinton de Kock. He is a right-arm off spinner. So to a left-hander, you will get that. He will try to play for those edges. And there he did, just as wicketkeeper dropping that a chance for him. 11 overs gone, 76 without loss. Mustafa Zur ready to start his second over. He's going to consider 2 in the first. It's coming from the caller drive end.
Been keen to see how Mustafa Zur would fare here in Wanderers. I saw a lot of turns off the
left arm over to Yanaman Malan. Good length defended on the front foot out to the fielder point. No run.
Yeah, tons of turn for Tabrei Shamsi. So the one, what Chris called him, the fastest spin bowler in the game, could also get some
the leg spinner, because leg spinners always get turned, even on all pitches, actually, with the variation. The question was the amount, and there was a ball that went straight through the gate of Mahmudullah that turned prodigiously. So that gives you as an off spinner the ability to say, okay, maybe I could also get something, even though I don't turn it as much as a leggy. Oh, back of a length ball, hitting the bat hard this time. Yanaman Malan defending that on the front foot. No run. Mustafa Zur breaking his back on that ball. It's good to see. He still has the effort. Normally on low chases, Temple, when a team starts really as good as South Africa has, the opposition, the fielding side, tend to lower their spirits and just go with the flow and allow the game to meander. Good to see that the Fizz is in the middle overs, or as first change, is keeping up the effort and still trying to break this game open. Next ball in, fall outside the off stump. Yanaman having to come down the wicket to guide that past the field at point. Good use of feet for a single. 77 without loss.
Now, just looking at this, you'd probably feel that he'd be the most likely to get some sort of breakthrough. You would have expected that Tuscan possibly could have also had a good shout here with the pace that he offers, especially on a Wanderers bouncy wicket. But we've said today that the wicket doesn't look the way a Wanderers wicket usually does. So, yeah, not getting as much bounce, variable bounce early for the bowlers. But it looks like the pitch has sort of died down. Batters look very comfortable now.
Mustafa Zur into Quinton de Kock. It's short and wide and cut very well, very quickly. Great use of the pace of the bowler off the bat. And it was cut away to the backwards point boundary for 4. It beat that man at fine leg who was racing away, trying to stop it. Quinton de Kock is in every bit of impeccable form right now. He missed out due to illness in the first game, but he's back to make most of all the runs that he missed out on. It's ensuring here at the Wanderers by putting on a show.
That is a good way to think about it. We really did miss him there, didn't we?
Yes, Mustafa Zur in again to Quinton de Kock, who is now hitting at everything. That one's a lot fuller. He mistimed that one. One of the first balls he's mistimed all day. Got an underage and it went down to the fielder at mid-on. No run there. The field setting to Quinton. The 2 fielders, there are 4 fielders behind square, which is you got square, you got point, you've got third man, you've also got fine leg, and you've also got backward point. and then there are fielders in the ring, one conventional point standing there. This next ball from Mr. Vizir is down the leg side will be called a wide. It's got a point in the ring, extra cover on the square, mid-on, mid-off in the ring, as well as mid-wicket on the square. No fielders down the ground for Quinton de Kock, kind of letting you know an indication of what Mr. Vizir is going to try to do. He's going to try to bowl it full. He's going to try to get Quinton to drive as much as possible. If there are edges, he's going to play it behind square. And so that's really also an indication of what he's trying to do. And also not too straight. If you bowl too straight, you're going to expose the boundary down the ground. Next one is a little bit straight, just passing outside that off stump. Quinton swung that for everything he had with the kitchen sink, and he missed it as it went through to Mushfiqur to end that over, end of the 12th over. Remember, you are listening to ball-by-ball coverage between the second ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by Cape Talk.
You're with Cape Talk.
South Africa, 82 without loss. You're listening to Mpumutlani, and I've got Tsepo Taela with me here. Yes, it's a vroom vroom. It's not a screw. As you see, Mehedi Hassan resuming his fifth over. He's gone for 28 runs, bowling to Yanaman Malan, right arm over the wicket to Yanaman Malan. It's going to be full down the leg side. Yanaman plays that really well past the fielder in the ring at square leg, and will race away to the boundary for 4. Good timing there from Yanaman Malan. Didn't need a lot of power on that one. Just always needed to get it past the fielder in the ring, and he did that. And it was just a race between the ball and the two fielders, the two sweepers on the leg side, and the ball won that race. 86 without loss. Miraz Hassan coming in. Ooh, that one's a lot straighter this time, a lot quicker. And Yanaman playing that straighter in the V to the fielder mid-wicket, no run.
Looks like there's a little bit of chatter here between bowler and keeper. And I'm really enjoying the battle that we're seeing here between Yanaman Malan and Miraz. It's difficult for Yanaman Malan to get runs, but did well to get that one boundary at the beginning of the over.
And there's a wicket first time. Yanaman Malan playing a ball down the leg side, ramped it onto his leg stump, looking to play a deft shot, and he fell to his own clever devices. South Africa lose their first wicket at 86. Yanaman Malan is out, bowled Mehedi Hassan Miraz, 26 of 40 balls with 4 of 4s. He'll be disappointed with that effort. Really struggling against spin at the start of his international career, and he couldn't pick the pace. The ball went a lot quicker than he had anticipated, and it got the bottom edge of his bat and ricocheted onto his stumps. South Africa now lose their first wicket at 86.
Big brain time here from Mehedi Miraz. He did very well there to just rush that ball in to Yanaman Malan. Pace off the ball and also a back of a length. The full ball came in, just got under his bat and clipped that leg stump as he tried, as you said, Umpo, to paddle it to the side there. But the battle comes to an end, and Yanaman Malan has been vanquished, or has to go for 26 off of 40 balls.
Dungeons and Dragons match there, Tsepo. That brings in a new batter, Carl Verena, coming to bat with his number one wicketkeeper, Quinton de Kock, 11 matches, 304 runs. Carl Verena has scored for South Africa. He opened the batting at Centurion, so maybe it's a strategy now from the South African team to push Carl Verena up the order to kind of maybe even accelerate some of the scoring, but also to give him an opportunity to score runs. He's new in international cricket, so what a great way for him to get this opportunity with Quinton de Kock on 58 firing, for him to get runs under the belt. He had a great debut series against Australia, and he has truly enjoyed being in the side. He scored 21 runs in the last match and against Bangladesh. Also scored a top score of 95 against the Netherlands in the last Super League ODI South Africa played. That was a no result due to the rain. So Carl Verena coming in early. Averages 40 in ODI cricket, so that's also really good with 4 or 3 50s. to his name. He is a right-handed bat. Mehdi Hassan Miraz with a short leg this time. Calvarena chips it to the field at mid-wicket, coming down the wicket, and it bounced just in front of that fielder. A little bit of a squeaky bum time, a little bit of hesitancy from the South Africans. It's a bit anxious now, all of a sudden, with the loss of 1 wicket, possibly even bringing 2 with that last ball. Mehdi Hassan coming in, bowling into Calvarena. That short leg is now in play. Yasir Ali stopping a ball that Cal played off his hips down to the ground, and it was on the bounce to short leg.
Another conversation here between Mahidi and his keeper. I love it when that happens. It looks like he has a plan. He's hatching up a plan to get 2 quick wickets in succession here.
Wicket. Mahidi coming in, bowling to Calvarena, squares him up with a quicker one. That's on middle stump. It goes out to the fielder at short third man to end that over. A wicket fell on that over. South Africa 86 for 1. Quinton de Kock on 58. Verena without loss. Remember, South Africa's target is 195. You can pledge if on Pink Day 20 Rand to the cancer research by SMSing pledge #pledge pink. SMS #pledge pink to the number 40374. There'll be a 20 Rand donation via SMS to a worthy cause. That is cancer research. That's the reason why the Proteas are wearing pink today. A very dirty pink, I might add. Tippo.
I really enjoy it. I wasn't keen on the soft baby pink that we'd been conditioned to seeing with the Castle branding. Castle coming in here with a little bit darker, a little bit bolder. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Okay, darker pink there. Tip was a fan of. Let us know what you think on One World SR. Please do tweet into us. Do you like the kit? Do you think the pink is good enough? Or not good enough for you, and whether you could buy the pink.
Can we even buy these kits? I haven't seen them anywhere.
You could go to the Castoria website, but that would mean you'd have to ship it in, pay import duties, and all of that. It's a miss, especially with the women out in New Zealand at the World Cup playing really well. Really lovely to see the traditional South African kits being worn by the fans. Shakib Al Hasan is starting his spell now. He is a left arm over to the Quinton de Kock, who gets one that slides down the leg side. He plays that with down to square leg for a single. He'll be bowling now to Calvarena with 1 slip. The Bangladeshi fans are in full voice right now. Calvarena doesn't need a short, he will get a short leg. That's Yasir Ali. Also have extra cover, not too catching. Actually, he's now moving into a catching position. Backward point is now catching as well. Actually, yes, more fly gully backward point. Short legs now moved across to silly point. So you've got a slip, silly point, extra cover, and a fly gully in the ring, along with a mid-on, as well as a short fine leg. And Calvarena gets a full ball that he drives to, that's Mehdi Hassan at extra cover. Shakib around the wicket now to Calvarena, who pushes at a ball now. It's very dangerous to be doing that. He pushes it past that silly point and to extra cover for no run. They've just told silly point to take a step back. And so that's going to be that's going to stop that punt, that push from Calvarena. The question is, what is he going to do now? And the leg side is very vacant for him. And it's another wide one from Shakib Al Hasan, who has his hands on his head because Calvarena pushed at that one. No foot movement whatsoever. Feet movement isn't happening here from Calvarena. He's just pushing at a ball, and they think they might be in with something. That one's a lot straighter. Cal comes forward, bat a lot closer this time, defending that back to the bowler. No run. 1 ball left in this intriguing Shakib over. 4 catches on the offside. Down the leg side, easy to let off Calvarena for a single to square leg to end the over. 88 for 1. Mehdi Hassan's running to the other end. But remember, this broadcast is brought to you by One World Sports Radio, and you're listening to the live ball-by-ball coverage of the Pink ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by our friends at 947.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
Okay, we are back. South Africa 88 for 1. They've just lost the wicket of Yanama Malan on 26. They are chasing 195. They need 107 to win with 36 overs remaining. Mid Hassan, the wicket taker, he'll be bowling from the golf course end. Lights are full effect. Carl Verena facing up to him. Legs, silly, a short leg, a slip, extra cover. We've also got catching mid-wicket, as this one's down the leg side and it's short, and Carl Verena pulls that one behind square. There is a fielder at fine leg, that is Shaful Islam, who takes it with a tumble for a single.
A good single there for Carl Verena. He was sort of stuck at the crease for 4 of the 5 balls that he faced in the last over. And something that we take for granted that Quinton de Kock can do now, that he's sort of really got the Bangladeshi fielders in defense mode, is just rotate the strike quite nicely. They don't want him on strike, and he's happy to just take
Mahedi around the wicket to Quinton de Kock, and he drives this one to square, to extra cover boundary for a single. Bangladesh really comfortable giving Quinton the single so they can work on Carl Verena. The helmet comes back for Yasser Ali to sit at short leg, ready for that catch for a ball that Carl Verena fends off his hip to that short leg. It's short and straight and pulled and punched down the ground by Carl Verena for a single. Easy let off for him from the Bangladeshis. Mahedi won't be happy about that. Score goes up to 91.
Carl Verena up the order has been an interesting change here. Normally used to him in the middle order, around 5, not even 4. Used to play there or bat there for the Cobras in Western Province. And
91 for 1. Mahedi around the wicket to Quinton de Kock, who slaps this ball full out to the field at extra covers. A slightly wide and easy single for him there.
I'd assume that the reason why he's here and he's being brought up the order is because it's very difficult. It's a very difficult job to come through in the middle and lower order here for international cricket, especially when the score's not big. You probably have to come in and do the job very quickly.
But it's also a reward for his form. Oh, that one's a lot quicker and straighter on that off stump. Easy ball for Carl Verena to play around his pad to the leg side. It went to mid-on for a single. 3 for 1.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He has really deserved this run-in that he's gotten in the South African lineup. I can remember when it was still the Cape Cobras a few years ago and Ashwell Prince was there, he was constantly going on and on about how this man needs to be in the South African side. He needs to be called up.
Mahedi around the wicket to Quinton de Kock a lot. That one's wide, and he slaps that going away from the ball for too long on for a single. He was trying to give himself room, but Mahedi kept his line and crept in. So he played a flat batted shot down to wideish long on to end that over. 94 for 1. South Africa going really well at 6.3 runs and over.
Yes, it's a great day here at Pink Day. Looks like it is turning into a comfortable run chase here for the South Africans. Comparatively, Bangladesh after this period were 47 for 5, so they were quite behind the 8 ball in a period of consolidation. And South Africa in cruise control. They have their destroyer-in-chief in the middle there, Quinton de Kock. He's doing well, and Carl Verena at the non-strikers end. And this is, for South African fans, would be a very exciting thing to watch. You'd be keen to see the South African wicketkeeper and what you'd feel would be his successor batting at the same time.
Shakib around the wicket, over the wicket to Quinton de Kock from the caller drive in. The one's a lot fuller on off stump. Quinton just playing that to the leg side, no run. Quinton's got a very spread field, and he goes for a slog sweep. There is a fielder at square leg. A great take again from Lytton Dust, who takes a really amazing catch. He took one again in that first game at Centurion. He took a catch at square leg. He caught it. He knew he had the boundary to play with, threw it up in the air, got out, got back in, took the catch, similar to what we normally see in international cricket. And another great wicket for Bangladesh. A great piece of fielding there by Lytton Dust. Amazing, amazing, amazing cricket all round.
Shakib Al Hasan has his man, does the striking here for Bangladesh. A mistimed shot, mistimed slog here from Quinton de Kock, and nothing more gratifying for Bangladeshis to see the man Liton Das get rid of Quinton de Kock right in front of the Bangladeshi fans. They're losing their minds because that was a beautiful catch.
Amazing catch there. Oh, wow. They practice these more often, but every time I see it, I'm still astounded by the presence of mind and the ability that the cricketers in this modern age have. Quinton de Kock was out for 62 or 41 balls with a strike rate of 151, 9 fours. One of the, I think, postage innings from Quinton de Kock that I've seen. One of those innings you'll remember for a while. Even though he didn't score he didn't get to 100, he did put Bangladesh to the sword in this chase. Reminding me of another game where him and Hashim Amla made easy work of the Bangladesh as target of 276. They scored 282 themselves since I've gone by 10 runs, and Quinton scored 128 in that game. But brings in the captain, Timber Bavuma, played 18 matches at an average of 48.8, 683 runs, high score against Ireland of 113. He scored 200s and 250s. He'll be wanting to close this game out. Don't give Bangladesh a sniff. And really good to have him come in. His ODI career has blossomed a lot better than his Test match career.
These two batters would be, or you'd feel that as South Africans, you'd be more comfortable of the two teams here. Still very much in control, not quite in the balance yet. Bangladesh still have a lot of work to do, and there's still a lot of batting to come for South Africa and a lot of time. So they'll still be very comfortable. Timber Bavuma, the right man for the job. Look at that average, an average of 48. And right now, he'll be happy to just take the singles, keep the strike rotating. That's basically his bread and butter, and he'll be dispatching the bad balls.
And just a correction for the catch. The catch was taken by Afif Hussain and not Liton Das. It's a difference because one's weighs 16, that's Liton Das, and the other one weighs 18. So just a quick update there and a quick correction. Quinton de Kock was caught by Afif Hussain on some really talented athleticism, or actually good athleticism from him.
He's having a game, isn't he?
Yes, Afif Hussain is having a game. Great start to his international career.
And this is what's exciting about this Bangladesh side. I was just thinking about it the other day, playing cricket 03 and seeing Bangladesh as the whipping boys, literally the lowest ranked team. But
here we go, Bangladesh. Calvarena, 4 catches around the bat, silly point, extra cover catching, slip, and a fielder at fly gully. And he gets a loose ball down the leg side, a full toss, and he plays that really nicely. Good hand-eye coordination from Kyle down to leg side boundary, wideish long on 4-4.
Bit of a freebie delivery, doesn't have the fielders there on the onside, literally has a 7-3 split, and very few fielders in front of square on the onside. So shouldn't bowl there at all, especially with the low targets that they have in the start that South Africa
New Zealand Calvarena was telling the journalists in his presser that he doesn't like to use his feet a lot. It's all hand-eye coordination, and that last 4 was all hand-eye coordination. Next ball is full outside the off stump, and Kyle coming forward, defending that, taking a large stride past the fielder at silly point. This time Yasir Ali's taking a step in now. He's on the edge of that square of the pitch at silly point. Calvarena trying to give himself some room there to a ball that's a little bit shorter than the previous one. He was looking to cut it. He's managing to get it past silly point with no danger. Lost ball of Shakib's, wicket taking over. It's down the leg side. He plays it easily for a single to the fielder at mid-on. End of the over, 99 for 2 after 16. South Africa having to consolidate after a great start between Quinton de Kock and Yanaman Malan. Both are now back in the change room. First wicket fell for 86. That was Yanaman Malan. He was out for 26. He played on to his own stumps off the bowling of Shakib Al Hasan, and Quinton de Kock was out in the last over, being caught on the boundary at square leg by Afif Hussain, who had to catch the ball, throw it in the air, go out, come back in, and catch it again. He scored a 62 or 41, 9 fours and 2 sixes in his cameo. South Africa 99 for 2. You are listening to One World Sports Radio in partnership with Prime Media. That is 947-702 Cape Talk KFM and Eyewitness News. It is the Pink Day, which means the Proteas are in pink. They've played 9 Pink Day matches, won 7, lost 2. And they'll be looking to take that to 8. Kyle Verreynne facing up to Mid Hassan gets the first ball that turns into him down the leg side, a little bit shorter, and he plays that to that short leg on the mount, no run. Short leg is behind square this time. There's also a slip and a catching mid-wicket. Kyle Verreynne coming forward, playing that down to the leg side, square of the wicket in front of square, so short leg is out of the equation. Easy single as the fielder from the boundary had to pick that up. 100 runs for South Africa off 100 balls.
Very well played single by Kyle Verreynne. The key now is just to keep the strike rotating. No one really needs to be the aggressor, and you can be aggressive without scoring boundaries.
Mid into Temba Bavuma, who faces his first ball, and he flicks this ball that was full on middle stump down the leg side, past that short leg fielder for his first to open his account.
A little nervy. Did well to just get it wide of the man right there, but it literally went past him, past his left shoulder, just rushed him. So now he's taking a step back.
Mahedi full on off stump. Kyle Verreynne having to bring his bat down in time to stop being castled. Does that well. No run there. Most important for Bangladesh. It's a dot ball, 101 for 2.
Played that on the back foot, that full delivery. Wasn't expecting that.
It was a quick one in from Mahedi. This one's a little bit more flighted and on middle stump, played out to Shakib at mid-wicket on the square, no run.
Creating a little bit of uncertainty here with the South African batters, and that's all he needs to do. Just keep sowing the seeds of uncertainty.
Mahedi giving it a little bit of flight. This one just defended out to the leg side as well for no run. End of that over, 101 for 2. South Africa need 94 of 198. But it is a little bit academical. I don't want to kill the game off already in over 17, but Quinton de Kock took a large chunk out of this chase.
This guy is the guy in the group that does most of the work, and everybody takes the credit. They say, "Oh, good job, team," but this one is the one that did all the PowerPoint presentations, stayed up at night to do most of the work for the group, and makes the rest of the work for the rest of the team, the rest of the group, a lot easier.
Light lifting now. Once Quinton's done the heavy lifting 94. Shakib to Temba Bavuma, silly point, slip, catching gully, fly gully, extra cover, mid-wicket catching, mid-on and mid-off in the circle. And this ball comes down the wicket with the arm. And he's not happy with it because it goes down the next side. Easy single for Temba to get to the other end. He's on 2.
Yeah,
1 and 2 for 2.
They really need to tighten up. Shakib Al Hasan has been bowling a few loose deliveries in the last over, made it very easy for Kyle Verreynne to rotate the strike. And he'd really been struggling when Quinton de Kock was still in. But if more balls like this come, he'll get himself in a lot quicker.
Shakib with a much better line this time, forcing Kyle Verreynne to come forward to a fuller length ball. Defending that back to Shakib for no run. Yasir Shah is now coming a lot straighter this time at silly point. And that one is played very late outside the off stump, cut very well by Kyle Verreynne. It won't go all the way to the boundary, but South Africa will get 2 great batting from Kyle, great use of the crease from him to get those 2 runs, 1 and 4 for 2.
Cojones, man. Cojones. There's a slip and there's literally a man at backward points. And he did well to find the gap, playing a very late shot there behind square. So does well to rotate or at least get 2 runs here just to keep the scoreboard ticking. Kyle Verreynne. Good stuff.
Shakib into Kyle Verreynne. Short, straighter on off stump. Kyle couldn't do much. He just defends that back down to the leg side. There is no silly point, short leg. So it's an easy defense down there. 1 and 4 for 2. Shakib into Kyle Verreynne. This one's full and wide, driven, catching extra covers there to stop that from going past him.
I like the urgency that Temba Bavuma brings. I know there wasn't a single in the last ball.
Shakib into Calvarene, plays it off the back foot, trying to push it past that field, that extra cover, but that's not it. Mid Hassan covering a large expanse of field there between extra cover and point. End of that over, 104 for 2.
You could just see throughout the whole over, Carl Verena really on the front foot, looking for the single as soon as he got bat on ball and always keen to get moving. So that's what I feel Temba Bavuma brings to the crease when he comes into the middle, whether he's on the strikers end or the non-strikers end. He's always looking for those quick singles to just chip away at the score at a constant basis. So the different gears here that the different South African batters bring, and it's really good to see that they can adapt to each other and they can see who they're batting with.
What's happening is that Shakib's not getting the ball to straighten. So it's a little bit easier for Kyle to play. So he can trust that the ball's not going to turn away from him as Shakib bowls. But next one is Hassan from the golf course in next over. It's a little bit short. Timber playing that off his hip. Short leg is behind square. If he was in front of square, that's an easy catch for him. So Timber manipulating the field the way everybody knows that he can. That's on a lot fuller and driven down too long on by Timber for a single. 105 for 2. As South Africa saunter their way to victory to level the series and set up a decider in Centurion on Wednesday.
Boy, I love a decider. Yes, boy. 3-game series.
Carl Verena getting a ball that's short and straight. He plays it off the back foot, past the bowler, too long on for a single.
As I said, 3 singles in this over. The strike rotation is there, just playing down the ground. And what Bangladesh want to do is they want Timber playing square of the wickets.
Here we go.
Exactly.
Mid-wicket is now coming in to a close catcher, being a lot more silly. And this next ball from Mahedi gets the outside edge of Timber's bat, rolls all the way to third man for a single.
And that's exactly what you want to do with Timber Bavuma at the crease. He's very good off the back foot and the front foot when he's driving. Those punches, we saw them in the India series. They looked clean. So if you could just get him playing square of the wickets, really strangle him for runs in front of square, then you could really put him under some pressure.
107 for 2. Carl Verena getting a ball quick down the leg side. Couldn't turn with it. Can only play it straight to that fielder at Silly mid-on, actually. Silly mid-on, yes. Move from mid-wicket to Silly mid-on. And, that was quicker from Mahedi Hassan, who forced Carl to play that off his hips. Past that through mid-wicket for a single. 108 for 2. Last over remaining in our stint. Remember, this broadcast is brought to you by Cape Talk. This is a live ball-by-ball coverage of the ODI, the second ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh.
You're with Cape Talk.
Yes, and we're back. DJ is playing My Lady Soul because that's what you do at the cricket. We've got some fans in. It's Pink Day. And you're listening to One World Sports Radio. My name is Mpho Mukrani. I've got Tepo Tyler right next door. I've got one last over in my stint, and Chris Tyndall Bisco will be coming into my seat, joining Tepo as they take you closer to a South African victory in this 3-match ODI series. Remember, it is for Super League points. Bangladesh have 110. South Africa only got 39. So a lot of catching up to do for South Africa. But remember, only the top 8 make it in. South Africa currently sitting in 10th. And they're needing a win to get them up that table. Shaskin Ahmed resuming short and wide outside the off stump from the corner drive in. Carl Verena playing that to point for a run. Those are the ones Carl Verena loves. Short and wide, he will put it away.
You're talking about the use of his hands, especially if he doesn't need to use his feet, he really does enjoy it. But before we go there, you're talking about My Lady Soul. Conversations we are having with myself and Chris about the tracks that you'll normally hear at the cricket. You'll normally hear County Road, Take Me Home, My Lady Soul. So some real cricket songs, staples.
Yes, very much so. But Tuskin right on over to Temba Bavuma. He plays on a short and wide one. There's an appeal behind the stumps. The question whether is they can review, they can't. So the umpire's decision stands at not out. So Temba with a little bit of a lifeline there if he had nicked it. But unfortunately, Bangladesh at the mercy of the umpires now. They've used all three of their reviews. It was very wide. And we'll see whether he did get some edge to it, even though he is not out. Doesn't look like there was a deviation from the camera angles that we've been given. 109 for 2. Tuscan Ahmed getting away with a wide ball, but anyway.
Tamim Iqbal in the ear of Marais Rasmus. Oh, come on. Just one more review.
One
surely.
slip to Temba Bavuma, Tuscan Ahmed. It's short and Temba pulls it over square leg for 6 to the short boundary. What a response from a very anxious ball before, whether he could have nicked it, whether he didn't. This one was very certain as he dispatched it over the boundary for 6, 115 for 2.
I was out here saying, guys, just get Temba Bavuma playing square of the wickets. I won't hurt you too much. Boom! Square leg boundary. No one stands a chance. 6 runs from the short Temba Bavuma. My word, that was dispatched.
Thank you to the scoreboard operator who also described it as a shot dispatched.
You see now, that's where I got the word from, Umpo. You're exposing my lack of vocabulary here.
115 for 2. Still love you, Tempo. Tuscan into Temba Bavuma. That one's a lot fuller and induces a forward defense from Temba. Comes really well forward and really solid defense from him. No run.
Neat, tidy, and compact. When Temba's on the front foot, when Temba's driving, he really looks very good. But really felt that Tuscan Ahmed would have more of a say in this game. So only bowled 2.4 overs here, and it was going for 24.
Yes, Quinton de Kock took a liking to him.
Hey, bro, pace on the bat makes it easy for the ball to travel. And it seems that Temba Bavuma also enjoying or taking a liking to him. Does the ball look like the bounce a lot more true here in this game, or in this innings?
I think so. As Tuscan to Temba outside the off stump plays that one fuller outside the off stump to point for a single, 116 for 2. You could say so. We saw a lot more balls deviating in terms of height as it got to the bat, but it looks very comfortable now. For the South Africans, looks like maybe those cracks may have been closed by the rollers and the activity on the pitch, and so it looks a lot better to bat on now. But also, Quinton de Kock
is Quinton de Kock, bro.
That's many years. Lost ball of my stint, Tuscan Ahmed to Carl Verena, who's well outside his crease. And it's a lot fuller on that middle stump. Carl defending that. End of the 20th over, 116 for 2. Remember, you're listening to a live ball-by-ball coverage of the second ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh, brought to you by KFM.
KFM 94.5.
Welcome back to the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh. It's the Pink One-Day International, the Pink ODI. That's the 10th edition. That's a vibe. And the vibe is going to be carried by myself, Tepo Taylor, and Chris Tyndale Bisco. How are you doing, Chris?
Yeah, very well, thanks. We're talking about this being the 10th Pink ODI. South Africa's record 7-2. It looks like they're well on track to make it 8-2 today.
Love it. Love to see it. As a South African fan, you do. And Bangladesh sort of made a game out of this towards the end. Did well to recover.
Fantastic recovery. And I mean, we'll keep likening it to that recent game they played against Afghanistan. But to be 5 down before hitting the 50-run mark and then to come back. And I mean, in that other game, they managed to score 216. On this occasion, falling just short of 200, setting the target of 195. As we see Shakib Al Hasan coming in from the golf course end. He's going to be bowling his finger spin. Temba Bavuma, the right-handed South African captain, is on strike. The field is outside the ring. We've got a deep square leg, a sweeper on the offside, and a long off. This one driven back, stopped by the bowler. It was driven towards long off, but Shakib Al Hasan stuck his left hand out, and managed to rebound the ball so that the South Africans went through for just a single. Carl Verena will be on strike for the next. South Africa 117 for 2.
And the low order did so well to make a game out of this, to just extend what would have been a very embarrassing total here at the Pink Day. A good period of consolidation from Mamadullah and it was Afif.
Yeah, and
Afif
then
Hussein.
Mahedia's son as well.
Mm.
Shakib continues this time into Carverena, gets on the back foot, cuts this, beats the man at gully, hits the man fielding or sweeping on the offside who gets it at point, and they go through for another single. I mean, even that's more than they need to do the required rate now, just 2.6. You'd think the only way Bangladesh can keep themselves in this is if they take a few quick wickets, because that run rate's not going to pose an issue at any point. Temba Bavuma, South African captain on strike, facing Shakib Al Hasan. This one darted and Temba gets down on one leg, just flicks it over his left shoulder, runs down to find leg. They manage to get through for 2 before the fielder comes around and picks it up. And South Africa moves on to 120 now for 2.
A good exercise for the South African batters would be just to see if they can rotate the strike. Yes, we can deal in boundaries if we want, but more often than not, when the pressure builds up in the middle overs, just finding the gaps would do you well.
This one really darted and seemed to rush Temba Bavuma, perhaps got a little bit more bounce than he was expecting, because it was a full delivery, but it got him reeling after it bounced, looked quite high on the splice there, and went out to point for no run. This one continues. Temba gets on the back foot, misjudges that one a little bit, and goes for a cross-batted shot, doesn't get anywhere near it, and it hits the gloves of Mushfiqur Rahim, another dot. 1 ball left in the 21st.
So zooming through his over.
Yeah, Shakib calls in a couple of issues with those last 2 deliveries. This one, again, darted in at that front batter, Temba Bavuma. He just defends it up the pitch, and that's another dot. So after 21 overs, South Africa 120 for 2, requiring just 75 off the remaining 174 deliveries.
Not much you can do here as a Bangladeshi bowler, not having a big target to bowl towards, or to bowl at, just 195 that South Africa needs to get. And they're already on 120 for 2 after the destruction that we saw from Quinton de Kock.
Yeah, came out, man with a mission. He's obviously recovered from the illness. That was the official reason for him being out of that first game. And geez, he's really changed the whole South African innings. If you compare the start that they had in the first ODI to this one, it's night and day.
And speaking of the ODIs, don't forget that you're listening to ball by ball coverage of it. This is the second of 3. It's the pink day between South Africa and Bangladesh, and it's brought to you by 702.
702.
Add your voice.
Have your say.
Let's walk the talk.
Taskin Ahmed continuing from the corner drive end, rather. He's bowling right arm over into the right-handed Carverena. This one, a full delivery on off stump, just defended to the man at mid-off, and there's no run there. South Africa still 120 for 2.
He's got himself a second slip, a third man, and a backward point here on the offside behind square. You'd expect that's some express pace. Maybe just hit a crack, could do something, get a little bit of deviation to catch the outside edge of Carverena. There's also a deep backward or a deep point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and also a fine leg, or more of a long leg because they're quite square.
Taskin Ahmed in against, still right on over to the South African backup wicketkeeper. This one driven, but it doesn't make it further than the man in the covers. And there's no run there. There's a shot at the stumps, but Temba Bavuma, although he was strolling, he was well within his crease by the time the ball passed the non-strikers' wickets.
Hey, you called Carverena the backup keeper. Hey. He's our number one test keeper over there. Hey.
I think some discussion this weekend over the fact that halfway through that first ODI, the central contract list came out and Carverena's name was not on that list.
How is this guy not having a contact? It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, he's going to be playing the test cricket.
Yeah.
You don't expect any other keeper to play.
No. So, third delivery of the 22nd over. This one shorter. Carverena just barely moves his feet at all. Just plays that one off the hips like a little pitching wedge shot. Chips it over the inner ring. It bounces a couple of times before hitting the corner rope. And that's a boundary. 4 runs for Carverena. He moves on to 20. South Africa 124 for 2.
No protection in front of square here for Taskin Ahmed, not Iqbal. So Carverena, all he has to do is, if he could just clear the inner field, he'll be good to go. Clear the inner ring and back of a length delivery outside the off stump. You're basically asking to be punished.
We'll see if tactics change at all. It looks like they're happy for the only deep fielder there's a deep square leg on the onside and a fine leg, a third man, and a sweeper at point, but no one behind the bowler on the boundary. This ball full driven, 1 bounce into the fielder who's in the covers, and no run there.
funny enough, they moved the man that was at mid-wicket to a deep mid-wicket. So in front of square, but
Only fractionally.
Yeah. So we'll have to make sure that he bowls it nice and full like he did in that last delivery to get Kyle Verreynne driving. And if he does bowl it short, it has to be very short and wide to get those catches on the offside in play. Maybe a mistimed ram shot or mistimed cut shot.
I'd imagine Kyle Verreynne is reasonably aware of the fact that that third man field is on the boundary. He's unlikely to try around, but sometimes instincts can take over. Taskin Ahmed bowling the penultimate delivery now. Still right on over short, and this one is pulled over the fielder at that mid-wicket / square leg position. That's 6 runs. South Africa 130 for 2 now. It doesn't matter where the field is at when you put it in the stands like that. Fantastic shot from Kyle Verreynne.
I was literally about to say, it's like he heard you say that he'll be smarter than that. He won't just hit straight to a fielder.
Not ramping.
The ramping, fair enough.
Not going to third man, but yeah, you're able to put a little more power on it when you swing your arms through it like that. Again, he almost left his feet exactly where they were, but just so much power on his hips and his shoulders that had no chance of finding a fielder's hands, unless Mohammed Afan was there.
Possibly. The short ball's not really working here for Taskin Ahmed. Really needs to bring in some big pace because we haven't seen a lot of bounce here at Wanderers, which isn't normal. But change of plans here for the Bangladeshi. So they need to find a different way, to a different approach. Maybe a bit more full bowling, maybe get some fielders in the right positions.
Taskin Ahmed's final delivery. How will he follow up being hit for 6? He gets hit for a much flatter shot, but I think once again that's 6. This one would have been fielder height, but there was no fielder there. Just the first one went to the left of the fielder, the second one to the right. Well, that's 2 6s to finish the over. Taskin Ahmed's figures looking very unflattering. He's gone for 41 runs in his 4 overs and giving his captain a couple of headaches. Where does Mamadullah go? He needs wickets. Who's his wicket-taking bowler? Shakib could be the next go. Hassan Moretti, he's taken just the 1 wicket, but he looked pretty dangerous at the beginning after being picked apart in the first ODI.
What about Mustafa Jur? I mean, he has only bowled 2 overs. He hasn't been too expensive, literally going at just 4 an over. And what they need is they need to take some wickets or maybe just to stem the flow of runs. But they can't be dealing in boundaries like this. They need to build some more pressure, string a few dot balls together because the South African batters are just looking a little bit too comfortable here. Kyle Verreynne has raced to 32 now, which will do his confidence wonders. Temba Bavuma on 14 and South Africa 136 for 2 after 22 overs, 59 to win. So they definitely can. And don't forget that you're listening to ODI coverage of the Pink Day, and it's brought to you by 94.7.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
Mahedi Hassan Miraz back into the attack. He's bowling from the golf course end. Temba Bavuma is on strike, so it's right arm finger spin into the right-handed South African captain. This one just on his pads. Temba gets on the back foot, turns his wrists over it, and it hits the man with short square leg. No run there. We were talking about Taskin Ahmed being a little bit expensive. He's gone at 10.25 so far, which is his worst economy rate in any match where he's bowled more than 2 overs. As this one's driven straight to the man in the covers, and there's no run there.
Quinton de Kock, damage.
And then Kyle Verreynne, I mean,
wicket keepers are taking a liking to him.
Yeah, maybe need Rickleton in the side for the next game. As this one's a straighter, slightly fuller delivery, so Temba gets on the front foot this time, plays it to the man at short mid-wicket, who's just 3 or 4 pitches over, and there's no run there. No need. I mean, the required rate at the moment, 2.1. South Africa needs 59 off the next 165 deliveries. This one, fuller. Temba goes for the scoop, throws it over his left shoulder as they scurry through for a single. Temba took the most interesting route I've seen a batsman take. He tripled the length of the pitch. He almost did a loop, like he turned back in on himself there, but managed to make it to the non-strikers end before the throw came in.
Tried to get away from the bowler's end because Mahedi bowling, is he right arm? So he's bowling right arm over. So trying to get to the around side.
Mahedi into Kyle Verreynne, gets on the back foot, pierces the onside, gets it between the man at mid-wicket and the man at short square leg. The sweeper on the onside picks it up, and they go through for another single. South Africa now 138 for 2.
Look, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this game is, I wouldn't say over, but South Africa look very, very comfortable.
Mahedi in again. This one, Fuller, Carverena hits it just to the right-hand side of that man at short mid-wicket. The sweeper on the onside picks it up, and they're able to go through for a single. Or for 2.
So, yeah, that ends the 23rd over, 140 for 2, but with 55 to win on the board, South Africa basically look like the comfortable, this game is basically over. Is there anything that Bangladesh need to do when they go back to the drawing board after the game?
I guess they did everything right in that first game, and you try to channel a little bit more than that. They were always going to be on the back foot after losing all those top order wickets. They're a team that really has depended on the experience in that top order. And although Mahedi Hassan, Afif Hussain, and Mamadullah did a decent job to steady the ship, defending 200 or 195 in this case against a South African side that's in pretty good form. I mean, there's a lot of new players in the side, but everyone's taking the opportunity with both hands. There's some fantastically high averages in that top 6.
My word. Like, we were discussing averages, and as Shakib Al Hasan continues.
This into Carverena, who just hits the man 2 pitches over on the covers, and there's no run there. They're talking about Rassie van der Distance batting and bowling average. He's now got an ODI wicket, so he has a bowling average of 3 in one-day games. This one's full on-off stump, and Carverena just dabs it, I guess, plugs it towards the man at long-off, and they go through for a single. So 41 for 2.
Is he in the argument now, in the discussion for the best all-rounder of all time? He has the difference between the 2 averages that is absolutely staggering.
Yeah, better than Ryan Tenduscarter, who's second on that list. This one straight, slightly, confusion between the 2 batsmen. If I was going to go through that again, it was on Temba Bavuma's pads. It was an on-drive that hit the fielder at mid-on, and they thought about a single, but got about a quarter of the way down the pitch before deciding against it. This one again on the pads of Bavuma. He gets on the back foot, tries to play it into the onside, doesn't really get it away. Mushfiqur Rahim chases after it, picks it up, and that's another dot delivery.
Still can't believe that Rassie van der Distance averages over 70 in one-day internationals.
This one played to the man at mid-on. There was possibly a chance of a shy there, but the fielder just let it rebound off his hands. And so he had no chance of getting it in before Temba Bavuma was at the non-strikers end. Yeah, and that average seems to have stayed quite high. I think Michael Hussey had a similar thing where he was averaging around 70 for his first 40-odd games before it finally came down. This one's played by Carverena again to that man at long off, and they go through for a single. He seems pretty happy though. It's a calculated shot, just hits it hard enough that there's enough time to run a comfortable single. And so at the end of the 24th over, South Africa 143 for 2, going at 6 runs and over, required rate 2 runs and over.
Sure, these guys are flying. Thank you. Quinton de Kock will be on the lips of every South African fan here, bringing South Africa back into the series after a convincing win for Bangladesh in Centurion. South Africa starting badly in the series once again. So that's a habit that they'll definitely want to be shaking. But don't forget that you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second ODI between South Africa and Bangladesh. And it's brought to you by our friends at Prime Media, Cape Talk, KFM, and even 94.7 and 702.
Mahedi Hassan bowling around the wickets this time into Carverena, gets on the back foot, plays it off his pads and runs down to the man at fine leg, and they'll go through for a single. This is now Mahedi's final over. So far, he's bowled 9.1 and done for 49 runs. Just that one wicket. 50-run partnership between these two. It's taken just 53 deliveries, 3 sixes and 2 fours in that.
South Africa in all sorts of control here. Carverena and Temba Bavuma just continuing the momentum that the openers brought here. Not losing any wickets. A big partnership with 50 just to see South Africa over the line and not require the lower and middle order to bat. A good bowling display from the South Africans, especially at the start. They sort of looked a little bit flat in the middle overs, but still a chaseable target.
This one darted in. Temba Bavuma gets down on one leg, sweeps it. It looks like it's going to go through the man at fine leg. He was running around from fine leg, went for the diving stop. It hit one of his hands and then hit the boundary rope. That's 4 runs off the bat of Temba Bavuma. He moves on to 22. South Africa just 2 short of 150 after 24.2.
Shorty full here at fine leg. trying to cut that off while diving, but it literally was under him and tried to get his hands under it as Themba Bavuma whips this in front of square. There's a man sweeping on the boundary at Car Corner who did very well, got the fielding right this time to prevent the boundary. But South Africa still take 2 to bring up the 150 in 149 balls.
Yeah, it's crazy when you think about the Pink Day test and the fact that AB de Villiers, I mean, this has been quick batting. We saw 149 from AB de Villiers off 44 deliveries against the West Indies.
Yo!
This one defended by Themba Bavuma into the onside. The man at a short mid-on picks it up and there's no run there. 3 South African hundreds on that day.
Yeah, that was huge.
Riley Rousseau, Hashimamba,
Hashimamba
and
as well.
AB de Villiers. As this one's a little bit straighter, and again, played to that same man at short. He's come around a little bit closer, so more of a short mid-wicket there. But again, no run. South Africa still 150 for 2.
That's just making me think of all the Pink Days that we've had here. That was probably one of the most explosive I've ever seen.
But not the biggest sixes we've seen, as this one strays down leg side. The umpire does a bit of stretching, why it's called. Mushfiqur Rahim tries to bamboozle the umpire by doing some things behind the stumps. He went for the stumping, but I think Themba Bavuma was well within his crease. I remember Shahid Afridi put in Ryan McLaren on the golf course during a Pink ODI, that very first Pink ODI back in 2013, as this one's a little bit, it's on a full delivery just outside off stump, defended back at the bowler, and there's no run there. I remember the Sri Lanka game where I think that would have been 2016, where there was an invasion of bees. And everyone had to lie
everyone
down.
had to duck down. Yeah. Yes, there's still a picture of that in the Wanderers here.
So 2015, AB.
Yeah, that
2016, ABs.
ABs. Get out of here, Chris. Thinking back as South Africa after 25 overs, halfway through the 50, 150 for 1. They're well ahead of this run chase with 44 to win. Verena on 36, Bavuma on 24. And we're just looking back on some other Pink Days here. One of the biggest sixes that I remember, or the most influential one, was Heinrich Klaasen against India.
Against Yuzvendra Chahal. In a series that South Africa would probably do their best to forget with all the injuries and losses. But it got Heinrich Klaasen an IPL contract as Shakib Al Hasan's coming in from the quarter drive end. This from Kyle Verreynne hits the man who's in a close catching cover, and some very quick fielding, although not very effective fielding from the man fielding there.
Was going to shy at the stumps, almost hit his bowler.
This one just dabbed down to third man. There's a
placement.
An LBW appeal for no reason from Litton Das, who's that man that covers as they go through for 2, as that was parried down to third man. So South Africa now 153 for 2.
It's the wicket hunger, Chris. That's what's getting him doing these appeals. Bangladesh would be desperate for a wicket, just to add a little bit of twist to the tail here. A little spice to the game.
The delivery of Shakib's over and really flighted. It took forever in the air, but it's driven no further than the man just behind cover. Is at a wideish mid-off. That's Yasser Al Chowdhury. It's the first series that we've seen him play on South African shores. Shakib Al Hasan now bowling his 4th delivery of this over. Just played off the pads of Kyle Verreynne. Themba Bavuma gets a quarter of the way down the pitch before being turned back. He's well within the non-striker's crease by the time the ball hits the bowler's hands.
If this were a tighter chase, they would have chased. If this were a tighter chase, they would have taken that single.
Try to say that 10 times fast. Shakib Al Hasan flies to delivery, hits Litton Das at cover, no run.
Tongue twisters here at Pink Day, but a great day for some cricket here. South Africa, 42 runs away from leveling the series here. Bangladesh doing very well in Centurion.
This one full wide. Driven by Kyle Verreynne. It's going to be probably stopped. No, it beats the sweeper on the offside, hits the ropes. That's another 4, and that the required rate comes tumbling down even further. Just 1.6 per over required now. The deficit 38. South Africa 157 for 2 after 26.
And Kyle Verreynne casually getting himself to 42. Themba Bavuma on the other side with flip figures of 24. So it's very good to see Kyle Verreynne get some runs here at the top order. Not used to seeing him here, but he's made it his own. Yes, there's not as much.
I don't know what Kyle Verreynne's role is. After he opened in the last game, he's been moved around a little bit in this middle order. I think that's been a pattern of South African cricket in the last couple of years, trying to figure out exactly where batsmen fit in. Adam Markram's obviously moved all around the middle order. Themba Bavuma's opened in some of the white ball games. He comes in at 3, he comes in at 4.
Aiden Markham has been moved around and now has been moved to the bench after getting a 0 in Centurion. Lots of fans don't know, or he's a polarizing player, Aiden Markham.
Undeniably talented at the domestic level, but I mean, he's also been fantastic for the Proteas T20 side, but for whatever reason, just can't seem to crack one-day cricket. All the South African batsmen to bat in the top 6 and play more than 30 innings. He has the second lowest average, just Farhan Behardine has a worse average than him. As this one is from Mustafa Zaraman into Temba Bavuma, who just hits Yasser Al Chowdhury, who's fielding on the covers, and there's no run there.
Am I the only one that thinks that Farhan Behardine is underrated?
Underrated and almost definitely underutilized. He was always coming in very late when he basically had to go from ball 1, and then he was selected as an all-rounder, but very rarely given more than a couple of overs. And a man who really did fantastically just like Aiden Markham, whenever he was wearing the blue of the Titans. Mustafa Zaraman continuing into Temba Bavuma. This one strays down leg. There's a big swing from Bavuma. He doesn't get any bat on it, and Adrian Holtstock stretches his arms. That one's given wide.
Giving the umpire some exercise there. Not what you'd want from a Bangladeshi point of view, but to be fair, in terms of the extras, they've been quite tight, only conceding
much tighter
4.
than South Africa. I think Keshav Maharaj by himself conceded about as many extras as that. That was unusual from Kesh.
Yeah.
He's normally right on the money to bowl those no balls and be hit for 6 off the first one of them. Mustafa Zaraman re-delivering that second delivery, bowling left arm around the wicket into Temba Bavuma. This one is quick and wide. Temba Bavuma has a big swing and it doesn't get anywhere near it. It falls onto his knees and practices the shot again. No run. 158 for 2. Sorry.
No problem. Do you feel that Mustafa Jur has been brought into the attack a little bit late into the innings here?
Underutilized. Often, I mean, he's probably the best seam bowler, but a man who doesn't need the new ball because he relies so much on the cutters and variations. But I guess it's late enough. They benefit from the new ball and the swing that provides, where he bowls a lot of cross-seam stuff. As Temba Bavuma again tries to play this into the onside, gets a thick under edge, which bounces before hitting the man at point. There's a shy at the stumps. It hits the wickets.
There's also an appeal.
A bit of an appeal. They might. I don't think the umpires are even interested in going upstairs. They're just interested in resetting the stumps as much as the crowd would like them to have a go. Have a look.
Umpires can repeal, but can
review.
Repeal. Wow. Umpires can review, but Bangladesh cannot anymore. They've wasted their reviews, and the screen just went away just before we wanted to see.
4th delivery from Mustafa Zaraman's over this one. Really seems to trouble Temba Bavuma. It bounces up off the length, and he's doesn't have quite enough time. Dabs it to the man, the third man.
You see, this is what I'm saying, Chris. He's very difficult to get away. These were the conversations we were having in the first one-day international. So if you have a small score to defend, why aren't you bringing in Mustafa Jur to just extend this game so that maybe by the end, maybe by over 40, yes, his overs are done.
Yeah, there's no point saving him until the end if there is no end. There's
exactly.
Only 37 to defend. I mean, they're playing them now, and I'd imagine he's going to bowl out his spell from here on. As this one's full, gets the outside edge of Temba Bavuma, but Mushfiqur Rahim does not get anywhere near it. It runs away to where a long stop would be, and that's 4 runs. Streaky, but they can't. Temba Bavuma moves on to 28. South Africa 162 for 2. The deficit now just 33.
Maybe it's easy to say here from a commentary box where you're not in the middle of the field. You're not the one that's getting punished and bullied by Quinton de Kock when you're under pressure. But just looking at this bowling, it's great bowling here. Even his short wide balls are presenting opportunities, and you would have felt that if he was brought in with the new batters, they would have been falling, or wickets would have been falling at regular intervals.
Quite possibly. Final delivery of the 27th over now, just on the top of between middle and off to Temba Bavuma. He plays it to the man and third man, thinks about a single. Well, yeah, short third man, no run there.
And that brings on drinks here for South Africa as they sit on 62 for 2 after 27 overs. Kyle Verreynne is on 42. Temba Bavuma on 28. The partnership 68. And South Africa need 33 to win and level the 3-match one-day international series. And folks, you've been listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of that series. It's the second game here. It's Pink Day here at the Wanderers between South Africa and Bangladesh. And it is brought to you by 702.
702.
Add your voice.
Have your say.
Let's walk the talk.
We have weekend special playing here in the background. Another South African ground staple. Put that on the South African cricket playlist. The vibes are going. Everyone dancing. It's a vibe here at the Wanderers. 162 for 2 are South Africa with 33 runs to get. My name is Tepotela, joined by Chris Tyndale-Biscoe. We'll be taking you through the next 3 overs.
So Shakib Al Hasan is going to be continuing here. Tuscanana taken out of the attack after Kyle Verreynne dispatched him left, right, and centre. So he's going to be bowling his 7th over now. It's Kyle Verreynne on strike. So put a left arm finger spin into the right-hander. This one turns away from him. He plays it past the man, and Gully, who dives to his right, actually ends up grabbing it, and they go through for quite an efficient single.
Quite an efficient single. Those are the words that you will hear when Themba Bavuma is at the crease. Definitely love his strike rotation, just taking the pressure or putting the pressure on the bowling team. Maybe not quite with boundaries, but just keeping the scoreboard ticking. 163 for 2. It could come in handy in different games.
Shakib Al Hasan reverse swept by Themba Bavuma. I don't know if he got any bats on that, but it beat Mushfiqur Rahim, the wicketkeeper, as well. It's picked up by the man at short third man, and they go through for a quick single.
That's a dirty single, that one. And Themba Bavuma will take it. He'll take any runs he can get between the wickets. Very, very quick. Now, Bangladesh need to do something here. We're just having a replay of that shot at the stumps, and Themba Bavuma would have made it comfortably.
Shakib Al Hasan into Kyle Verreynne, just defended into the onside. No run there.
Game's basically over here, but Bangladesh should just add a little bit of spice, maybe get a wicket or 2. Just add a little twist in the tail.
Shakib, and again, this time Kyle Verreynne gets on the back foot, plays it out to the sweeper on the offside, who runs around, picks it up, and they go through for another single.
It's definitely feeling flat in the field. There are flags waving here, Bangladeshi flags, some South African flags. But other than that, it's basically flat on the field. It's like this game is basically done. They're like, okay, back to the drawing board. We'll be back.
Which is good in terms of the series staying entertaining. It means we set up the final ODI as the decider, as this time Themba Bavuma just sits on the back foot, hoists this over the onside ring, and it hits that boundary again for 4 runs. South Africa now 169 for 2. The deficit into the 20s, 26 required.
And this is
another South African cricket staple in the background.
Galagata by Mendoza. Yes, that's actually a classic South African track. If you're not South African and listening, do yourself a favor, go listen to Galagata. It is literally, it just feels South African.
Have yourself a bribe. It's a staple at any
staple at a bribe as well.
Shakib Al Hasan then again to Themba Bavuma. He just gets on the front foot, dabs it into the offside, and they go through for an easy single. 170 for 2.
And a staple at weddings I found as well, to sort of be a little bit more inclusive. But yeah, it is a classic. As South Africa on 170 for 2 after 28 overs. It feels like Bangladesh have basically been rolled over now with just 25 on the border. They want this to end.
And now another South African staple, and a song that serves as a time machine. Anytime I hear it, I go back to 2010 and
sure
about the 6-week school holiday that they gave us.
That was mad. And there was football here, the 2010 World Cup. South Africa definitely keen to host that World Cup. But what a time to be alive, 2010, and a great time to be in school. I got to miss a whole bunch of that. But the cricket continues here as a Bangladesh dibble and dabble to the end. Afif Hussain has been given the ball here.
Yeah, Afif Hussain, the man who scored a lot of runs in that first innings. He's bowled a couple of overs in the Afghanistan series, wasn't especially successful, but the fact that he's batting at 7 means he's got to be there as a bit of an all-rounder. You can't be an out-and-out batsman at number 7 if you don't keep him. So we're going to see exactly what he has to offer.
This feels like just a YOLO. Just give Afif the ball while we can.
Bowling his very army right arm finger spin. This one just played off Themba Bavuma's pads out into the outside, and they go through for a single. South Africa 171 for 2. Not too dissimilar of a bowling action to Mamadou. We saw bowl a few in that first ODI. Very high arms for a finger spinner.
Just to get through some overs here.
Gather.
Maybe just to give them a little bit of depth, just to see what he can offer for the last game.
Or just test the South Africans with something they haven't seen so far this series. This one darted in at the pads of Kyle Verreynne, but he's happy enough to defend it back up the pitch. Afif does the fielding off his own bowling. No run there. Far more overcast than one would expect at 10 past 4 here in South Africa. The floodlights have been on for a good long while as Kyle Verreynne comes down the crease and plays this to man long on. They'll probably settle for a single. They do. 172 for 2.
Just taking over the scoreboard, seeing the game through here without any pressure. Don't need to really do anything with the amount of time they have.
I wouldn't mind seeing them have a swing just for entertainment's sake, but it makes a lot more sense for them to just rotate the strike. As Temba Bavuma does come down the crease as a big swing, but I think just gets an inside edge onto that front pad, and it doesn't really make it off the square. That's another dot delivery of Afif Hussain's bowling.
Chris wants to go home entertained and wants to go home soon, eh?
Not so much going home as seeing the ball in the stands a couple more times.
That would be a vibe.
As Temba Bavuma plays this one just past the sprawling hand of Afif Hussain. It again hits the man at long on, and they'll go through for another single. Deficit now 22.
You know what I want to see? I want to see like a hat trick. Just bah, bah, bah.
Oh, I'm not sure if maybe for entertainment's sake.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost at the end of the game. 22. The game's basically won if you're South African.
There's almost the first. This one beats the outside edge of Kyle Verreynne. Mushfiqur Rahim's very quick removing his bails. The stumps light up, and we are going to have a look upstairs. But from the reactions of both the batsmen and the fielders, I think that Kyle Verreynne managed to get his back foot into the crease before the bails were removed.
Be careful what you wish for, Tsepo. Be careful what you wish for. I should have asked that Kyle Verreynne first get to his 50 and then go out for a wicket here. But sharp hands here from the wicket keeper.
Always. That's Mushfiqur Rahim. We think of sharp hands. Fantastic man behind the stumps, especially to spin bowling.
He's very
There's a reason he's played over 200 ODIs for Bangladesh.
No doubt about that. As we're still waiting for the review here. Some giddy conversations between Murray Erasmus and Tamim Iqbal. Probably talking about like, you thought I had you wrong there. Took 2 reviews. I was right the whole time. You shouldn't have reviewed me. Shouldn't have doubted me, Tamim. Murray Erasmus, an experienced campaigner. Probably the most experienced South African umpire that is still.
Crop. Yeah, Rudy Kitson does have a few more internationals, but now Murray Erasmus, I think this is his 208th or 209th ODI. He's the third most experienced amongst current umpires, just behind Alim Dar and Kumar Dharmasena, as that one is given not out. And so Kyle Verreynne will have a few more goes at getting his 50s currently on 45. Temba Bavuma at the other end on 35 after 29 overs. South Africa 173 for 2.
Kyle Verreynne has sneakily been making runs at a constant basis. You know, he might not be the prolific scorer.
He definitely hit a few sixes in the middle overs, and that's kept his scoring rate high enough that he hasn't had to worry besides that.
And he's still in. That's the thing. He's constantly making contributions. So that's very good to see.
Shakib bowling his 8th from the corner drive end. This one, Temba Bavuma gets on the back foot, cuts, but it makes it no further than the man at point, and there's no run there.
That's good to see in the middle order if you're a South African fan. Kyle Verreynne making runs. And now in the top order.
This one full-flighted, defended into the underside.
One would expect that he's probably going to be coming in for Aiden Markram, who has been shy of making runs on a constant basis, who really never made that number 3 spot his own.
This one driven, but brilliant fielding by the man at point, who sticks out his right hand, manages to stop it, and in doing so stops the single.
Well, that's good to see. Good athleticism, good energy in the field. Fans love it.
This one driven straight back to the bowler. No run.
Bangladeshi fans actually going crazy here now. They're enjoying the dot balls that are being strung together by Shakib Al Hasan.
Second last delivery of the 30th over. This one defended by Temba Bavuma to the man in the covers, and there's no run there.
He is actually, he is a legend for his country. So it's always exciting for his countrymen to see him play.
Very similar delivery, very similar results. Again, this one driven to the man in the covers, and there's no run there.
We're actually done. I didn't even realize. Time flies when you enjoy yourself. As the 30th over has just passed here, South Africa 173 for 2, and that will be a change. I believe it's Chris who goes out. Do I stay in? I believe I do stay in. 3 sessions in a row. What a vibe. I'll be joined here by Sean Mayers, and while Sean sets himself up, Don't forget that you're listening to live ball-by-ball coverage of the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh. It's brought to you by Cape Talk.
You're with Cape Talk.
Right, and we are back with Afif bowling to Kyle Verreynne. It's a back of a length delivery that Kyle Verreynne just blocks it out to mid-wicket for no run.
22 needed now as South Africa 173 for 2. It's been a good performance here by the South Africans with the ball and the bat. So a good bounce back from the first game.
Afif in. It's a full length delivery that is just defended and back to the bowler. Now, simple things here. South Africa making quick work of this, a little bit circumspect after the loss of wickets. As Afif comes in around the wicket, it's a full length delivery that Kyle Verreynne just knocks it to extra cover. The field, backward square leg on the boundary, deep square leg, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, long on, minute off, comes through. It's a full length delivery. It's a backward length delivery that Kyle Verreynne advances to and pushes it to long on for 1.
Hey, you're talking about the circumspect innings, and maybe they're just batting normally, but Quinton de Kock just got us used to going from 0 to 100 real quick. Because he was zooming, wasn't he? Sheesh.
He was, as Afif comes to Temba Bavuma. It's a full length delivery outside leg stump. Temba Bavuma sweeps, misses it, and it's no run.
Now, no need to do anything too fancy here.
As Afif comes through past, it's another full length delivery outside leg stump, and Temba Bavuma misses this one again. That brings the end to the 31st over. The score is 174 for 2.
21 to get here, and don't forget that it's the Pink Day today. Don't forget to pledge. All you have to do is SMS hashtag pledge pink to 40374. Once again, hashtag pledge pink to 40374, so that you could donate 20 Rand to breast cancer research.
Shakib Al Hasan is continuing from the caller drive end. South Africa need 21 runs off 114 balls. Kyle Verreynne is on strike, and a pretty attacking field from Shakib Al Hasan as he comes over the wicket. Around the wicket. It's a full length delivery that Kyle Verreynne just pushes to mid on.
Shakib Al Hasan quite economical here, but you feel that it's a little bit too late. But still doesn't take away from the quality cricketer that he is. Didn't contribute too much with the bat.
Shakib Al Hasan's a full length delivery on off stump that Kyle Verreynne just pushes for 1 to long off.
But what Sean won't tell you on air is that she's the president of the Shakib Al Hasan fan club, just so you know.
Shabash, shabash. I am a massive fan.
A very excited cricketer, Shakib Al Hasan. Unfortunately, not getting too many runs, only the single run that he got in the batting innings.
I'm that much of a fan to say it was a duck.
Oh,
it was a duck.
Correct me, eh?
It was a duck. As much as I'm a fan, I'm also a realist, and he didn't perform too well as he continues around the wicket to Temba Bavuma, and it's a dot ball.
Was it just good bowling or bad decision making from the South Africans, or was it the pitch? Because when we were watching, there was so much happening in the pitch that you thought, hey, this is going to be a short game, eh?
A full length delivery again. It's a dot ball, and I think it was good bowling, poor decision making from the Bangladeshis. The South Africans, in all fairness, bowled really well as Shakib continues here. It's a full length delivery and is pushed down to long off for a single, and that brings the score to 176 for 2. The South Africans, in all fairness, Lungi Ngidi, Kagiso Rabada came in guns blazing. They didn't give anything early up, and ensured that the Bangladesh batters were under pressure right from ball 1. This pitch did assist them. There was some extra bounce on offer, wasn't as quick in some areas, but the South African bowlers were a lot more consistent as compared to the first ODI, it's ensuring.
Sure.
So, but also the Bangladesh batters looking for runs made some poor decisions. As Afif continues from the golf course end, it is a fuller length delivery on leg stump, and it is hauled out to deep square leg. Temba Bavuma sweeps it and is caught on the boundary. He is dismissed. It is a key wicket for Bangladesh. A little bit late, but the wicket is taken, and the Bangladesh fans are loving it.
Not gonna lie, I'm pretty pissed. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. Not gonna lie, it's great to see that Temba Bavuma wants to get a little bit of urgency here, but you'd feel that's an unnecessary wicket to lose here at the end of the innings. He definitely want to see out his troopers as the captain and not fall with just 19 runs on the board that they need to get. He's dismissed after scoring 37 runs, so he did contribute off 52 balls, caught by Shori 4 off the bowling of Afif.
And it was a really good catch, running round to his right, having to dive in the end to get it, ensuring he stays on the field and doesn't touch the boundary cushions. So good catch, good option from Temba Bavuma. It was there. It is a shot that he plays really well.
That's true.
And if anything, it is very hard for South Africa to lose from this position.
So yeah, not really a bad decision, you would feel. But talking about decisions, as Rassie van der Dussen comes to the crease, it was Bangladesh who decided to bat first. They put themselves into bat. So do you think they missed the trick there? What do you think they could have seen? Because it looks like there was a lot of cracks on the pitch from the get-go. It looked relatively drier than usual. So maybe just expecting that it could have gotten worse for the South Africans batting or batting second under the lights.
I think I would like to think better decision making would have allowed the Bangladesh batters to put in a better batting effort. And I'm not taking this away from the South Africans. They bowled incredibly well, but you do have, when you're fast bowlers, when you are bowling, when you have Kagiso Rabada bowling, and this is his home ground, he knows this ground. It does become a lot harder. So, but you can say that this pitch looks pretty flat compared to when you look at how the South Africans are batting.
I mean, Quinton de Kock made it look so easy. It looked like he was batting on a road. There wasn't a lot of turn. Everything was in the arc. He was middling almost every ball. So, yeah, it was very strange to see that, though.
Afif continues its back of a length on leg stump, and it's just pushed out to deep mid wicket for 1 run. You could almost, in my opinion, as somebody who has played here, this pitch has been so easy to bat on second. The first innings, there is always something on offer in the morning for the bowlers. True. And then later on in the evening, late afternoon, it gets so much easier to bat on. As Afif continues from the golf course end, another straight delivery, and it's just defended for a dot ball.
We also saw in the women's series between South Africa and the West Indies that they wanted to try chasing under the lights, and they succeeded in doing so when lots of people didn't expect them to be able to pull it off.
Yes, as Afif continues from the golf course end, it's a back of a leg delivery. Rassie van der Dussen rocking back onto the back foot and punching this through to the extra cover boundary for 4. What a shot. Quick foot movement from Carl Verreynne, my mistake. And that brings up his 50.
A very well-deserved 50 here, his 4th one-day international 50. And he's been getting 50s like it's a game here. Has a very good start to international cricket. This one coming in 62 balls, 34 dots, 4 fours, and 2 6s at a strike rate of 82.3.
Carl Verreynne again, it's a back of a leg delivery, back on the back foot, and he just punches this but goes straight to the fielder at mid-off.
He's really solidifying his spot share in the team, in the South African setup as a batter with performances like these. Even the performance in Centurion, it wasn't the best, but he did get 21 of anyone in the top order that contributed. He was definitely one of them.
It's the last ball of Afif's over, and it is back of a length and defended for no run. Yes, he has had a really good start to his international career. He has had backing from his coaches in the domestic level, and is showing dividends here that everybody has questioned his technique, but he is getting runs. It may not always be pretty, and that's something that everyone will tell you it might not be pretty, but runs are runs.
Runs
And
are
he
runs.
is putting runs on the board. He got a 20 odd in the first ODI, and now he is on 51. Can you complain about this man?
No, not really. And what I find that we do as pundits, that we do as just cricket fans, that we try to find reasons for the dismissal. And his lack of footwork, some feel, is the reason that he gets dismissed sometimes.
This new over, the 34th over from Shakib Al Hasan. It's a full length delivery, and it's just pushed out for a dot ball.
But that same technique's been getting him runs for so long.
Another full length delivery, and game, a dot ball from Shakib Al Hasan. Great start to his over.
He's been relatively economical here, just going for 33 in his 9.2.
Back of a length delivery, Rassie van der Dussen rocking onto the back foot, but square driving this straight to the fielder at point. 14 still required of 99 balls.
And I mean, just if you compare his economy to the likes of Taskin, who after 4 overs, 41, he's perfect, truly.
Another full length delivery and dot ball, scores 181 for 3. Rassie van der Dussen is batting Botma 1000.
Botma 1000.
Shakib Al Hasan, it's a full length delivery, but get the outside edge of Rassie van der Dussen's bat. But soft hands means this is on the ground all the way to backward point for no run. The last ball of Shakib Al Hasan's spell, and this is a back of a length delivery, and Rassie van der Dussen defends this for no run. This brings Shakib Al Hasan's stats: 10 overs for 33 runs, 1 wicket, 2 maidens, 3 fours hit of him. Despite him not performing with the bat, that is a phenomenal performance with the ball. He has held up and ensured that it is not easy to score runs off him.
No, he did very well, but you definitely feel that when he came in, the damage had already been done by Quinton de Kock. So, yes, those are great figures, but he would have liked that to be in a winning cause, no doubt about it, knowing the competitor that he is. But in the middle, we have Rassie van der Dussen and Carl Verheyen. And Rassie van der Dussen, I had a question to one of the fans after this ball. I'll share it with you.
And this is a Afif coming in, and it's another dot ball.
Rassie van der Dussen, I feel, is probably one of the most underrated batters in the South African lineup now. I find it weird that some people have him in conversations for being dropped more often than not.
Verheyen on strike, Afif is there, and it's a fuller length delivery that Verheyen just pushes out to mid-off with soft hands and manages to steal a quick single.
I did very well there. But yeah, Rassie van der Dussen definitely averages over 17 one-day internationals. So he definitely needs to be rated. If you're listening to this now and you're on the fence about, Rassie van der Dussen, he's really not that great. Guys, go check out his stats. He actually is, eh?
Afif to Rassie van der Dussen. It's a back of a leg delivery on leg stump, and Rassie van der Dussen pushes this to deep mid-wicket for 1 run.
So yeah, I know.
Now, Rassie van der Dussen, I keep saying that because he is an amazing batter, and on saying also a very humble man when it comes to his cricket. Hard-working, and he is a competitor through and through. Afif to Verheyen. It's a fuller length delivery and just pushed out to mid-wicket. And some aggression there, ensuring that Verheyen goes back into his crease.
We must not do this. This is how Temba Bavuma got injured in Sri Lanka just before the World Cup, guys.
Afif to Verheyen. Another fuller length delivery on leg stump, and Verheyen just works this around the corner to deep backward square leg, almost a very wide, fine leg.
Almost a long leg, yeah. No, but yeah, I'm not a fan of people shying at the stumps when the batter's in. Yes, you want to show aggression, but if you could injure someone, why?
Afif comes in and he ends his over with a dot ball. The total is 184 for 3 after 35 overs. South Africa needing 11 runs to win of 90 balls. And making it look very easy, Rassie van der Dussen is in with Carl Verheyen, who is on 53, Rassie van der Dussen on 2.
So back to the drawing board for Bangladesh. You'd feel definitely I want to make better decisions, but I'm just trying to think of the conversations that would probably be had in the change room. Probably talks about, as you said, Sean, making better decisions with the bats. If you just compare this game to the game in Centurion where they batted first as well, what I really enjoyed about it was the fact that after the power play, they hadn't lost wickets. A relatively top-heavy team, you feel Bangladesh, or at least most of their talent, is in the top order. So they sort of understood that that's where most of the runs are coming from, and that is when they're working like at their best, one would feel.
Coming into bowl is Mohammad Mamadullah, 205 matches to his name, best figures of 3 for 4 against Pakistan.
Yeah.
He is a serious and seasoned campaigner, and on strike is Carl Verreynne as South Africa edge closer to this total. His first ball is a short one, outside off stump, and Carl Verreynne almost mistimes this but goes straight to extra cover for no run.
Now Mamadullah just trying out all his bowling options here, just being like, you have a ball. Maybe you could prep for the next game.
Mamadullah, this one is also back of the length, and Carl Verreynne rocks onto his back foot and just heaves this one to deep mid-wicket for 1 run. It's coming from around the wicket. Usually right arm off spinners do this to ensure that the LBW is an option, making sure that you have to play at the ball. As he continues from the corner drive in, full length delivery that Rassie van der Dussen just defends for no run.
Comfortable scenes here for the South Africans. They're in no rush at all, 10 off 87. The required run rate's literally under a run now. So the game basically over.
Mamadullah fuller one, a straighter one, and it is knocked right back to him for no run. Yeah, it's just a matter of time. I do hope in the next 2 overs that they get this total. As Mamadullah comes in, it's a short delivery. Rassie van der Dussen on one knee knocks this one to deep square leg for 1 run.
Now we have places to be, people to see here. The game is basically over. But the South Africans did well to get this convincing victory. Great bowling from the top from Lungi Ngidi and Kagiso Rabada.
Mamadullah continues. It's a full length delivery on leg stump that Verreynne just knocks for 1 run. Possibly could have got the 2, but
why force it? Why? But at the end of 36 overs, South Africa 187 for 3. Carl Verreynne on 55. Rassie van der Dussen on 3. And they are 8 runs away from a victory here. Don't forget that you've been listening to ball-by-ball coverage of the second one-day international between South Africa and Bangladesh, and it's brought to you by 947.
If you love Joburg, 947 loves you.
I am Sean Mayers, joined by Tsepo Tayela here at the Imperial Wonder Stadium. South Africa 187 for 3, needing 8 runs to win off 87 balls. And bowling, you have Afif coming bowling to Carl Verreynne, and it's just knocked out for a dot ball.
Oh, guys, the required run rates are now well below 1, but looks like South Africa want to score at that rate as well.
It's coming around the wicket to Carl Verreynne. It's a full length delivery, and swing and a miss. Well outside off. Stayed low with that one. A little bit too late, if I'm honest. As Afif continues from the golf course end, it's a shorter length delivery that Carl Verreynne knocks, doesn't time it so well, and drops just short of the man in the covers. And they scamper through for 1. Almost an unnecessary shot, played it too early. Could have lost his wicket. Not ideal right now for the South Africans, who only need 7 runs to win.
Honestly, South Africans very comfortable here. Keen to just get the job done. And Bangladesh doing well here. The runs aren't flowing too badly, so they're making this game a little bit longer, extending it.
Afif it's a fuller length delivery on leg stump, and Rassie van der Dussen just glancing that to the backwards square boundary for 1 run. That brings his total up to 4. Carl Verreynne on strike on 56. South Africa on 189 for 4. As Afif continues from the golf course end, he darts this one in, and it's back of a leg that Carl Verreynne doesn't time it so well and can only get a dot ball.
A dot ball indeed, and we're just seeing scenes of Mark Boucher in the change room for South Africa, just having a chat to David Miller. He'll be a happy coach. A good recovery. There was a recovery that I wanted to talk about as well with Lungi Ngidi.
Afif bowls a fuller one to Calvarena, and he just pushes this out to long on for one.
And he went from career worst figures in Centurion, conceding 75 runs in his 10 overs, to doing quite well here. Literally, was it 1 for 37 or something like that? Very, very economical and getting a wicket. So he'll be happy with that.
South Africa 190 for 3. And Lungi Ngidi backed up KG, and they were a force. An absolute force right from the beginning. Great comeback from them. Better lines, better length, better consistency with where they were pitching the balls. They quickly saw where was a difficult line and length for the Bangladesh batters, and just needling, just pushing at them, making sure that it is hard to score runs. As Mamadula continues from the corner drive in at a full length delivery outside the off stump and gets a bottom edge, but goes past the stumps and past the keeper for 1 run as Fine Leg in the ring does the cleaning up, and they only get 1 run.
Now, the key is consistency. Just thinking about or chatting about Lungi and Ngidi, there's the fans going wild here just in the last flurry.
This is a back of the length delivery. Rassie van der outside of stump. Rassie van der Dussen punches this through the covers for 4, and that signals the end of the innings. South Africa have won the second one-day international against Bangladesh. Pink Day belongs to South Africa. And well done. What a performance from South Africa with the ball, with the bat. And you see that man, Calvarena and Rassie van der Dussen, ensuring a great end to this, what has been a wonderful day at cricket here at the Imperial Wanderers.
It truly has been a wonderful day here. Thank you for sharing it with us here on One World Sports Radio and online here with Prime Media. But let's just run through the scorecard here. Bangladesh had a rocky start, finding themselves at 34 for 5, losing wickets early. But it was Afif Hussain who steadied the ship for Bangladesh. He got 72 of 107, and at the bottom of the order it was him and Mamadula. Mamadula got 25 of 44, and Mehdi Hassan Miraz, who also got 38, that basically brought the bulk of Bangladesh's runs. They set a target of 195 for South Africa, who started fantastically with Quinton de Kock and Yanaman Malan. Quinton de Kock racing to 62 of 41 balls, 9 4s and 2 6s. Definitely a man of the match contender there. Calvarena also contributing with the runs, getting 57 runs off 76, and that's 57 not outs. And Themba Bavuma, the captain, also contributed with his 37 runs. And with the ball for the South Africans, it was Kagiso Rabada who also put his name in the hat for man of the match when he got 5 for 39 today. Contributions from Lungi Ngidi, Wayne Parnell, and Rassie van der Dussen, who all got wickets for South Africa in the Bangladesh setting of the total. But for Bangladesh, the bowlers, the only 3 bowlers with wickets were Mahiri, were Shakib Al Hasan, and Afif Hussain, who each got 1 wicket. At the end of the day, South Africa won the second one-day international by 7 wickets, and the series is now tied. And we're going to go to a decider in Centurion on Wednesday, where we will be giving you ball-by-ball coverage of the third one-day international between Bangladesh and South Africa. It's brought to you by our friends here at 702 94.7 Cape Talk, KFM, and even Eyewitness News. But from Sean Mayers and myself, goodbye and good night.
702.
Add your voice.
Have your say.
Let's walk the talk.